everywhere, wherever you go. Hey, Felice, how's it going?
So great.
So great to see you. Are you, how's your, you staying cool?
Yeah, it's super hot. It's only like 106 or 7. It's fine.
That's like a light day there. That's a light day.
It really is.
I know you're like, oh God, it cooled down 1 degree. Well, guys, if you're a Republican, hop in the box. I think we got one already. Eric, guys, keep hitting that like button. Let's try to get to 10,000 likes right off the bat. Felice is here. Are you kidding me? So there's no excuse. Hello. Go ahead, Eric.
So what'd you think about Kathy Wood?
What about her?
How she said Trump's economy was the best economy out of any president in history.
Okay. What was she citing or sourcing?
She's worth 250 million, and she created ARK Investments that's worth 60 million. So I believe that's where she's citing from her fucking.
Wait, so if you make money, so if you're profitable,
her career of being an investment and creating an investment firm that knows what's going on.
I'm having a hard time. Why, guys? Is he sounding loud enough? You sound like you're far away from your phone or something.
I had to turn my volume up.
Actually, maybe turn it down. It probably suits you better. Anyway, what was that?
Oh, it suits me better. I mean, you guys are the ones.
Just kidding. It was a joke. It was a joke. You know, I care about you.
The funny thing is Kathy Wood has to have credible sources on where she's getting her information when she's worth what she's worth, bro. Like, you could Google search and try to discredit her all you want, but that's called ignorance. I get information from.
She's worth what she's worth, bro.
Eric thinks anyone who has money is smart.
Well, shit. How many uneducated people are balling?
Eric, she has fiduciary responsibility to people. That's not that has nothing to do with what's best for America in general.
Any president.
Eric, you're confused.
I'm confused. I think you are.
Nice one.
I think you are too.
Burn.
You were Eric. On the right side, and then they pulled you back to the wrong side.
It's weird how a billionaire who got more billionaire was like, I really liked Trump.
Wait, Eric, RTP was saying something. Just hang on, chill for a sec. I know you're going off the hinges right now. What was that, RTP?
Yeah, like, of course billionaires like Trump, but not because Trump got all of us more money. It's because he allowed more money to be siphoned to them. Of course they like him.
She said it was the best economy out of any president.
I bet she does think that, because she made a bunch of money during that economy at the expense of everybody else. Yeah, I'm sure she loves it.
So what presidents outsourced and allowed all these companies to go to different countries and just send all their products here?
Dude, there's not an answer to. There's no answer to that question.
Made in the USA, yeah, there is.
It's been so long since I remembered what Eric is like.
One president allowed all of that to happen. Is that what you're saying?
Multiple presidents did.
You said which one? That's why I said there's not an answer to that.
Exactly. We've had presidents that has fucked us.
Yeah, including Trump. Including Trump.
No, not Trump.
The funny thing is there's a good side and there's a bad side. You think Trump's the bad side, but the corrupt government is actually the bad side, the one that Trump's being prosecuted by.
Oh, that poor guy. That poor white billionaire guy. Everybody always knows it's the white billionaires that are picked on in this country.
I got to stand up for Trump because they're all picking on him. Do you think Trump would ever stand up for you? Ever? Once? Ever?
He has, and plenty.
He threw his kids under the bus. Like, when they started investigating him, he tried to push everything off onto his own kids. He threw his CEO under the bus. He threw his lawyer under the bus. He threw his kids under the bus. Yeah. He doesn't care about you, Eric. He doesn't care about his own kids.
The corrupt government. Yeah,
it's always, it was them. You're right.
What happened with Julian Assange just got let out? He created WikiLeaks. Why didn't
Trump let him out? W. Biden, huh?
Well,
actually,
Eric, really answer that one.
Eric, didn't they start investigating Assange?
He's been in there for 3 years. I don't think he was in prison when Trump was in office.
Well, you're wrong.
Well,
Trump could have pardoned him, Trump
How long
could have
has he
given
been
him
in prison
Eric,
safe
for,
harbor.
Trump
RTP?
gave away pardons for money. He could have pardoned him at any
RTP, how
moment, and he
long has he
didn't.
been in
And you know
prison
what is
for?
funny, Eric? Even recently, when Trump went to beg for the 3% of the libertarian vote at the Libertarian Convention, and they gave him a list of things that they wanted to hear him address, he would then, even then, when they said the two people they wanted the Dread Pirate Roberts, they wanted the Silk Road guy pardoned, and they wanted Julian Assange pardoned. And on stage, Trump promised the Silk Road guy to be pardoned and said he would, and never said a word about Julian Assange. And now you bring him up like Trump supports him.
Guys, don't forget, let's keep hitting that like button. Let's
Julian
get
Assange
10,000
has
likes. If you're
all the
Republican, hop in the
WikiLeaks
box.
files about the laptop and about the Clintons. You don't think Trump?
So then why didn't
supports him?
Trump pardon him?
Trump couldn't pardon him. He was only in prison for a little over 3 years.
He wasn't in. He was on the run from the United States. You get that, right? Like, we were trying to bring him back, and he was going to countries that wouldn't extradite him. Trump could have just pardoned him and brought him back home at any time.
If
Why
Trump
didn't he do
could have
that?
just pardoned him, he could have.
I know, but why didn't he? But why didn't
he?
he?
Could have pardoned him. He would have pardoned everybody that's gone to jail when they
He
shouldn't
did,
have.
but he did. He pardoned Paul Manafort. He pardoned Michael Flynn. He pardoned Jared Kushner's dad. He pardoned a lot of people. He pardoned Sheriff Joe. Why didn't he pardon Julian Assange? What happened there?
I have no idea, brother.
Yeah, so maybe great job, Biden.
what's
Then
wrong with your
welcome to
AC?
Team Biden. We did it.
He
Yeah,
pardoned a
great
Fox
job.
host's
Biden's
husband
team is the ones
and
gonna
didn't
be
pardon
exposed
Julian
for all the
Assange.
WikiLeaks shit. You guys know that, right?
Well, if Biden was so afraid
So
of
why-
Julian Assange, then why would he be doing this? If he's so afraid of Julian
Maybe
Assange,
'cause
why
they
is he
wanted
now
them to
giving
go
him
crazy
the
in
ability to come
24-hour
back?
Maybe because they wanted them to go crazy in 24-hour lockdown and have somebody touch him, and that never happened. So maybe it'll be easier for somebody to touch him if he's out on the
Is
street.
Eric talking about touching people again?
What?
Yeah.
What?
Just like the guy that arrested fucking what's his face. Oh yeah, you guys supported a felon right there,
Who?
George Floyd.
No, what are you talking about? I
you
never
guys
voted for
supported
George
the felon
Floyd,
the whole
not one
time.
time.
The whole time.
Wait,
you supported
I
Black
penciled
Lives
him
Matter.
in once.
Yeah, no, good dodge. Good job trying to move us over there. I almost fell for it, but I just need you to understand that Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about Julian Assange. By the way, I wanted to ask you this, Eric. When Donald Trump was asked, like, repeatedly, like in rapid succession, like, will you release the JFK stuff? Yes. Will you release stuff on UFOs? Yes. Will you release stuff on Epstein? Well, yeah, I think so. I don't know. That one's a little bit harder. I have to think about that one. That was weird, right? Why do you think Trump, a guy that's on Epstein's flight logs, is a little hesitant to release that information? If we're going to do conspiracies, Eric, let's do them both ways, should we?
Yeah, it is very interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting, isn't
It's
it?
also interesting that Epstein's Island went down under Trump's DOJ.
His island
And
is still
so
there.
did back.
His island is still there.
It ended up.
What did
getting
the island
arrested.
sink, or what
Who's
happened?
using?
Yeah, what are you
who's
talking
using the
about?
island right now? RTP.
Trump tried to nuke a hurricane and missed and hit the island. I think.
Oh,
that's
you
right.
want to? There you go.
It was the
Flat.
whales that were being
What
affected
about
by
the
this
Clintons that
windmills.
That's right.
that were
That's
raided?
right.
That the
Yeah.
Bill Clinton and George Bush had paintings pulled out
Yeah,
of.
but
Epstein's
weird.
mansion.
No, those aren't
No, that
his
would be
paintings.
weird
But
if it was
weird.
Trump and his
What
son,
about
right?
No, what
Or
about
Trump
this,
and
Eric?
his
Okay.
homie, right?
Yeah,
But
cool.
it's not weird because it was Clinton and Bush.
Yeah, nobody's voting for Clinton or Bush. But I have another question for you. When
Well, why are the
when
Clintons and
when
Obama
Ghislaine, no,
campaigning
wait,
for
I
Joe
listened
Biden?
to you, Eric. I listened to you. I let you finish. It's my turn now. How about that? When Ghislaine Maxwell, or Ghislaine, however you say it, when she was going to court and they asked Trump about it, he said, "I wish her the best. I wish her well." Think that was weird?
You wish all your enemies well.
No, you don't. I've heard you. You've never wished your enemy well ever. The amount of times you have left my live screaming obscenities at me. Like, what are you talking about? Of course you don't believe
Because you
that.
cut me off, you put words in my mouth, and you take them out of my mouth.
Well, what's
and
worse?
you
So
mute
what do you think's
somebody,
worse?
You cut
Just
somebody off.
I get it, but Eric, now what's worse?
pull a
Cutting
narcissistic
Eric, wait,
tendency.
Eric, please. What's worse? Cutting somebody off or facilitating the rape and sexual assault of a bunch of children? Because
What are
I
you
think
talking
that maybe Trump maybe should have been really upset at Maxwell and been like, yeah, fuck her. Like,
Yeah,
I hope
yeah,
she
you're
she
right.
gets the maximum. But instead he's like, I wish her well.
Yep, that's a great proving
Weird.
point why Trump was on
It's
the
like, I
island.
wish her well, and I
So
hope
when
she
the
doesn't
FBI
mention
raided
any time
the
she
three,
saw me there.
so
It's
when the
weird how
FBI
these never
raided,
make their way into Eric's conspiracies, isn't it,
real
Felice?
quick, so
Never any of this
Super
stuff.
so
weird.
this
Never,
conspiracy is
none of
part
the
your guys.
67 pictures that we have of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein together. We don't talk about that.
Okay, so when the
we're just going to
FBI
talk about a
No, I
painting
have talked
of
about
Bush.
him and I have seen him. So when the FBI raided the three mansions and the island, why haven't the FBI that hates Trump showed any proof of him doing anything with children?
You want to know why, Eric? Because there's probably not any evidence, and most of the people that flew with him probably weren't P3DOs. P3DOs don't usually brag and create networks around them of other well-connected, influential people and tell those secrets. So
That's
what
what
probably
Coleman
Eric,
is.
wait
Whoa,
until
Eric,
I'm
just let
done.
him
Eric,
respond.
Eric, wait until I'm done, please.
Bro,
So
you're-
I
you're
think
That TikTok brain, bro.
misinformation.
I think, Eric, that's not waiting till I'm done. I'm not done yet. I think it's possible that Jeffrey Epstein was friends with a lot of rich and powerful people, and I don't think their proximity to him makes them guilty. That's the most logical answer, but not for you, which is frustrating
So that
because
means Trump
you.
wouldn't
I'm
be
not done,
guilty,
Eric.
right?
Nope, not done yet. Not done.
That would
This
mean
is what's
Trump wouldn't be guilty, right?
frustrating, Eric.
Eric,
please wait.
hang on. Just let him finish, please, guys. I got the hang on. I got the muting. Nobody mute guests. I do the muting of the guests. That's one thing I require my mods to do. Eric, unmute, but just shut the fuck up when RT's responding. Excuse my words. I'm sorry, guys. 25,000
I do the
likes. I
verbal
said a cuss
abuse.
word. I said a cuss word. 25,000 likes. Please protect the live, because Eric requires several cuss words throughout. It's like sometimes when you're dealing with like a 17-year-old child, you got to get a little bit spicy sometimes, and maybe you drop a cuss word, but it's okay. Keep hitting that like button. We'll be
Jeff's
fine.
into gentle parenting. I think you guys could all tell by what he just said.
No, I'm like, ah.
So
I get angry inside, but not outside.
Yeah, Eric, I just would like it. Like, you would have more credibility with me if your lines of logic, when you accuse somebody of being a P3DO, extended beyond just political opponents. Like, you're sitting here complaining about how one-sided things are. Name me one other person that has 67 photos with Jeffrey Epstein, and yet you don't include that person as a potential P3DO, even though somebody in court accused him and Jeffrey Epstein of graping them when they were 13 years old. But we don't believe any of that stuff. It's just
What was Bill Clinton
Biden.
answer when he was questioned if he was on the island?
I didn't ask about that. I just asked you if when you did conspiracy theories, if you would do both sides. See, I don't believe this particular conspiracy theory. You
I've
do,
done both
but you're
sides.
very selective on who you believe it with.
So are you.
I don't believe it.
Just like there
Eric,
was
why
the
are you
Clinton-
muffled? Are you talking through a blanket or something? Like what?
Just like there was the Clinton documentary that you guys.
Boy,
pick
it
and
always
choose
goes
not
to the
believe either.
stupid documentary. I
Yeah,
can't
but
talk
you guys
about this
pick-
again. We
you
have to
guys-
talk about something else.
Police, you guys pick and choose what you want to believe also.
No,
You
we
guys
don't.
haven't watched 3,000 Mules or
We
2,000?
if I
Well, it got
pick and
taken
choose
off.
you,
It's out of distribution because they had to admit in federal court. Remember, Eric, your
No,
2,000
that's
Mules
not
conspiracy? Well, you need to check that out because they all just admitted True the Vote and Dinesh D'Souza and the Salem Media, the
true.
company that he's works for. They all admitted in court there was no whistleblowers, there was no evidence. They are all liars and they
That's
blamed
not
each
true.
other.
Hang on, I
Eric.
didn't mean to take us down
and
that
the
route. I
amount of
apologize.
times you came over talking about 2,000 Mules,
You know,
you
Hunter-
should
you know
owe us
Hunter
all
Biden
money.
We gotta be careful with that word. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought that up.
No,
RC
Hunter Biden
he's
got
gonna go to Hunter
because
Biden
of
now.
his doctor.
Eric,
I-
Eric, why
Because
don't you
of the laptop.
Eric, why don't you respond to what Felice said instead of changing the subject to Hunter Biden?
Because
How
you're
about
gonna
that?
say
He
it's
can change it,
fake
I don't
and I'm
care.
not. Okay, they catch unalivers the same way they caught people that voted multiple times. And if you want to think that's a
What?
conspiracy,
No,
I
they
have
don't.
to
Wait,
tell
no,
you
they
that.
don't. Wait, no, they don't. They do not use the
Cell
same
phone
process
teams,
to
yes,
find
they do,
schmurderers
buddy.
that they do people who
Cell
voted
phone
twice.
teams will connect you to the spot where you did the crime, buddy.
Eric, would you mind if we just like when I talked, you didn't talk? Would you
Well,
mind?
I was speaking, so you should pause for a second.
I waited till you paused. Yeah. Would you? Could we just do that the rest of this time so not all
Like
of us
I
want to?
said.
Okay. No. So no. Jesus.
I'm not hopeful.
Not
All right, Eric, we're gonna
lying.
hang on. Eric, you gotta really focus, okay?
So I'm lying.
We'll
on
let
how
you
they
start-
catch
okay.
people and
Eric,
how
and
they
then you
caught
don't listen to
people.
what I say. You kind of interrupt me, and you just go on with your own. So that's the problem, right? So I want you to focus. I won't interrupt, okay? And you could start. But you gotta when RTP starts, let them start and let them finish. I know that's really hard for you to do is let other people finish.
Well,
Usually
when
my
they say
start and
I'm
finish are close
lying,
together too. It's
when
fine.
they say I'm lying, when that's I've watched plenty of cold cases where they've caught people from cell phone pings. I'm not fucking lying, buddy.
No, nobody said you lied. I
You
said
did.
you were wrong.
So that's meaning I'm lying if
No,
I'm
No, those
wrong.
no,
no.
cell phone
no.
triangulation is not the only thing that convicts people. Like you can
That's
convict
one
people on
of them.
circumstantial evidence, Eric, but it's not the, it needs to be a lot of it. Like people
No, there's
have been convicted on
situations
circumstantial evidence, but cell phone triangulation, you're acting like that's the only thing that convicts people of murder. It's
I never
not.
said it was the only thing, but I said it's one thing when they come down to damn near nothing and they have nothing. I've seen people get
You cannot be
busted.
okay. Then I'm going to
just
answer
with
your question.
cell
I'm going to
phone
answer your
pings.
question because I'm going to treat it like a question because you're wrong. If all you have is cell phone triangulation and that's the only evidence, or these are the people, a crime was committed, and here are all the people we can find in the area. No, you don't convict people
not in
based
the
on
area.
cell phone triangulation alone.
Okay, so I guess you haven't watched. There's been plenty of at least 2 or 3 rappers that got fucked from bringing their cell phone with them and unaliving somebody and having
Eric,
them
there's
cell phone
additional
pings.
evidence in those cases.
No, that's I promise you that
There
ain't.
is additional
Okay.
evidence in
Anyway,
those
you
cases.
can
You
go ahead and
cannot
argue with me
convict
all you
people
want.
on cell phone triangulation alone. Stop lying.
I'm not lying.
Also, 2000
Google
Mules
search
didn't.
it.
Also, 2000 Mules didn't actually triangulate. What they did is they had publicly available data. They didn't know who the people were. They just basically recorded any car that drove like past where you had a
What do you mean
drop
they
box.
recorded?
Wait, not no, Eric. You already promised not to talk when somebody else was. And all it did was just count the number of times somebody drove past that twice.
That's true.
That was it. That was the whole amount of data. It didn't prove anything.
What did
All
they
it proved is
record?
that all it proved was that those drop boxes seemed to be in accessible places where there was a lot of traffic.
Okay, what did they record?
Let's keep hitting that like button. Let's get to 50,000 likes. Guys, at
nobody-
100,000 likes, we take
What
the next
did they
opposition.
record?
Well, what nobody knows what they recorded because
RTP.
once the
That's not
I'm
what
answering your
happened.
question. Don't ask questions and then
But
start
that's
talking.
not what happened.
I'm answering your question. They recorded people putting letters in in the drop boxes. That's as far as we can go. You can't then track those whatever they
You
put in the
didn't
drop
watch it,
boxes,
'cause
can you?
You're spreading misinformation.
How would
Well,
you drop? How
no,
would you
they're
follow
not.
that?
I read the federal case, Eric. He is right. He's completely right about that. And then what they did? No, let me answer because you're confusing cell phone triangulation in unaliving cases, and you're confusing what happened with 2000 Mules. He's absolutely right. They recorded people around drop boxes, and then what they did is they used cell phone data, like just dots in the area, and extrapolated. Stop talking, Eric. And they didn't know if people were dropping off ballots at that point. They just said, here's some here's some video we have of this area. Here's some people. And then based on that and this cell phone data, we're just going to extrapolate wild numbers. We found, for instance, in this case where they had to admit that they completely made all this up, there was a man who was in 2000 Mules and they had him dropping off multiple ballots in Georgia. Well, it turns out, first of all, that's legal in Georgia. Surprise! He was taking his family's ballots, his wife and his 2 children and his ballots, and he was doing something 100% legal. And then they extrapolated data that was completely made up. It's not cell phone triangulation. They didn't have people's names. They just had they just had dots and extrapolated and said, well, if we saw this many people and recorded this many people, and here's how many dots we have, here's how many mules we think there are total. It was a complete lie, Eric.
Okay, so
Look
then
up the
why
federal
would-
case.
Dude,
No,
how
Eric,
long
they
is it
admitted
gonna
in
talk?
court
Let
that
him
the
hang on,
entire
Eric, this is
thing
what you sound like when you
was a
respond.
sham.
Eric, I want you to know, this is what you sound like when you respond. This is what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like, literally. Like, it's so annoying. Like, even if you wanted to interrupt, don't know what you're saying.
Okay, what I said was she's over there spreading misinformation for just repeating herself.
Okay, what was the misinformation then? Be specific.
The misinformation was the documentary had people with gloves, people removing their. Why would you drop off your family members?
With gloves?
It's
Yeah, why would you
It's
drop off-
November, dude. It's cold.
What are you
It's
talking about?
November.
rubber gloves you're dropping off.
Rubber
and you're
Holy
taking them off.
shit, dude.
Where was that video, Eric? Can you give
Bro,
us
it
that
was
video?
in the documentary.
No, it wasn't. I watched it. You're
Yes,
lying.
it was.
No, it wasn't.
Oh my
Okay, hey,
god.
Eric. By the way, here's the question: if this documentary is so substantial, so truthful, how come no law enforcement picked it up and ran with it?
See, there's a lot of people that are
Weaponized
just going
DOJ.
with what they're supposed to do. You think they want to lose their job just like everybody lost their job? They didn't want to take a job.
Oh, so you admit? Okay, so what if it's like a Republican like sheriff or some law enforcement
There's
Republican who
Republicans and
wants to help
Democrats that are
Trump?
both dirty.
So they're afraid. So you're saying they're too cowardly to do anything about it either?
Yeah.
So wait. So either okay. That's I mean at least you admit that Republicans are cowards in that sense. So that's good.
Democrats and Republicans are. I've always said that they're both corrupt.
No, Democrats are just smart. They just look at the information, see that it's lackluster and a little bit conspiratorial, and I don't think we need to run with that.
Okay,
It
this is
doesn't
off
have
topic
evidence.
a
It's
little
not
bit, but
substantial,
California,
right?
everybody says California
It's the
is
news
right?
dissows.
But did you
Hold
hear
on,
that
Eric,
the
hey, guys, here we're gonna have a
Oakland
conversation. Okay.
Let's find someone we
Did you
can
hear
hear.
the-
Like
Hold on,
Eric, we
hold on.
literally can't hear you. I don't know how else to tell you that we can't hear you. We
Hold
can't.
on,
No,
hold on.
Eric, not only that, but you choose the weirdest times to interrupt. It's like fuck. It's weird. I don't get it.
Did you hear the Did you hear the Oakland mayor got raided with 3 other companies? Everybody corrupt is going the fuck down.
Yeah, Trump is.
So thank Biden for that. Make sure you thank Biden's DOJ for that.
Wait, so everybody, hang on. So the only person that's gone down is Trump, but everybody that's corrupt is going down. So what does that tell you?
I just said the Oakland mayor got raided and she was getting a recall too. And more people are getting raided too as we speak. 80,000 people are being deputized, buddy, to take down the corrupt fucking government, dog.
Is
That'll
that
be-
because Trump
that-
is?
So that's a quarter pounder with cheese with a medium fry and a medium Coke.
Cool. I
That's
don't give a
an apple
fuck.
pie. You're gonna get the 10-piece chicken nuggets with ranch and
Like I
honey
said,
mustard
you
on the
guys just
side
want to defend
and
the
a
corrupt
diet
government.
Coke. Can I get you anything else today?
Defend the corrupt
That'll be-
government.
That'll
I
be
get the leader?
$28.32 at the next window.
Can I get the leader of cola?
Can I
The
say
ones-
something?
The corrupt government is
Eric, stop
crack in
yelling.
the gun.
Eric, this is another example. You're making our point. Biden, right? Joe Biden, who you say is running a corrupt DOJ, you're celebrating that Biden's corrupt DOJ raided the Oakland mayor's office. That was Biden, right? Holding someone accountable, just like he's
Who said-
held,
who said that
Gold,
was
just
Biden?
like, and stop talking while I'm talking. Just like he held Senator Bob Menendez accountable, a Democrat, just like he is holding Henry Cuellar accountable. The DOJ is holding people who are corrupt accountable, whether they are Republicans or whether they are Democrats. They should be held accountable.
Joe
Even
Biden
family
just asked
members,
Gavin
Felice.
Newsom to go to the debate with him because he probably couldn't fucking handle it the whole time.
No, Eric, respond
Okay,
to something she
So you
said.
think
That is
that Joe
crazy.
Biden had that lady raided when he loves Gavin Newsom? You're hilarious.
Eric, you are a goddamn
You
lunatic.
really want to
but
give
you're
Joe
one
Biden
of my
credit for her
favorite
getting
goddamn
raided.
lunatic. How's
That
grandma?
was
I just
not
want to know.
Joe Biden
Eric,
fucking
Eric,
doing that.
how's grandma doing? Is she
Let me
doing
talk
all
to
right?
someone coherent.
Can I get a large liter of cola? Chat, large liter of cola. Thoughts?
How's grandma? Is she doing good?
65,000 likes. We take the next opposition, you guys. 65,000 likes. Let's go.
I
Let's
also do like your grandma.
She's
And by the way,
best.
for Republican Hop of the Box, Eric, yeah. Where did it all go wrong? Because your grandma's a sweetheart, for real.
Yeah, like I said, she's doing great. Thanks for asking.
You're welcome. Tell her I said hi, and
You're
tell
about
her
to
I
tell-
said I'm sorry. I'm doing my best.
Eric,
I
do you
will.
sit there and
She's about
debate
to
with
sell
your
her
grandma?
house that's worth 480 grand. She paid
Eric's
50
like,
grand for it.
Grandma, give me a sandwich.
Eric, we can't hear you. I promise you, we're not making this up. Nobody
Oh,
can
I know.
hear
TikTok
you.
is hating on my speaker.
He just dropped his grandma's net worth. It's just casually dropping grandma's
Well, I didn't drop
wealth.
her net worth. She's got a $500,000 house. That's just part
Eric,
of it.
did you drop your phone in the toilet or something? Is your fucking mic like going crazy?
TikTok is hating on me.
You know,
Yeah.
oh,
It's a
Because
conspiracy.
when I
It's
told the
plugging
video
his phone.
on
Well, guys, the chat has spoken. Eric, thank you for coming. Do you want to give any last words?
Trump's gonna win.
Trump's gonna. Wow, I think he was making a good point. I heard Trump's gonna.
I heard a double Whopper with cheese is going to jail, extra chubby. extra orange too, and maybe a Fanta on the side. What do you guys think? Thoughts, feelings?
Yeah, can I just say something really quick? Just to go back to what we were talking about 2,000 meals, which you're allowed. It's okay. Your life's gonna be fine, Jeff. I'm sure you'll get your 1,000,000 likes.
Oh,
But
we're not
no,
we're not going for a million. We're not going.
what happened was when all of that came out, because the Republicans control Georgia. They control every part of Georgia. And the Georgia Bureau of Investigation went to
What's
Dinesh
up, man?
D'Souza, True the Vote, and everyone else and said, hey, this is serious. Like, if you have evidence right now, because we're doing recounts, if you have evidence of illegal activity in Georgia, you need to give it up. And they finally admitted now in federal court, there's none. They had nothing the whole time, but they admitted it back then when Georgia was investigating their own election for Trump, that they didn't have anything.
Whoever just sent that that nice balloon, that was nice. That was lovely. Outlaw, how are you? I don't think
All
you're
right, how's it going?
good.
up,
Are
brother?
you more right or left leaning?
I'm self-independent.
God, thank you. Someone's mic that actually works this time. Holy shit, it's like night and day. It really is. You're
Well,
self-independent. Okay. Does that mean? Okay, I'm gonna ask you a series of questions. Um,
I don't know everything, just to tell you.
okay, wait. Okay, let's just cut to the chase. Are you more likely to vote for Trump or Biden? It's gonna be between the two.
To be honest with you, we need a true leader in office.
Thanks, Ange.
And
Ange.
the man that's in there now is peddling around for the last almost 4 years. And I can tell you a few things what he's done that I'm not
Trump
crazy
then?
about.
Is that
And,
Trump then? Because he just asked you who you plan, like if you were going to
that's
vote for
Trump.
one or the other.
Trump wasn't even in office in the last three
No,
and a
no.
half years.
Brother, he just asked you who you're probably going to vote for, Trump or Biden.
Okay.
You're not, yeah, that's
Well,
all
at
he
this
asked.
point, well, I got you. I just hear a lot of people going off. At this point, I would say, I mean, if it was a Democrat doing the right thing, I would go democratically. But at
But it's
this
just Trump
point,
or Biden, right?
common sense is a Republican. Now, let me finish. See, you're cutting me off.
You're taking a really long time
Now-
to answer this question.
What do you want me to say, man? You want me to say
You could just say
want
Trump
me-
or Biden. Just say one or the other, and then we'll continue the conversation.
Well, I'm not crazy about either one.
Yeah, we
I'm
know,
just
but
concerned
less
about what
crazy.
somebody with
You're
common
less
sense-
crazy about this guy, right?
Yes.
Okay, exactly. So
Yeah, I don't like Biden. I'm not crazy
okay, yeah,
about Biden.
you dislike Biden more than you dislike Trump, correct?
Right.
Okay, now we're going to talk about that, right? Because that means that basically you would have to vote for one or the other. You dislike one over the other, therefore your vote would most likely go to Trump. Is that a fair enough? I'm not trying to like get you into a gotcha or anything. Just wondering. Just be honest.
Somebody would call. Well, somebody. What I'm trying to say is, with somebody with common sense, and left or right. It doesn't have to be left or right. Somebody with common sense
Who
is
has
what I'm
more
saying.
common
To run this
sense,
country.
Biden? Okay, perfect.
And what I'm
So,
seeing now is not
the
happening.
person who, sir, if you want to vote for someone that has common sense, and what the fuck, that would be Joe Biden. He brings back a little bit of sensibility to the office, right? Not some triggered, petulant child tweeting every 5 minutes.
What do you mean when you say?
You tell me
common
what he's
sense?
doing. That's so great.
Outlaw,
Ask
your
him-
mic's going crazy though. Can you find some reception?
Outlaw, when you say somebody with common sense, what does that mean?
Okay. Would you as a person would you allow the borders to be open for American people to suffer what they're suffering through?
Could you be more specific?
Are
Like,
you for
how
that?
how do you tell?
Yeah.
when
Well,
it's,
if you're coming, I'm trying to
Outlaw, my
explain to
friend,
you.
my friend.
One of the
Please,
problems I
my
have
friend.
is the border.
He's having a connection. Okay, his connection just got better. I think there was like a weird connection.
My friend, I'm asking you.
I'm not talking to this dude down below. I'm talking to you.
No,
to,
you're
to
talking to
host.
me. No, you're talking to me. It's me. I'm the problem. It's
I
me.
want to talk to the host because
I'm-
you keep,
I'm
you
talking-
keep
Yes, sir,
rudely
you're talking to the host.
chopping me off, man.
You're talking to the host.
Well, I'm talking. Well, what's your name right there? Was just looking at me. The one in the big picture, Mr.
Oh, it's Jeff.
Randall.
Yeah, Randall. They call
Jeff?
me Randall, Mr. Crandall, and it's because I'm kind of cradling, and we're gonna rock Trump to sleep slowly but surely. It's true. Call me Randall the Crandall is what they call me. Sorry, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't. Yes, Outlaw. So you're breaking up, man. The mic, you're going. I don't think this is a good time for you. You got to come back when you have good
No.
reception. No, you don't have good
You guys
reception.
want to be serious about this? Or you want to
Guys, I cannot. The one thing I cannot stand. I'll listen.
All right.
Mics, guys. Let's get it right. Let's get it tight, guys. If you're a Republican, hop in the box. Only taking opposition at
No.
this time. Is he still here?
I
Yeah,
think
he's
so.
gone,
I
but he's
hear-
here.
I can hear him.
This is
Happens
very
sometimes.
disturbing, guys. If you want us to deal with ghosts in the box, Republican ghost, is he still talking?
This
Yeah,
happens. This happens sometimes.
It's
Guys,
wild.
we're dealing with 3 ghosts of Christmas past, and certainly it's not even Christmas yet. Think about it, guys. If you're a Republican, hop in the box. Only taking opposition at this time. Any Republicans that want to hop in the box, let's talk about it. Why are you going to vote for Trump? How does this picture make you feel? Don't you know that Joe Biden did a much better job? And by the way, let's get to 100,000 likes. Okay, here we go. Whew. Ann, I don't know why Ann is always. Ann, I'm not going to bring you up. You always say you're. I don't know. Chat. If you're MAGA, say MAGA.
Where's
RTP
Suze? Where's Suze tonight? Felice needs to meet Suze.
No, please no. I don't even know who it is. So if you're a nice person, I'm sorry. I don't really
No,
mean
if you
that.
can
I
handle
don't know who we're
just-
talking about.
Just imagine Judge Janine, but like without the education.
Oh yeah.
Same amount of box wine,
Same.
less education.
And they get really mad if you pronounce their TikTok name wrong, even though they pronounce it wrong themselves on TikTok. Suze, I hope guys keep hitting that like button. Let's get some Republicans into if you're a Republican, hop in the box right now. Only taking opposition at this time. And I think this would be a delightful debate to have. I mean, we ought to take advantage. And advantage we will take of, not in the way that Trump takes advantage of people, but the advantage of being right, being sourced well, and also being extremely handsome. It makes a big difference. Guys, if you're a Republican, hop in the box, only taking opposition at this time. You guys can go ahead and chit-chat. If there's anybody in the chat, say MAGA. Felice is brilliant. That's true. That's true.
Oh, did you guys see the EMTALA decision leaked from the Supreme Court?
Yeah, for like a minute.
Yeah, that's wild. And Bloomberg Law got it, screenshotted it. So they're going. It looks like their 6-3 decision to, allow medical providers to provide. I know, allow doctors in Idaho to keep people hemorrhaging alive.
Of all the things to not be unanimous on, keeping people alive who are about to die seems like something the Supreme Court could be like, yeah, we do that. We could do that.
I know,
Innocent
and it's
people, too.
always Gorsuch for a libertarian. Yeah, he's a libertarian for men. Most libertarians also believe women should have rights. Not Gorsuch though. I don't even know if he is a libertarian. It's just sometimes he seems like one, unless he's referring to women.
Yeah, I don't know what he is either. He's more of what's that?
He's
like
a libertarian
Cato
in like the
Institute.
1700s. You know,
It's
what I
yeah.
mean? He's a
Yeah.
1700s. He's a pioneer
You're
libertarian.
the only one crying. I'm back, mods. You're the only one crying. Hang on. You want to come in, guys? If you're a Republican, hop in the box. If you're MAGA, say MAGA in the chat right now. Let's talk about it. Thoughts, feelings, until then, let's keep hitting that like. Let's keep sharing the live. That's the best way to get opposition, and it's sometimes a slow trickle, but a slow trickle leads into a waterfall of Republican tears, and you guys will certainly be entertained. It's true. And by the way, it's like being at SeaWorld, right? You're getting splashed. Don't sit in the front row unless you're going to get a little bit wet. And listen, we're not talking about wet in the sense of dryness. When it came to Trump and Stormy Daniels, we're not talking about that kind of. We're not talking about an ocean. Or no, a sea.
Oh my God.
So dry. This is what Trump does to people, really. He doesn't, I could imagine he does the opposite of wet. It's pretty dry. I don't, what are your thoughts, feelings, concerns?
I mean,
Jeff, stop talking. That's a good idea. That's not a bad idea. Jeff, I see a Jeff. That's also not a bad idea. The wave in the ocean.
I want you to know I live for your rants because I know you didn't put any thought into it. It's just coming out as it comes out. I live for those. I think they're great.
It's as pure as the white. Fuck. Terrible analogy. See, I was about to. You know what? I'm not gonna say it. It's not. I was gonna say As pure as the no, I'm not going to say it. No, not going to say it. Stupid thing to say. And you didn't mean to hop in, did you?
No.
I knew it. And you're always in the guest request though. That Anne is an OG. She's always in the guest request, but she never means to be there. I think that she you know, and that's okay.
Is that Anne of Green Gables? Is that who that was? Never met her before.
Green Gables, that's so funny. No one's gonna get that one, RTP. Guys, at 100,000 likes, we're gonna take in the next opposition. If you're a Republican, hop in the box. Hop in the box, ye Republicans of low knowledge. Thoughts, feelings, concerns?
You
Republicans?
see what Kayla said? I've never seen someone who has so little control over their own words. I think that's pretty accurate.
Yes, you don't want, listen, someone that controls their words too much is a little bit too much in control. Think about it.
Hey, I'm gonna drop and come back because I can literally hear someone else's live.
Oh, yeah, it's I stopped hearing them, but come back, Felice. Come back. Guys, if you're Republican, hop in the box. Only taking opposition at this time. We'll take the next opposition at 100,000 likes. What do you guys think? I thought Anne and the Green Gables were... Fuck. I missed it.
You know, she thought Anne of
was
Green
Gone with the
Gables
Wind, right?
was a Canadian thing. No.
So much better. Ugh.
No, Anne of the Green... Have you seen Man from Snowy River?
Yeah, but that's not related to Anne of Green Gables.
No, I know. I just was trying to get
Anne
the
of Green
genre,
Gables
but,
is what
okay.
Christian people are allowed to read when we're children.
Yeah. And I think it is based
Why
in
am
Canada.
I surprised
They're
you
calling-
don't
they're
know what
calling
Anna
for
you know what
Suze.
Anna Green
They're
Gables
calling for
is?
Suze.
Ah, Christ.
Josh,
It's
who's
my
guarding the
favorite
northern border?
folks.
I got geese, man. I got geese everywhere.
It's my favorite people.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up,
Hi.
RTP?
Chief, actually.
Hey, you're here to make us have less faith in our border patrol?
No, man, I'm just
All right.
wondering, like, dude, we don't even talk anymore.
I'm sorry about that.
You booted me for good, bro.
Did we?
You sure did.
Oh, sorry
You
about
did.
that.
You said you
I did?
did. But I
Well, what
think
happened?
I think he was talking shit
He
about
was
me.
mad about something. I don't know.
Well,
Yeah,
usually
well,
you rage.
Josh,
usually
you're
you rage
completely
quit.
inappropriate all the time.
Chief, RTP runs a tight ship, and listen, loose lips sink ships, and
Jay does not run a tight ship. Actually, it takes so much to get booted from our live. Like you're one of the few people that's ever happened.
But
He
I
does
don't
not
even
run a
do.
tight
I never
ship.
cuss. I never say anything that's untrue.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell you
Yeah,
what,
all
Chief,
right.
Chief, here we go. I'll negotiate on your behalf to let you back up if you can beat them in a debate right
Oh,
now.
I can't. RTP's too slick. But hey, I do have a question for you guys because I'm not staying up here long, and you guys will drop me anyways.
I'm the host.
Are
I'm-
you
I
guys
decide if I
starting
drop
to
you.
understand yet? The progressive leftist ways are destroying America, and everybody's waking up to it.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, you're not going to leave, and you're not going to say that and just leave, right?
What do you mean?
No.
What are the leftist progressive ways that are destroying America?
Well,
What are some of those
RTP
things?
immigration, the one thing me and you do not agree upon, correct?
Yeah, I think that we should have sensible border policies, and you think that we should have an open border.
Why would I want an open border?
Look, you're still supporting all the people that are refusing to fund the border.
No. It's not that.
Yes. No, yes,
What are you
they're.
talking about?
That's
Are the
exactly
Republicans
what's happening.
refusing to? Did I miss something? Are they not still refusing to fund the border?
Oh yeah,
I
they
was
are.
busy this morning. Maybe they changed
Oh yeah,
their mind.
no. They are refusing to fund.
Oh, yeah,
it.
yeah.
That is
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah, I would like a stronger, more sensible border, and you don't want one. So I think that's where we disagree. Mostly.
We just don't want the people. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's the people.
Yeah,
the
here we
brown
go.
people.
He's starting to be racist
The
again.
brown people we don't want. Got it.
No, he's going to say, we don't want the criminals, and plead to some, like,
So
tiny...
we've already gone over the studies.
Guess
You
We
what?
said
all
that.
know
Criminals in this country are far worse.
immigrants are 30% less, or like what is it? It's like or white men in this country are 30% more like or 60% more likely. No wait, it's I'm just gonna look up the
Yeah,
Stanford.
and by the way,
study.
by the way, Chief, the people that came in on 9/11 were
So
here.
you're gonna
legally.
tell that to that young girl, right, in
No,
Texas?
of course,
You're gonna
of
tell
course.
her that.
Here
of
we
course
go
nobody
again.
to the mother
Anecdotal
side.
information.
Hey, Chief, this is called special.
Just curious, is that what you're gonna tell?
Yeah,
them?
of course nobody would say that, right? Of course
Okay.
nobody would, because we all agree that. Well, I don't know if you agree, because I think there's some people you're cool with unaliving but most of us agree that unaliving is bad, right? It happens. It happens all the time. If you're going to say like, because of this we have to shut down the southern border, you're going to have to explain
Of course
that to
it
me.
is.
You're going to have to explain that to me. Are you
Of course
saying
it
that
is.
they
You have
act
to
as
shut down the southern border
are you
until
saying that they
everybody has
act
to
as
be
a
detained.
wait, hold on.
Just like it
I
says
wasn't
in the
done,
law.
Chief, would you mind if I finished
Everybody
my
needs to
question
be detained in the
before you
law.
answered it? Just let me finish the question before
No,
you
no,
answer
no,
it.
no. But listen, bro.
No, don't
Listen,
finish the
everybody,
question.
if everybody was detained in the law before they found out who they were, none of this would ever
I'm
happen.
gonna mute you. Okay, hang on.
Immigrants are 30% less likely to be incarcerated than are U.S.-born individuals
Okay,
who
you're
are
not
white.
listening to me.
Who
The
are
reason when
white,
they
the
come
study
here, they
finds,
have to
and
be
when the analysis
detained.
is expanded to include
You're
black
not
Americans
listening.
whose prison
See,
rates are
this is where
higher
you
than
guys
the
don't
general
listen.
Felice,
population.
hang on, Felice. It's not fair. Hang on, it's not fair. If I'm telling, if he's
No. See, the only thing I'm at saying to you guys is they have to be detained.
Wow, you're ignoring the host. That's cool. That's wild.
Welcome to
It's
Chief.
fucking straight up wild.
No point in trying to take
No,
turns
no,
with
hang
him.
on. No, hang on. Let me talk to him for a sec. Chief, you can unmute, please. Unmute. Let's talk just for a second, okay? Just for a millisecond. Let's just take a second. Like, I'll make my point really fast. Hey, we can have it back and forth. But if I
He
hear
was banned from our lives for being a misogynist to me.
well, okay. That's
fair.
Yep, and I have a lot of shitty people up here because when they get when you bring them up in public with a lot of people watching, we have a really unique opportunity to prove them wrong. But also, we have to be careful, and we have to take care of the people that we care about and that love. So if it gets too, if I really have to kick him, I will, but I'd rather not. He hasn't said anything yet. So Chief,
Yes.
Chief,
Yes.
okay. So not now, Chief. I'm in the fucking zone. Okay. So
Okay.
just listen to the last thing RTP was saying. Okay, and then we can have that back and forth. Okay, and Felice, RTP, take it easy on them because there's one thing that Republicans can't do is multitask, especially when it comes to thoughts. Right? When they think something, they can't think about more than one thing at a time. And yeah, it's very difficult.
That's true. No, I don't want to debate him. That's for Jay. I just want to say this. There's a Stanford Institute for Economic Policy Research study and many other study upon study
They don't
that
mean anything,
debunks.
though.
See, do you see he's
But they
talking
don't
when I'm
mean
talking? Is
When you're-
anyone witnessing this? This is
when
why.
you have a, when you
Are
are
you
a
going to
person
do
and you
something
care about your
about
fellow
this?
citizens, you actually
Just
care.
let her finish.
This is what his problem is. He's a misogynist.
Hang on, Chief. You can respond. Hey, I know I have to hold your hand. It's like dealing with a 3-year-old, right? You can respond, little buddy. Just let her finish, okay?
So again, this study is called The Mythical Tie Between Immigration and Crime. And not only is crime in this country going down, but you are making a false equivalence by naming isolated incidents, which are absolutely tragic. Which you're bringing up a woman who was unalived, whose own parents asked Republicans to stop mentioning her name, and you continue to drag her into this. You don't care about incidences of violence against women. If the Republicans did, they would legislate differently. You don't. But you are continuing to spread misinformation and disinformation about the mythical tie between immigration and crime. So if anyone wants that Stanford study to look it up, that they're welcome to it. I'm done now.
Yeah, I would just say this, like, if you want to fix the problem, these two people were monsters. We'll just call them monsters. They came here claiming asylum, right? And if we had more resources at the border, maybe we could do something about this. But we can't because you guys won't do anything with us. You won't spend any money on the border because it's useful for the campaign. Like the best thing possible and you're proving it here. Like you're dancing on the grave of a little girl to make political points.
No,
I'm not done. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
Chief, I'm gonna let you talk. Just let him finish, please.
I'm not done yet.
No,
Well, that's kind of messed up, bro.
You'll get a
Chief, you're
chance
gonna
to
have
respond.
a minute to respond. Just let him go.
You all are. Again, Felice said the family has asked people to stop doing this, and you guys keep doing it because it's your way of scaring people into voting for Donald Trump. You guys don't care about the border. You really don't. You care about Donald Trump winning. Otherwise, you would agree to fund this. Like, you don't think that more funding is going to stop people or at least make it easier for us to catch more people coming in that we don't want here? Of course it is. Well,
No, it's not.
All right. We should just do nothing then, right? Like, you,
No, it's no. We should do something, but
What?
what you guys. But the
Go
thing
ahead.
is
What
what
should we do?
you guys aren't willing to do it. That's the
at what?
problem.
Do what?
Go ahead. Let him respond. Yeah, do what, Chief?
We have to seal the border. Every asylum seeker must be detained, and it states that in the law.
How would you
What
have
law?
to detain?
Where does it state that, Chief?
It states that in the asylum law. They're supposed
Where?
to remain
The borders.
detained.
Hang on. You can't seal a
No, he doesn't
Until
know
you
Let
find
me
out
explain
their
immigration
identity.
law.
Wait,
Let me
seal,
explain
right?
immigration law to the man that
Well,
allegedly
no,
works at the
no,
border.
Not. Is it my turn?
No,
or is it
want
your
us to
no.
turn?
the Great
Immigration
Wall of
and naturalization law says that
Oh
the
my
president,
God.
the man
They
sitting
have
in the
to
White House,
remain
has
detained until they find out who
undefined
they
control
are.
of parole.
No.
It's called
Hang on,
parole, Josh. And
Detainees
every
must
president,
have to remain
just like Donald
detained
Trump
until
gave
their
parole to all the
identification is-
Venezuelans,
You
is
bitch,
made.
we're talking at
Parole.
once. Hang on.
You guys don't understand this. Like, you guys really don't get it. And you guys don't understand
Okay,
how
You
the
don't,
border
Josh.
works.
Perfect.
You're a
Okay,
bigot.
So Josh, hang on. He just made a claim. Now we're going to respond to that claim. You see, you can't just go on and make 1,000 different claims and yippity yap yap yap. Either give an explanation or make a claim and shut up. Or just give a good explanation like RTP and Felice are doing right now.
Parole. The
My
answer is to parole.
explanation
What Josh is saying is
you
all
guys
asylum seekers have to be
is that
detained, and the
leftists
answer is parole.
and progressive ways are destroying our country, and people are waking up to it, and I'm just glad that they are.
Josh, you are. Let me just point this out. Felice just answered your question, and you, because you're remarkably dumb, you just like went to the next thing. But here's the thing that I don't think you understand, Josh. Josh, nobody listens to you. You have no idea what the average American thinks because you're not an average American. You're you're a fringe American. You don't represent the views of most people. You represent the views of white nationalists. 27. How about you? 27.
How many different countries have you been?
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Chief, how many
No,
different
I'm not done with. But I'm not done with this yet. No, can we mute him while I'm still going? Let's mute him.
Gotcha. I got you.
So, yeah.
I've been all over the country, RTP.
It's not your turn. It's not your turn.
Hey, wait, Chief. I don't want to mute you. Hang on, Chief. I don't want to mute you, so just let him finish, please.
Like, I don't care how many states you've been to at your white nationalist rallies. You're still a white nationalist. I don't care. You could travel all around the world and still have stupid views. You have stupid views.
You have to define that for him. He doesn't know what that means either. He doesn't know what those words mean either.
Did I just finish?
Chief, it's not your turn.
Your country doesn't mean I don't appreciate mine.
I'm good. I'm good
Come
with
on, Chief. Dude, he wasn't talking about you.
He's always talking.
speaking
You guys never let me get a word in. You guys
Hang on.
always
Sir,
talk.
you can
That's
get
all
a
you
word
guys
in.
do.
Okay,
Is talk. And progressive and
progressive and liberal.
And I'm just glad that people are waking up to
destroying
it.
Waking up.
talk while you're talking and not crying about
okay.
us talking. What? Make a point. Do something
I already
coherent.
did.
No point. He just
I
wants to
already
seal the
did.
border to
There's-
brown
there's-
people. He
there's-
wants to
there's
seal the border to brown
unalived
people.
American citizens and
This is
Democrats
it's
don't
always
give a
the
shit.
same point.
It's the same thing.
We heard
Unalived
you, bud.
American
If the
citizens
Democrats
and
didn't- hang on, Chief.
and Democrats don't care.
Okay. The Democrat, you're back to, so you're just sitting here espousing your fucking rhetoric. That's it. That's all
It's
you
not
says
that.
He's just saying the same thing.
Are you
over and
guys
over.
willing to
Saying the
shut
same
down?
thing.
Okay, are you willing to shut the border down? Like, seriously, are Democrats willing to do
Yeah,
it?
Biden just.
Joe
That's what
Biden
we were
signed an
doing.
executive
The border is-
order
what do you
that when
mean, shut the-
2,500
wait, hang on.
people were going to
Let's
come
be specific.
across, that he was going
Are you gonna-
to
hang
shut
on.
down the
Okay.
border. What
Chief.
happened? He didn't do shit.
Stop
He did
asking
nothing.
questions
They're
and
still
answering
coming,
them
bro.
yourselves. This
Bro,
is why
they're
nobody
not
wants
right,
to listen
Josh.
to
They're
you.
This is
all
like
still
Eric.
pouring
Are you
in.
like Eric 2.0
Yeah,
here?
he
Like,
is.
what is going on? Guys, the Republican hop
Because
of the
he doesn't have facts. It's
And
just
100
his feelings. We could talk seriously. I could break down the entire bipartisan border bill and how it would have shut down the border and how all the numbers in it were based on making sure the border would be shut down. But he doesn't want to hear any of the facts of this. This is just Josh sees too many brown people around and he needs the border shut so he can sleep at night.
People need to go too.
This is what they do. Hang on, guys, this is what they do. Hang on, Chief. Hang on.
They all
Hang on,
gotta
Chief.
go.
Chief,
believe.
how come when I talk, everybody shuts the fuck up but you?
Because you're really not important, dude. Just me and them are. You're not that important, honestly.
There you have it. See, Jeff? Meet the real Josh.
If I was not that important, how important would it be for you to be on this live if I
Not
wasn't
really that important.
enough to host the live? Dumbass. What the fuck?
It's really not that important to be here,
So
my
you
friend.
don't. Oh, also, you don't have information and you don't use logic either. Oh, go figure.
I don't
Go
use logic.
figure.
You
Guys,
guys
come
want
here.
illegals to come to the country that kill citizens, and you're okay with it. Who's using logic?
That got us to.
Who uses their
No,
logic?
we don't.
Jeef,
Use their
everybody,
logic.
everybody, be quiet for 1 second, guys. The chat got us to 125,000 likes. You know what that means? We have one last question for Chief, and Chief, please be honest when you answer this question. Who wants to ask the question, RTP or Felice?
Why are you the way that you are?
Be honest, buddy.
Why am I the way that I am? Because I want to put my
Your foot in your mouth, I bet. Okay, so guys, keep
What?
hitting that like button. Let's get to 130,000 likes. Not now, Chief. I'm in the fucking zone. That's what this
No,
guy.
it's because he's a low information voter. That's what it is. Because if any, like, I just encourage everyone. I can have a very logical conversation, but it has to be based in a line of logic. And the truth is, that was what the bipartisan border bill did, to the point where I actually was not in support of it. There was no pathway for citizenship. And there's a whole other avenue to this that Josh cannot comprehend, which is our economy. We cannot cripple our own economy by shutting down the border. That's the problem. Also, what he thinks, like you guys, if you guys are wondering why RTP is saying like white nationalist stuff, you just have to understand who Josh is and the things that we've heard him
don't
say.
call him. No.
Listen, let me finish. So when he's talking about the mass deportation of immigrants, which I then explained to him,
Talk about him when he's not here. I don't want that.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something else. I'm talking about the mass deportation of immigrants, which he supports. That's why he's voting for Trump. Is because let me just finish making my point, Jeff. Let me just finish making my point. The point is this: it's too expensive. Just the buses, just the investigation to find the people would bank. We don't have the money. It's too expensive. The Republicans are supposed to be the party of small federal government, right? Why would we spend the last of the money we have? We're not taxing people. We're not bringing money in anymore. We can't afford a hypothetical mass deportation, period.
Facts. Sorry, but guys, you know how I get a little bit triggered sometimes. Guys, let's keep hitting that like button. KK, how are you? I don't think she's opposition.
Hey, I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Oh, she might be. Are you Republican or Democrat?
More Democrat.
Oh shit.
I am Democrat.
Okay. Love you. Appreciate you. You got 10 seconds. You got to make it 10 seconds right now. Go.
Just hope people do their research and look at what they're really voting for. I mean, really, there's a lot of danger on the Republican side right now, no matter where you stand, and you need to see it.
That's right. And there's only one person to vote for. That's going to be
Biden.
Yes, ma'am. Love that. Appreciate you. Drop me a follow. I'll follow you back if I can. If I remember, if I see it, I will certainly do it. Guys, a Republican Hop of the Box only taking opposition at this time. Guys, it's Felice and RTP, and I am not worthy of Felice and RTP. Worthy. Do you see? But
Could I just say something? Just as somebody who's worked with our Felice a lot. Today, what's going to happen all the time is you're going to have people being really misogynistic, and just I know you're new, like hosting this way. Just keep your eye out for that. Like the difference between how these.
Oh, Jeff never does.
Yeah, how these men speak to you and I versus how they speak to Felice. And I just think it's important. Like for you and I, we talk over, and our voice carries, and they respect us more. But I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea to use the mute for misogyny. I think that's not a bad idea.
so the live was flagged for harassment and bullying. Should I reset?
I don't know.
Keep going?
I
What do you
have no
think?
idea.
Keep going. I don't really care. Like it. I don't. Should I? You guys want to keep going? Guys, keep hitting that
We
like
don't
button.
start our live over when we do we?
No, we usually don't. It just even if it removes what you do is then we just try
No, it
like
was,
that talking over stuff. They'll catch that, and then just I'll try not to curse. It's probably me.
He's just mass reporting me. That's probably what it is. Guys, keep hitting that like button. Protect the live. Listen, if the live is protected, It can only be I'll appeal it and win every single time as long as you guys protect it and we are in the right, which obviously we are. And that's all I have to say. Guys, if you're Republican, hop in the box. Only taking opposition at this time is getting a little bit spicy and a little bit dicey.
No, let's just talk to someone who will answer. Like we
No,
can have a
RTP, by the way,
conversation where like it goes somewhere. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like one person says something, and then instead of answering that question, it's just a pivot to the next grievance.
no, I know. And RT and
Might have
Felice,
come to the wrong place. I
I'm
don't know if we're
working
gonna
on-
get that.
as becoming a non-Republican. I'm working on being a little bit more sensitive, and I have a lot of work to do. But I appreciate the. I'm willing to learn, and what you said, RTP, totally makes sense. It resonates with me, and I totally see what you mean. Like it, and I'm gonna work on that, Felice.
It took me a while to even recognize that it took me a while. So I don't blame you, but yeah,
You are, you're so right about that too. And they start interrupting specifically when they hear her voice or when even a woman in general. Like
Let's move on.
okay, guys, keep hitting that like button. It's 160,000 likes. We'll take the next opposition at this time. If you're Republican, hop in the box. Only taking opposition at this time. And if you guys want to share, that would be great too. The numbers are way up, so I'll quit bitching about it. But I love you guys. You guys are doing so great. I do have. Okay, here we go. I'm trying to figure out which one to. This guy's giving me the side eye in his profile picture. I don't know. Not this guy. Not this guy. Another guy. I'm gonna let you up too, but the guy giving me the side eye, I'm gonna let you up in a sec. I promise.
Hello.
Bale, are you Republican or Democrat? How you doing?
I am Republican.
Awesome. Finally.
You have a nice voice.
Here's your- That's true.
Thank you.
You guys can take this one. Guys, keep hitting that like button.
So, I'd like to talk about empirical
Hey,
data
I want to talk
relating.
about one thing. Hang on, I
Oh,
gotta say one thing
sure,
before you, guys.
100%.
Someone in the chat mentioned my shirt. It's homemade, by the way. I took a sweater and you hate sleeves. I really hate sleeves. I'm
Jeff's not gonna let you talk.
guys. I'm sleeve-ophobic, by the way. So I had to get rid of them. So thank you. My own style. Go ahead, Vale. I do apologize.
No worries, I'm wearing a tank top too. I would like to discuss empirical data relating to political policies under Democrats, because, you know, even though I am a Republican now, I would like to say that I'm more, or I was more of a libertarian, or like a gray voter. And from my
50 Shades of Grey?
perspective, oh yeah, that too, but that's for another conversation.
Guys, zipping it from here on out.
Doing like a Christian Bale American Psycho thing.
I'd like to discuss more about, like, because a lot of Republicans, at least in my life, they've lost faith in the idea that Democratic politicians have ideas that will work. And I've gathered a lot of data relating to certain aspects of their policies, and it seems to be leading in that direction, with the premise of the Biden administration specifically.
When you say head in that direction, you mean like the research is confirming the Republican fears that Democrats can't be trusted to lead? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm more relating to the data relating to, like, not the research on it, but more about like the data per se, oil production or economic stability or climate
Wait, how old are
change.
you, sir?
I'm 21.
Okay.
Maybe we just pick one and go down that road.
Sure,
Maybe that's the easiest
sure.
way to do this.
Would you, so I have a couple things written down. Would you like to discuss more of like a complicated topic or a simple one?
I don't care. Whatever you feel you want to talk about.
Okay.
Pick
So-
pick your most complicated topic.
Okay, 100%. So I'm actually a theoretical physicist, and like when I look at the carbon reducing policies under the Biden administration and the Trump administration, from a pure scientific standpoint, I like Trump's policy better because, and I would explain all of this, we see with the rise of EVs and other climate reducing or carbon reducing policies, because I have data from NASA and climate mapping from the ESLA, that pollution still hasn't gone down.
Wait, sir,
So-
do you think the Earth
You're not even. Okay.
Just so you know, just the fact that you think the Earth is round puts you more on the left side than anything.
No, I'm following what you're saying.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm with you.
I mean, I directly work with the USSF, so of course I would believe the Earth is the round.
Wait,
I
that would,
develop
hang on. Just because you work with somebody doesn't automatically make you have to believe what they believe. But okay, go ahead.
that is true, but then again, my job is based on advanced propulsion physics, so I would I would hope that I believe in.
Yeah, and Trump is being propulsion towards prison.
Right.
That's advanced too. It's
You mean propelled. You would mean propelled if we're
I was
talking
say
about
proportion.
yes, you
propulsion.
can't
No,
use
no, no,
guys.
no, wait,
Don't
wait.
use words that I can't pronounce. It really pisses me off.
Yeah,
Wait,
I'm
let's-
just pointing. Jeff doesn't know what words he's saying.
Let's
Guys,
go
keep
back.
going.
Let's go back to what you're talking about with carbon emissions, though.
And then also wrap it around to why you're going to vote for Trump.
He's getting
Oh,
there.
perfectly. Yeah. So with the whole carbon reducing, Biden's policy was to implement a carbon reducing effort, while Trump's was for a better energy production method. This isn't necessarily including the Biden infrastructure bill because that hasn't necessarily affected energy production yet. But we can start there.
I just okay.
Well,
obvious-
yeah. So what are you saying? You're saying that the Biden policy, that Trump's policy was geared more towards clean energy than the Biden policy. We're talking about, I'm assuming, things like clean coal and different ways of.
No, not clean coal. So
Is he
What are you
talking about
talking about?
nuclear? Are you talking about nuclear
Yeah,
shift to nuclear? He's
so-
talking
Okay.
about Trump would shift to nuclear versus talking
You
about
said-
like
wait,
carbon.
guys,
Carbon. Stop talking, Jeff. You choose the worst
Jeff.
moments to speak. You have to stop talking.
Jeff, you just cut off the woman. You let all the men speak,
I-
and you cut off the
this
woman.
is, guys-
Hold on. This is what I'm trying to help with.
He's talking about nuclear. Trump. That's why Trump's always talking about nuclear. He's talking about shifting to nuclear, which we all agree nuclear is the most
Okay.
efficient. Yeah, in terms and the best in terms of carbon reduction. Sure.
but
claim was
as a-
very specific. Hang on. Well, Vale, wait 1 second. Your claim was very specific. Under Biden, there's no change based off of his future policy, right? But don't you understand? More people are buying electric cars more than ever. More people
Well,
are incentivized.
That's
to
not
go-
even the point he's making. That's
Even
not
though-
even
wait,
what
even
he's.
though-
That is not what he's
no,
talking about, Jeff.
Even
Wait,
though
everybody.
he hasn't implemented the policies yet. Why is
Wait.
that, Vale?
I would like to say this. From data analysis, just because we implement more cars that are electric powered doesn't necessarily mean that pollution is reduced.
You're pivoting. That's a pivot.
Jeff,
Is it?
Jeff,
Sorry,
really, I actually am following where he's at. I know what he's saying. I think
No, I
maybe
agree.
you're not sure, but yeah.
Well,
I know,
would
no,
like to-
trust me. I'm listening to his logic.
Okay.
I don't wanna
I'm
pivot
talking
too
to him on a
much.
philosophical level.
Just
You guys go
talk
ahead.
over Jeff. Is my advice to you.
No, I don't want to.
I'm gonna zip it. I'm sorry.
But I would like to say that 63% of, all electric vehicles run on the power from the power of the electrical grid. And what we know is that 63% of the grid is powered by petroleum, fossil fuels, and natural gases, meaning that, say, even if all of transportation was to be electrically shifted, that 22% of pollution would only be cut by 40% in terms of carbon producing. So though that electric cars don't have emissions, they do indirectly by the source of their power.
But
This is
only
unless-
because the source of their power is what we have available right now, right? Until if you build out infrastructure
True.
and you create
100%.
renewable energy, that will drop. And like no matter when we do this renewable energy thing, we're going to have to use petroleum. We're going to have to use even coal to build all the infrastructure. So
100%.
it makes sense that when Biden implements an infrastructure bill and we're building all this stuff out, it makes sense that emissions would go higher. But that's to lower it eventually. My concern with the Republicans is when are they planning to lower emissions? Like,
Well, okay, that is a very good point, and I'm glad that you are on topic with this because that is very intelligent of you to say. The idea here is that can I get a little bit science with you guys here? I hope it's okay. So if we do have an energy source that is completely void of pollution, we have technology right now that we can use that can take up atmospheric pollution with either lasers
Talking about
or
carbon capture.
yeah, but the issue with these things is that they require energy to operate. So the net removal of carbon dioxide or whatever, be it, in the atmosphere is equally put back in because of the generation of that power.
But only because we don't have the infrastructure
Correct.
of renewable energy yet. So
Mhm.
like, I still see the same problem. Like, no matter what,
Well,
we're
I'm
going
gonna
to
get
have
there.
to pollute more to build the infrastructure.
100%. And what I would like to say though is, even if we can't change infrastructure like the factories or, sorry, the other things, agricultural, residential, all of these other aspects of pollution, what we can do is, if we do have clean energy, pure nuclear, let's say, pure solar, pure turbine, whatever you want to call it, if we do, we can use the newer technology, that carbon removing technology, to extract any and all pollution out of the atmosphere, no matter where it comes from. Meaning it's no longer a case of,
Go
do
ahead,
you have,
Felice. No, dude,
but
you're not making
Oh,
a
I
point.
was agreeing. He
I'm
is
with
making
him.
perfect
Yeah.
sense, and I was just agreeing. Like that's why I brought up nuclear, because that is the answer to
I'm
probably the.
getting to the
Jeff,
point.
you're the only one not following. That's why I said nuclear in the beginning, because the answer is that's the answer.
I know,
So
because I'm here for the
so
chat.
he's very much
I
on
want it to be
topic.
entertaining for them too, right? If I can't, if I'm having a hard, if I'm having a hard time understanding the point, certainly chat is too, right? Let's keep it simple. Let's
okay,
keep it. Well, I mean, keep
I'll
going.
try and
It's fine.
simplify
Well,
You know
here.
what? I'm
let
fucking
me
up again. I'm putting my own foot in my mouth, and I'm willing to admit it. I'll shut up. I retract the last 10 seconds of my statement. Go
let me
ahead.
try and recap that. Make sure I want to make sure I have what you're saying correct.
Mhm.
You're saying that essentially once we have the infrastructure to do things like carbon capture, it won't matter how much we pollute because we'll be able to capture that and limit it from going into the atmosphere. Is that what you're saying?
100%, yes.
Okay, gotcha. I'm on the same page with you. I
Okay.
think that I've looked into carbon capture. We're not there. But even without that, even without carbon capture and pollution, I still would much rather have cleaner air. I would much rather not have to use resources on carbon capture. I would much rather not do fracking. I would much rather have like our natural resources remain where they are. I don't like that we're depleting our natural resources. I don't like that we're tearing up places all over the country. I don't like that we spill things into our oceans. I do agree that like potentially, and I think that's Elon Musk's take too. Like we can do carbon capture. We don't have to worry about water because we're going to be able to switch the salt water to the clean water through some sort of osmosis. I
Yeah,
forget what it is.
uh,
But I still don't
filtration.
think that's the best option. I think that's a solution to keep fossil fuel in business, and I don't really care if fossil fuel's in business.
Okay, you do make very good points, and I would like to mention two things. Number one is that when we look in physics and technology and the infrastructure around it, we have to realize that there's always going to be the pros and cons. The cons of electric vehicles is they do produce pollution, it's just a different type. The power cells and the batteries, they produce nickel and lithium poisoning and pollution. Chemical pollution on land that takes years to reverse, that's much more dangerous than
Yeah, but it seems
regular
like
pollution.
you're confident in technology, like technology evolving to do carbon capture and clean the environment, but you're not open to the idea that technology will also evolve, like, and we'll figure out
Oh,
what to do with lithium. We'll
100%.
figure out how. I mean, we can still clean the air that way too. But
I
again,
will
even
acknowledge
without
this
the air
point.
pollution, just the destructive nature of drilling for oil, I would much rather we not be doing that.
To your point, I will acknowledge that the innovation of battery technology is, something people are researching, but it's very slow. It's much more slow than, let's
Yeah,
say,
it's a little bit slower than this debate right now. Like it's fucking like it's inching along like a freaking caterpillar.
Sorry, I'd like,
Take it at a
truthfully,
snail's pace,
I
guys.
like to
This is
have
not my live.
discussions.
This is not what we do. At 200,000 likes, he's done. We get on to the next one. Chat, what do you think? Are you with me or
I
shall we
understand what you're saying. I understand. Like this is in your mind for entertainment purposes. But
Oh,
Vale, I do
okay.
like. I
The-
enjoy this
100%.
conversation. I think what he's saying is like I'm here to
Yeah,
entertain.
business.
You know what I mean? He's like a heel in
I
the
think this is much more
WWE.
of a
Yeah.
discussion rather than an actual
Yeah.
combative debate.
Bill,
So I'll leave it
Felice
to you
and I
guys,
host
though.
a live every morning from 9:30 to 1. You're welcome on our live anytime.
Oh,
I'd love to
perfect.
continue
I'll
this
follow you
discussion.
guys.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
But
you guys are good.
as for
Just like, get to
everything,
the point. Vale, here, Vale. Why are you going to vote for Trump?
It's complicated, Jeff. The reason you can't
It
get
is
the point is
complicated.
it's complicated because we have to like the tricky thing about this is like both sides actually lead to a place where potentially you
They are
have
very similar.
clean air. It's just like the discussion is whether like how we want to get there. And
Right.
yeah.
That is perfect. And I
Yeah,
think
but if
it's
it's that
just I
nuanced,
believe that
then
Trump is going to do it. That's the only way I can explain it. But either way, I hope you guys have a wonderful life.
Could I just ask you a question on that? Like you said, you think Trump's
Sure.
going to do it, but he's completely beholden to these oil barons. So are you saying like because of clean energy policies, they're going to be incentivized to invest that money in the
You know what? I
like
to
privately?
some degree I can't answer that question, but I can say that within my experience and within many Republicans' experience, they've lost faith in the democratic policies and their effectiveness. There are many examples, and I'd love to talk about it, but again, I don't want to take up too many time. But
But don't you think
some
with
of
clean energy though, like the slow rollout and
oh,
the red
100%.
tape, like that's mostly because Republicans are constantly standing in the way. Like I understand Republicans saying that, but they also have to acknowledge that some of the reason we're behind other countries is because Republicans exist. Like China's doing much better than us on EVs.
That
Like they're
is
way ahead
true,
of us.
and I'll
And
have to do
that's
research
all
on that.
Republicans standing in the way.
That is true, and I'll have to do research on how Republicans may be hindering that aspect. But I also
And
have to
that's
remember
Elon
that.
Musk's angle as well. Like he that like this it but that and that's not necessarily just Trump. Like our taxes, we're trying to protect the future of the American auto industry. And that goes into like a paper I was reading. It's military, it's intelligence, it's the belief that we missed the train on the 5G, and we're making partnerships with European companies and NATO countries for when 6G is coming to try to edge China out. It's this belief that our future relies on edging China out of like the technological future.
Yeah. Again, a lot of this I'll have to do my own research on. But before
Vale,
I do
how do you
leave,
feel about edging?
Jeff.
So actually,
Welcome to the
wait,
show,
no,
Val.
at the
Welcome
end,
to
now
the
we
show.
get somewhere. Wait, you guys are actually kind of like now he's saying, well, now you're making argument from ignorance, Vale. So who would you say is more likely to be right, them or yourself?
I wouldn't assume that it's on the basis of ignorance, more on the basis of I need to do research on some of these
Right, because you're
nuances. Like,
ignorant of the topic.
No, because he's intelligent and he doesn't just spew bullshit
you're
for the
ignorant.
sake of spewing bullshit. That's
man.
why.
That's true.
Well, thank
but
you for
are
calling me
blind
intelligent.
until you see. Am I right? So what
you
Vale
know
I
what?
don't think that's the case here, Jeff. I
Vale
think
wants
this
to unveil his eyes, and he wants to see the truth. And I promise you, Vale, once you do unveil it, then you will see the truth. I promise you, guys. This shirt is homemade. I made it myself. I
Jesus.
cut off the sleeves.
This is like a
before I
nightmare.
leave,
You're good,
I
you're
need
good.
to
Go
say
ahead.
this. I need to say this. I think it's very important that the Americans remember we don't just live in a democracy, we also live in a republic. And in some aspect, we have to have two of these things to maintain our freedom. That's all I'll say with the whole idea of, because there always are going to be negatives from both parties. And it's just about compromising between them to find something that works for the people. But other than that,
RTP, did you hear that?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think that Vale is going to be a really important, impactful liberal in like 10 years. I think he's. I mean, look, this
Yeah,
is
I
well
agree.
researched. None of his thoughts are stupid. They're all well researched. He's not wrong. We have a difference here. It's like if you have two different people wanting to lead a company and you're leading in two different directions, but ultimately the goal of Vale is the same as ours, like clean environment, clean air. It's just a difference of like, how do we think we can get there?
I'd say that with my debates, most debates, people are usually trying to find the same thing. Let's lower taxes on the people. Let's lower crime rate. Let's lower all of these things. And
You said
I
with
feel like-
all of your debates. So is this your backup account?
no, I just come on here every now and again to debate
Jesus.
people. But
So you have 11 followers, and then
You got 12 now, Vale. I'm
my
coming your way.
God.
again,
got 12.
I come on here.
guys, I'm calling Cap. Guys, chat. Are you calling Cap? I'm calling Cap. I don't know.
Come
He's-
see me
what he's
sometime,
doing
man.
is-
No,
We'll
I
continue.
used to be just like you, Val, in my 20s. Like I was a very intelligent person, but more, political science related, more the arts than science, but looking for ways to justify what the Republicans were doing too. And I think like you found some really interesting ideas, but nothing you said also can't be implemented if it made sense by progressives. Like
True.
I think the indifference between well, and it also has to do with capitalism. I think maybe you're not justifying the Republicans, but you're justifying capitalism in a way. Because
That is an
I could bring
entirely
up
other topic.
decommodification.
Wait,
Like
Vale, you're 21.
Yeah.
But what was your claim to your? Wait. What is your degree?
Occupation? I
Yeah,
don't
is it
have a
a
degree.
master's? Like what?
No, I don't have a degree, but I'm a theoretical physicist. I develop
Wait,
experimental
no, you don't have a degree.
propulsion.
Okay, do you have a degree in physics?
No, I'm
Okay,
freelance.
do you have a degree in theory
Uh,
or
no,
like theory of physics? What the fuck?
no,
You're a
but I
theoretical
develop
physicist.
things.
Okay, so you're 21. You don't have
Yes,
any
sir.
degree in anything, but you're what?
I am a theoretical physicist. I
Yes,
am an
you know what?
entrepreneur.
It is very theoretical. I'll give you that. You know what? That's very true. It's very theatrical too. I don't know what. I don't think you know what the hell you're talking about.
I disagree
Um,
with Jeff, but it's not
Either
my show.
way, I hope you guys have a wonderful night.
Guys, he's
I'll let
21.
you guys debate.
You too, but that was a good talking to you. Honestly, I enjoyed it. Let's do
Me
it again
too.
sometime.
Thoughts on my
I'll
shirt?
follow you guys.
See you.
I
Bye.
think I followed you.
Would you say Gucci? Okay, never mind. Okay, fine. You don't want to talk about my shirt? Fine, I get it. Guys, can we get to 200,000 likes? Only taking opposition at this time. If you're
Jeff doesn't know what.
top of the box.
Oh, sorry. Jeff's not sure what to do when somebody's like calm and collected. He's like, I need chaos. Somebody fucking yell at each other.
Somebody, like poking him. Do something.
The thing I liked about that conversation is that like it goes past where most Republicans can go, right? He was taking it past like he is saying he wants clean air. He just thinks they should like Trump's way is better, which I disagree with. But at least he was like willing to go down that path, which is not something you can say for a lot of Republicans.
They say the road.
I don't think
Oh,
Trump could. I don't think like I think it's disingenuous to call it Trump's way because I don't think Trump could articulate anything of
No.
what he just articulated. So no, it's not Trump's way. Like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
Well,
I just take issue with that had anything to do with Trump. Like Trump's like, oh, like what did he nuking hurricanes and like Trump's never said anything. Trump doesn't know anything about any of that.
he's like the whales are they're being the windmills in the ocean. The whales. I don't
That's
know.
right. Yeah. There's those fucking wind
But the thing
turbines.
is, like, am I going to get my next tan in 30 minutes or is it going to be an NDA? Who knows? Who knows? When Donald Trump goes to a tanning salon, it results in an NDA. Guys, think about that. Really.
Like eventually we probably have to run I also take issue with whether it's Republican or Democrat. I take issue with that. I think there are many scientists, right, who vote Democrat that believe nuclear is how we need to power our power grid. Like that's not a uniquely Republican idea.
Side eye, guys. This guy's giving me side eye. Hey, sir, can you turn down your? Hey, okay. Hey, buddy, can you turn down your? Can you? Okay. Did you not mean to come up? Jen, nice mute. That was a good mute right there. LS, guys, I told you this guy's giving me the side eye. I told you, guys. Was I right? Side eye in the chat. Seriously, thoughts?
Yeah, there's
I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean he was giving like the
side
little
eye. It's
eyeball
a
things?
look like
The way he's like,
side eye is like when you look at someone like you're annoyed. Like
Oh, I know that look.
he's gonna change his profile picture. Right
Luis
now.
gives me that look all the time.
it's true.
Well, actually, I deserve that look. See the difference.
Yeah, you're getting it tonight. You're getting the brunt
Oh, I'm
tonight.
getting-
I feel
know,
great.
I know. I'm gonna.
You need to
I'm gonna
find a
work-
guest that entertains you in some way, because you know what I mean. You can't sit for too long.
I know. I think that like some people just want to come up here and just talk and like just like not debate, just kind of like just talk with you guys and like get.
No, he was going in a direction. I just
Yeah, he was going in a
somewhere.
direction, and it was like down. It was going down. It was like a plane that got shot out of the sky. And
My only question would just be, okay, so if all of a sudden progressives said let's use this plan, let's use nuclear and like and whatever else, then are you voting progressive or are you just looking for a way to defend Republicans and big oil?
Somebody just said they have bubbles. I'll come up, guys. I almost want to bring you up, honestly, because that would be fun.
Bubbles,
But
like
that's
blow
funny.
bubbles at?
No, I know they're like, guys. I'm not that simple, but I do love bubbles, honestly, guys. If you're Republican,
Everyone
I'm
loves
only
bubbles.
taking. It's true. It's true, guys. If you're Republican, only taking. Wait, if guys only taking opposition at this time. If you're Republican, hop in the box. Let's try to get to 210 likes. How about right now, you guys? Don't worry about the likes. Let's everybody focus on the shares. How about that? Click the screen. You'll see a drop down, cut, copy, and paste, and it helps the algorithm invite every single person you see. And if you see the invite, what are you gonna do about it? How fast can you send that invite? Thoughts, feelings, concerns? And that's gonna get these most triggered Republicans in the box. And by the way, if you are a Republican, hop in the box. If you're independent and actually have an argument and don't bore me to death, hop in the box.
Can I say one thing?
Yes.
Someone in the comments asked me, well, if everything else, if there was a Republican who wanted to do things your way, would you vote for him? Like, no, because this is a layered issue. Like, it's a privilege to say, I'm a theoretical physicist, and who I vote for is completely based on science, because I'm a woman who's fighting for bodily autonomy in this country. So it's a much more nuanced, layered issue than how do we make the air cleaner to some people, not to everyone. Like I'm saying, for some people in this country, a large cross section, whoever is president will not change whether or not they have bodily autonomy. Like, congratulations, you guys vote for whoever you want.
Fact. Someone just said in the chat, Jeff is very entertaining, and you know what? You just won the debate right now. 10 out of 10 right there. I got it. By the way, really, can we riz up the co-host just a touch, just a tad? I know you guys hate it, but I mean, 2,000, 1 point. It's kind of weak sauce. I like to see at least 5. I mean, I'm just saying. Can you riz them up just a touch? Gig J, GG, how are you?
Gregory, just Gregory.
Fuck,
It's
I
GG
pronounced your
Jason,
name wrong.
but it's GG Jason, but it's Gregory Jason.
That's great, Jason. Are you more left or right leaning?
I would say I'm a Republican. I would say I'm conservative. As
Yeah,
well.
don't piss me off. Thank you. Thank
Pretty
God
simple.
Whew. Yes, and listen, to be a Republican, you would have to be very simple.
Wow,
So-
that's harsh. Thank you.
No, I'm just kidding. Hey, by the way, it's a joke. I appreciate you for coming. What's the number one reason you're to vote for Trump or Biden?
It's
wait,
more
fuck.
about what Biden didn't do that he had the opportunity to do. And mine is going to be more of once again, you're going to have another technical conversation, unfortunately. I was an investment banker for 25 years.
No, wait. That's great. You're an investment banker, but the more technical the conversation, the more you're going to lose. I want you to know
You
that.
gotta
So-
let
so-
somebody say something.
Take out
at
your
some
technical
point.
shovel. Oh, shit. Sorry about that, Felice.
Here,
Sorry.
just let him finish. Yeah.
Take out your technical shovel and start digging yourself a technical hole. Go ahead, Felice. Sorry.
Okay,
No,
well,
We're
in
not
two-
talking about the hole. Never mind about holes. Felice, go ahead.
well,
No,
in
let him
2000
finish.
Black hole, by the way. No, it's a sinking.
Yeah,
No,
let
Are we
him
done with the
finish.
hyperbole?
Let him finish real quick.
actually,
please.
Felice, go ahead. You were going to say something.
No, she was
No,
going to say.
I wasn't. I
she's
was
talking
just
to you.
saying,
Go
Jeff,
ahead.
please let this man finish. That's all.
he's not going to let me finish. Goodness gracious.
That's the first time a woman has ever told him that. To be fair, go ahead.
Okay,
Buddy.
goodness gracious.
Jesus.
Okay. What we did not see a true end to is quantitative easing, and that is what we needed to see from the administration. Most recently, the velocity of our money has ceased. We have had failures because of the lockdowns. We have had failures in REITs, real estate investment trusts, which ultimately pushed all of the PE companies into purchasing large swaths of mortgage-backed security, or rather mortgage-backed related product, meaning residential real estate, instead of being able to purchase mortgage-backed securities, which was the item that I created on a regular basis. I created probably somewhere around $500 billion worth of it in my career.
Yeah, it's also what caused the collapse of the economy.
That's wrong.
It's not
Thank
wrong.
you.
You don't think mortgage-backed securities failing caused the collapse of the economy in 2008?
No, I know it's not. I know it's something that people did.
What did it? Wait, what?
Greed is what caused it. It wasn't the product that I was It wasn't the product that I created.
Wait, hold on.
The product
Wait,
that
hold
I created
on.
Wow.
was perfect.
Wait, hold on. Greed doesn't, greed in general, sure, it does. But the reason that we had a recession in 2008 is because the people creating the mortgage-backed securities were in with the ratings agencies, and they rated these mortgage-backed securities as AAA when they were full of like B minus, C plus, and then those failed because it was too easy to get a home loan. Those failed, causing the rest of the security to collapse. That's why we had a collapse in 2008.
Well, you're talking about what
are you
happened.
talking
You're
about?
not talking about why it happened. It happened because people lied in mass on their mortgage application.
It also happened because the rating agencies didn't do their job.
The rating
None of this
agencies didn't
wait,
realize.
hold on.
Listen,
Hold on.
let
No,
me
wait,
talk
hold
for a
on.
minute instead
Wait,
of
no,
over
let me
talking you for
finish
10
what I'm
minutes.
saying, please. Could I finish what I'm saying? The ratings agencies put all these shitty mortgages that people lied on, and they lied, and they're like, these are AAA bonds. They're AAA. They're not going to fail. And everybody was going around the country like, mortgage bonds don't fail. That's what happened. Yes, there were people who got loans they shouldn't have, but it's silly to blame them when the ratings agencies allowed us to invest in these bonds and lied to us about what kind of bonds they were.
Okay, now can I respond? And you give me like the time that I gave you? Yes, of course
I've
you
let
can.
you finish every sentence.
Just mute for a second and let me talk.
No, shut up. I've let you
goodbye.
finish
That's it.
every.
You don't want to hear me. You don't want to
No,
hear
I've
me
let
talk.
no.
That's goodbye.
Hold on.
Goodbye.
I've let you finish every sentence. Like I don't know what you're talking. You cut me off in the middle of what I was saying. So of course it's your turn to go. Go. You run. Okay. Yeah. All right. I think we lost Jeff too.
I agree. I don't even think housing should be a commodity. I mean, I don't agree with him. I don't think that's what he was trying to say, but yeah, I don't even think we should be. I'm so tired of housing as a commodity.
I feel like quantitative easing is just like what every Republican.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like
it
the one
is.
thing they've ever learned is quantitative easing.
What happened?
Justification of capitalism.
What happened?
I told him to shut up and then he left. I was too mean to him.
But that's just that's like another topic of like how should capitalism be regulated, like, right? Because if your point is greed caused the boom bust cycle, right? Like the sine wave that is capitalism, how do you even that sine wave out, right?
Guys,
It has to be through some sort of regulation.
Someone in the chat said I was getting a Capri Sun. No, I wasn't. You're wrong about that.
It was
Okay?
a Sunny D.
I do. I do. I love both of those things. Don't judge me. Okay, guys. If you're Republican, hop in the box. Only taking opposition at this time. Buddy, I wasn't here to what happened. Come back again, or don't come back again.
And just if anybody like quantitative easing, what he's talking about is he thinks that the government should have gone in and bought all of these mortgage bonds to push the prices up, and then that'll bring down like interest rates. So he wanted our government, instead of giving money to people, he wanted our government to go in and buy bonds so that these rates would come down and the billionaires could lend more money or get more money at lower rates. Like what he's advocating for is like that is Republican policy. It's moronic. It makes no sense. But it's exactly what the billionaires want.
Guys, if you're Republicans, say MAGA in the box right now. Until then, can we get to 250,000 likes lightly? A quarter of a million? Would that work? Is that okay with you guys? Thoughts, feelings, concerns? Guys, if you're MAGA, say MAGA in the chat right now. I'll bring you up. If you're opposition, if you're Republican, hit that request button. Hop in the box. Let's have a discussion about it. Felice, what were you gonna say? Felice,
I wasn't saying anything. I didn't talk to the last guy. Yeah, I wasn't saying anything. I was just
Any
chilling.
questions for Felice? Recent guest? Brandy? Okay. I don't think she's opposition. No, there's no way. Brandy, why are you going to vote for Biden?
Stop interrupting Felice.
My bad.
Okay.
It's everyone. I do think Jeff's an equal opportunity interrupter. Well, maybe not.
Every time she talks, you open your mouth. Stop it.
Well, when she says something, it's like I want to respond.
You should speak
she
for
makes
her.
every word I hinge on.
Nope. Your inner MAGA is coming out. You're doing that.
I'm not okay. Well, I'm not MAGA anymore.
You are MAGA. Your mouth is.
Oh,
MAGA.
you didn't know you didn't know I changed sides, do you?
Jeff, quit interrupting her.
Okay, I won't. But I'm not MAGA.
Your mouth is
You know
MAGA.
that, right?
You got MAGA mouth.
Is
Okay.
this energy drinks, Jeff? What is happening? What are
I
we
have
seeing
MAGA
right
mouth.
now?
Yeah, this is just me and my like.
Jeff.
After I fix 12 air conditioners in one day,
Jeff.
I come home and debate. Like,
Jeff.
come at me, bro. I
Jeff.
promise you, there's no one well spoken, with better etiquette, more precise, and more accurate on TikTok with a
Jeff.
nice little curl. To be fair,
One more
Yes.
thing.
Brandy, I'm a
Get a
fucking Democrat now.
Get a
Hey, Brandy.
tripod.
Hey, Brandy,
Get
I'm
a fucking tripod.
I already have a tripod. It's called
Put
my.
your phone down. Stop shaking around. Take your
It's a joke.
Adderall.
It's a joke.
Stick
Okay.
a sock in your
This
mouth.
is what everyone in the
Watch
chat wants
TV.
to come up here and
You're
say.
being
if they could
hella
say
mean to
anything.
me right now. Okay, Felice, go ahead. Can you explain to her a little bit, please?
No, we love Felice. We're here for RTP and Felice. So we want you to just mind your
Your
business.
phone is stiller than usual. Like last Saturday, I was like nauseous. Moving so
His mouth is MAGA. He may not be. Jeff.
No, actually, now my mouth is Democratic, and it's even works a lot better. Think about it. Okay, so Brandy, don't you know?
What's up, Jeff? What's
Jeff,
up?
let me tell
You
you.
want to expound on that?
Jeff,
Yes, because
Jeff,
when
us
the
ex-mos and ex
the tongue does the talking and the lips
ex-evangelicals,
do the walking.
we stick
Yes.
together. We travel in packs.
Yes, a six pack. I get it, right? And here's the thing. When it comes to washboard abs, let's just say a lot of clean clothes are readily available because there's so many six-pack abs available. So anyway, Brandy, I
Jeff.
do apologize. See, I'm fucking up.
Jeff.
Right now. I fucked up.
Let me get this out for Jeff, everybody. Jeff, tell everyone about your shirt, how you created it, so we can get on to the guest.
Thank you, Fit Check. Yes, what I did, I took a sweater with long sleeves. You guys know I hate sleeves. Someone say I'm sleeveophobic, by the way. Cut those sleeves off. I took the the hoodie tie, cut those ties off, wrapped them, made it look a little spicy because I have those cannonball delts, and I guess that's just the way it came out. And doesn't it look so great? What do you guys think? Someone said go.
pretty soon he's gonna be selling these on TikTok Shop.
No, with shushies on the front too. Shushies a little bit spelled differently though.
Steal my catchphrase
No.
and monetize it?
Jeff.
What the
How
fuck's
dare
that?
you, Randy?
Before
are
I
you
go,
gonna
somebody
Yeah.
in the comments was bitching that you were just taking advantage of whatever, and I said he's capitalizing. Don't you guys love capitalism? Just shut your mouth.
Right. And they love Trump and they love those capitalists, but they don't love it when
What?
What are
Jay.
you, Mitch McConnell? What happened?
He's
Jay-
glitching. He's
Jay,
glitching.
you have to say
Guys,
shushies
they
to
don't
the
love
next
it when it happens to
Republican.
them. It's true. It's true. Okay, Brandy, closing statements.
Okay, well, I want Jay to say shushies to the next Republican because I got a bet on it.
Okay,
Okay.
Jay, you have to do
I said shut up to the last one, and I feel bad about that. To our
Does
that.
she-
Yeah, that was nice too.
Felice,
Wait,
we love you, Queen.
you guys better not have kicked him when I was gone. I don't know if it happened. Wait, what about
We
me?
didn't. No one kicked him. Jay was the only one
Yeah.
talking. I promise. Like I was not. I did not speak other than to tell you to be quiet so that man could speak.
He
Okay,
ran.
Jeff, my parting words are
Yes.
don't interrupt Felice again.
I promise I won't. And if I do, then all
And
hell
nothing.
will
It'll be
break loose.
fine. We're all just a work in progress.
Guys, keep hitting that like button. Let's get to Brandy. How many likes? 250. Can you tell everybody before you go?
No, I think you're too focused on the likes. We gotta listen to Felice
No.
and
Oh wait. Here's the thing. Didn't mean to kick you. That was an accident. But my finger, it just does a thing. So the likes help the algorithm. The algorithm helps the views. The views help the ideal. So if you push the algorithm, the views, and they're going up, the ideal is being spread. You guys should be amped about that. Now you should be extra tapping to get to 250. This shouldn't even be a problem. If you're a Republican, hop in the box. Also, thank you for the shares. My champion shares, my champion tappers. Yeah, that sounds right. You guys are the best, for real. If you're a Republican, hop in the box, only taking opposition at this time. Sorry, guys. You guys saying COKE in the chat, you're wrong. There's nothing, guys. Guys, that's a compliment, honestly. Like, thank you for thinking that. Yes, I talk fast and I think.
Thank you for thinking that.
Yeah, thank you. Because listen, when you're on the, I've done it before. Trust me, I promise you. And when you do it, you are, guys. If I was on that, you would be It would be. I would probably break the internet. To be fair, Rose, how are you? Rose,
Hey, how are you, Jeff? What's going on?
Rose,
Yeah, I just came up here because I just wanted to tell you that I loved you when you were MAGA, and I love you when you're a Democrat. You're entertaining, and this is a great live. This is your live, okay? So the people, the guests on your live.
She's been really upset about us talking, Jeff. She's very upset that we've made suggestions.
Let me talk, Jay.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna
because just like you say,
wait, I gotta hang on. Wait, hang on. I'm gonna moderate. I wish there was a moderation so my mods could mute myself. Sorry, go ahead. I got a phone call. I fucked up. My bad.
No.
But if the mods could mute me, I would love that. That would actually be better for the live.
See, Felice, he interrupts everybody. Get over it. You know, it's not a big deal. He's funny. He's entertaining. And guess what? This is what I learned. I don't know if you guys know this on TikTok. When it's Jeff's live, he can do whatever the F he wants. Okay? If you don't like it, go.
Hey,
yeah, he's my friend. I know him very well, not just on this app, off the app, because we are friends in real life. Okay. So yeah, I do know Jeff. Thank you, though.
This was planned, right? Like we all planned. He
invited us here.
Yeah,
because we're all friends in real life outside of this app. We are friends,
and this is his live.
He invited us here to his live.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I'm just talk about something else while you're up here.
Yeah. Is anything else other than just like he invited us here to do exactly what we're doing now, because we're all friends off this app. Anything else?
Well, I'm just saying as a listener, I think that you're very condescending. And let Jeff.
You should come up and tone police more. That's really cool. Nobody cares, honestly. Who cares? You came up here to talk about your feelings?
No, I just came up here to say that.
Yeah, those were your feelings. I'm glad we could share that moment together. It was really fun, Russ.
Say that if heaven forbid, it's misogynistic if Jeff says something to a liberal woman. But you can say whatever the F you want to a conservative woman. You can shut her up. You can mute her.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Why are you? She just found a way to be the victim.
No, I'm just saying.
What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying I don't play victim on here.
You just did. You just did right then.
We just all listened to you. Listen, do you understand the hypocrisy of what you're just doing? You came up here. You came up here to attack me and say that I'm playing a victim, and then the minute that you were done with that, you became the victim in the scenario. That is the line of logic that has collapsed in upon itself.
He can do whatever he wants.
That's a line of logic that collapsed in upon itself.
Whoa. Okay.
I'm not muting anyone. I'm not a mod in this live. I'm muting anyone.
I'm muting her. I mean, Rose, do you want
now
to
yell at Jeff for muting you?
I don't take it as misogyny.
Rose, here's the thing. What you're missing, Rose. What you're missing, Rose. Here's what you're missing, right? You're taking it as if I just mute. I only don't mute and listen to like Democratic women, or I only mute Republican women, or dumb shit like that. What it is Felice, RTP, or Jay, and I have a relationship, a working relationship, right? I know them specifically, and when Jay gives me good advice about having a panel and being a better host, this has nothing to do with her being a Democrat whatsoever.
And it's not personal.
With being a better friend.
It's not personal to Jeff. Like it's. I think everyone's just misreading it. Like.
I'm just trying to be a better friend.
You guys are like
He's my friend.
You guys are trying to strong arm him into having
can
the
he
life
not speak for himself?
Than the life
he just told you that's
Jeff
not
wants.
what's going on. Do you not believe him?
Like you know better than Jeff now about his own feelings?
No, I'm just saying. I'm just pointing out your hypocrisy.
Stop
and then of course you're turning it on me.
Yeah, because he told you you're wrong.
I go in someone's live and I respect their life.
He just respectfully told you that you were wrong.
Oh, you should listen to this.
He just respectfully told you were wrong. And now you're saying that he's wrong.
Rose,
but this is his live, so wouldn't he know best since he's the host? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I'm a conservative woman.
All right, Rose, what's the number one reason you're going to vote for Trump?
Women's rights.
What do you
So
mean?
that's
What do
the
you
number
mean?
one reason, but there are many other reasons.
What do you mean by that?
Financial freedom,
Wait,
personal
what do you mean
freedom,
by women's rights? What do you mean?
like Title IX. I
What's
believe that
what's Title
I don't
IX?
the hypocrisy of men competing in sports.
No,
I
that's
don't.
not. No,
No,
what is
that's
Title
not what
IX?
Title IX is.
I think I did. Are you Suze? Did I tell you this yesterday and you forgot? Are you Suze?
You don't know what Title
You
IX
don't
is.
have. You don't.
That's
Don't
not what
worry,
Title
Jay.
IX
You don't
is.
need to educate me. Okay.
I think I do because you don't
need
seem to know what Title IX is.
Well, let me tell you something about Title IX because I was a Division One athlete. The people that benefiting most from Title IX were white women. So you actually are completely wrong.
Like Rose,
White women were benefiting the most in this country from Title IX, and now are no longer. You actually, it's ballistic podiatry. Shot yourself in the foot.
No, it's not. No,
You
it's
didn't know what Title IX is, and you didn't know who was benefiting
it's-
most from it. And white women in this country were benefiting most from Title IX. That's a fact.
But doesn't it also say that if you identify as a man, that you can compete in women's sports?
No.
Absolutely doesn't.
Do you know when
Absolutely
Title?
doesn't.
Do you know when Title IX was put into place, Roses? Do you know?
I
Do you
don't
know
know.
what year?
Sometime in the 70s.
Yeah, 1972. And what it
Okay.
did is it forced colleges to have an equal number of sports programs for men and women, right? And now they're saying like, hey, you cannot discriminate based on gender. So we've got to figure out a way to make sports fair and not discriminate. So Title IX has nothing to do with trans people except for the fact that there are trans athletes, and we have to figure out like the fairest way so that nobody is at a disadvantage or puts themselves in harm's way. That's all you're
Well,
talking.
yeah,
Like,
I just believe in women's sports and men's sports.
I know you do, but I like, but
and
so,
I don't. Yeah,
so
and I
does that
don't
mean?
want
So can trans people not play sports?
100%. Absolutely.
Where are they going to play sports?
Man, but do you know what a woman is?
That's not really
Wait,
my.
hold on. No, where are they going to go? Where are they going to go? Because Title IX was put into place because women wanted to play sports, and the men were like, "Too bad. I
women
guess they
should
just
have
hold
the
on.
right
Let me
to-
finish, please." And the men
Yeah.
were like, "You guys don't need sports. Just get as good as us. You can play in our sports, but you're not good enough." Right? So that's why Title IX existed, to make it fair, because if they competed against each other, the men would have beat the women. And so that's why it existed in the first place. So now why, when we have trans people who exist, why do you think they should just not be able to play sports?
Because I truly believe it's an unfair advantage. I truly believe.
So if somebody transitions
because
from being a
I've
woman to a
seen-
man, wait, hold on. If somebody
Yeah.
transitions from being a woman to a man, are they at a physical advantage over the men that they play against?
I'm talking more like.
I know you are, but I'm
swimming.
asking a specific question. Is there a disadvantage there?
What I'm talking about is on the basis.
I would love if you just answer
scholarship
my
and-
question. Don't
Okay.
just, yeah, what's the answer? No, right? The answer is no. You know, we can, like, I don't know why conservatives think the only way to separate people with sports is by their genitals. That makes no sense. There has to be a million other ways that we could separate sports that don't have to do with genitals. Like, I just don't understand this. You can have like testosterone level rules. You can have bone density rules. There's a million different ways you can address this. But you guys are all just like, no, trans people just can't be involved.
Ma'am, can you put your dog outside, please?
Oh, I thought that was your dog. I was like, Jeff, you got a dog?
The dog is annoying as hell. Probably bite me too if I came in there, I guarantee.
No, yeah. As a Division One athlete, that is the answer, Jay. And I was just reading a paper on this as well. And I was reading the whole, because the Summer Olympics are coming up, and as a Division One athlete whose sport is in the Summer Olympics, I like to keep up with this. So yeah, I think the answer it doesn't have to do with genitals. It doesn't have to do with gender. It has to do, like, in the immediate, if you start looking at the rules in racing, not necessarily team sports, but racing, in NCAA, right now the rules say it has to do with if you transitioned prior to puberty, right? Because then bone density isn't an issue and things like this. But the future, if you're talking about the far off future, how could we make sports fair? Because if it's not about bigotry and it truly is just about fairness, as an athlete, I
Yeah,
do
that's
care.
what I believe. It's
Yeah,
fairness.
I do care about fairness as well. So then the answer is not any longer based on genitals. It's based on a series of tests like bone density, VO2 max, things I mean, not VO2 max, but like different things, hormone levels, testosterone levels, just like that. And then there will be groups, and whoever is, in terms of fairness, when those tests come out, they will be grouped together. But most often, because of evolutionarily, it will be women with women, men with men, and there could be some exceptions to that. But yeah, it'll just be based off of groups of medical tests. Everyone tests. That's the level you compete at. Where you compete, it could be men, women in some middle groups.
Guys, can we get to at 250,000 likes? We'll take the next.
Or however anyone
Go ahead,
identifies. I feel like I should
And I have
say.
another question for you,
Well said,
Felice,
Felice. Well
on a
said.
different subject.
Sure.
The other reason I'm going more for Trump is because of the border. The latest statistic shows about 11 million undocumented people in the United States. Vetting, it depends on where you read. I don't know how many of these people are vetted. I think there was 250 people last time I checked on the terrorist watch list. So what do you propose? Because you're not into what is it, Agenda 47? You do not want the deportation of the undocumented. What is your solution to 12 million people?
I think she's asking you, Felice.
Yeah, for you, Felice. Yeah. Because when I first joined, that's what you were talking about. I just wanted to know what the solution was, because I've heard a lot of, Trump wants to deport all these people. But I haven't heard the
Yeah,
solution.
no, I understand. So you're talking about people who are already inside, and that depends on if you're counting, like that number, it's probably 10 to 11 million, if not counting asylum seekers who have an active case inside, like that is in the court system. So
Yeah, about
I
85%
agree. I'm agreeing with your number.
in their
But I
asylum
think
claim.
I think the answer to that is we need to provide a pathway to citizenship. That's what it's for. Is to
So 11 million
incentivize people
Okay.
incentivize people to be documented. And there's lots of theories about how we can incentivize people to be documented, but that's to say, right? Then if we create different ways where we can start taking stock of this group, this 11 million people, see who they are, where they are, if they're members of the community, like it looks like 500,000 who would apply. Probably you have to have been in the US for 10 years, married to a citizen, and you're undocumented. And now for this 500,000 of that 11 million, right? So that's actually a good chunk. Now there's going to be incentive and a pathway towards citizenship, which is also a way for us to start cataloging who these people are, running background checks, knowing where they're employed, and getting more information as well. But that's the reason and the belief behind different pathways to citizenship. Like, we have to incentivize these people to show themselves, to document themselves. And if we don't, we're not going to find them. It's too expensive, and it's also unconstitutional. Like, we can't go door to door to door and be like, hey, that's what Sheriff Joe, Jay and I are both from Arizona, and we had a sheriff here doing that, and it was ruled unconstitutional, and he would have done some jail time had it not been for Trump pardoning him.
So you think it would be, have you run the numbers? I know you guys do this, for a living. So have you run the numbers and looked at the price tag for, getting the undocumented people and, taking them back to their country of origin?
Yeah, for the mass
versus-
deportation.
Yeah, the mass versus giving them welfare, getting them into our health system, getting them on.
They're not on
food
they're
stamps.
not on welfare. Like, they're not.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So ultimately, that's what you want them to.
No,
They're
and you
gonna have a
don't even
pathway to-
understand that these people, like many
11 million people. There's got to be a good portion that are on government assistance.
No, they're not.
No,
No, you
there's
can't get
not. You have
government
no idea.
I
It's
know,
the
but I'm
opposite.
saying-
They're paying
Okay.
in. A lot of them are paying. Some of them are paying into Social Security and Medicare, and they're never going to collect it. Like they actually support our economy. That's the common misbelief. Like what the Republican Party would have you believe, even though rich Republicans know the difference. They understand that immigration is actually vital to our economy. That's why we never actually have closed borders, because the rich Republicans who know what's going on, oh, they will never have it.
Yeah,
Like
I
you
get
guys,
that.
it sounds like you don't want competition, but what's best for our gross domestic product? Republicans are always like, "Oh, we're number one, we're number one." I
No,
mean,
I
none of
get that.
us, we're the middle class, we're not seeing any of that money, but yeah, we might be number one in something, but that is propped up by immigration. Our
Yeah,
country was created by immigration. So like it's a fundamental misunderstanding. They're not a drain on our society. They're a vital part of our economy. And I'm just talking about the logistics. Like I'm interested. I was looking into the supply chain, and I'm not going to take credit from this. I actually think it was Mr. Global. If you know him, he's like an oil and gas expert. Like he was along the lines of, I'm just talking about the logistics of having, there's 11 million people. How do we get them out of the country? Just the buses alone. I mean, there's not enough buses in the country. Like there's, it's not a possibility. But then you have to look at, when we take 11 million people out of our economy who are doing jobs nobody here are going to do, what does that do to our industries? It cripples them. Like, I mean, there will be waves and waves of that would come from this. I think it's highly unlikely that it will ever happen.
yeah. I mean, I just did
I
a quick
know the
Google
chat
search.
did get us to 250,000 likes, so they are saying that they want the next opposition. To be fair, the chat wants what the chat wants.
And
Well,
Rose is,
could she stay? Because
let me
she's
say
like the
something
first
to
sensible
Rose.
person we
Yeah,
talked
chat,
to.
Yeah,
you're
this is
over.
a normal
Guys,
person we're talking to, Jeff.
okay,
Don't
hang
kick
on,
her
hang
out
on,
of
hang on,
here.
hang on. Okay, guys, the Felice and RTP have overwritten the chat. So in order to override them, you got to get the 300,000 likes. Go ahead,
It's
guys.
always more topics.
300,000,
Wait,
it's done. I
I
promise.
just want to say
So
this,
I
and then
did.
Jay, you quit. Wait, Rosa, I want to tell you something. I agree with you. I don't want to like every time someone's mean to me in a live, I don't just say like, oh, someone's being misogynistic to me. It's not that. It's much more extreme, and you'd have to like watch our lives to understand. Like yesterday, like three different people called me a whore. Like it's there's pervasive misogyny, but I genuinely agree. I do not genuinely, generally agree with what you're saying. And like when Jay was just giving Jeff some advice, and we are all friends. So it's not like what it looked like. But I
Well, yeah. I
agree
mean,
with the
I just
general idea of, I'm an athlete, I'm a competitor, I don't need like a handicap.
yeah. I don't need it either. I just feel like it's more the women though, the liberal women that I
Ugh,
get called every name.
ugh, ugh.
But Elise, I
I don't
have
know
been
about
called
that.
every name in the book because I'm a conservative woman. Not necessarily the conservative men or the liberal men, but it's liberal women that have called me every name in the book, and I'm like, get a thick skin. This is Jeff's,
It seems
lie.
like the chat knows you though. And I
Yeah,
don't like this is what it is. Like and I used to be I'll say this, in my 20s I was not not what you would consider woke. Like I didn't see it until I started deconstructing, but I am a minority. I understand pervasive racism, but I particularly didn't see misogyny as it related to white women as much until I went to corporate America. And then I was like, oh, I can literally see women, the wage gap. I can see women being held back. Because I didn't behave too much like a woman, I was one of the acceptable ones. I sat in conference rooms where it was discussed like, oh, should we, like this person's going to be here, but then they might get pregnant, and like should
yeah.
they,
I don't.
like we should factor that in. Like misogyny is an absolute reality in this country, and it's quantifiable.
Yeah, I mean, I
But
worked
like
in
I think
surgery.
I
I
think
worked with
tempers run
surgeons,
hot on
egos.
TikTok, and
Yeah,
we're all triggered in different ways. Of
yeah. It
like,
doesn't
we all
bother
have
me.
childhood traumas, so we're like lashing out. Like
Yeah,
I'm a person, if I ever insult anyone, the second I get off TikTok, I feel horrible about it. So for anyone I've
yeah.
ever insulted, I don't feel good about it. I could say that. Anyways. So
So
yeah,
back to the
Rose.
topic. I just did a quick Google search, and you're saying that if we deport as many as we can, you're saying busing is going to be so expensive, but it says that it's costing about $26 billion a year for the illegal immigration. And I know, and I've even heard it on here. I actually haven't looked at their finances, but I've heard from people in Arizona, which you guys say you're from, that there's like like 2 hospitals. I know there's one in Texas that are going broke because of illegals.
That's no
So
money. Listen, 26 billion is no money. What you don't understand, you have to understand international immigration law. What is going to happen is, I'm just talking about the exorbitant we can't even find the people. It's not going to happen. It's unconstitutional. It can't happen. We can't go door to door and accuse people of being undocumented. It's not going to happen. But what will happen
don't know
is
what it's
waiting
planning.
times. So we have to build camps or to put these people in, because what you also don't understand is their countries won't take them back. And Mexico, this is a huge dispute we have with Mexico. These people aren't from Mexico. We can't, you think we can just push them into Mexico? We can't.
No, I
Their
never said
countries
that.
will not take them back. So what will happen is, we're going to detain a bunch of people. They will be in camps, and then we, the taxpayers, will be paying for them. There are people waiting to be deported for 10 years now that the taxpayers are paying for.
No, I agree with that. No, I'm not. I'm saying that the problem, yeah, like you said, the problem has always existed. Okay, we need, undocumented. We people need, immigration. This country thrives on it, like you said, and I agree with that. What I don't agree with is like 11 million people coming over, bankrupting hospitals, coming into our cities, the crime, and then the financial burden. Now, if you're saying that it's, like I don't know, I don't know if it's a gaslit thing, but the liberals are saying, oh no, there's nothing to see here. But it's hard to not see it.
That's not what we're saying, though. That's such a
It's hard to not
mischaracter.
absorb it.
That's
And
such a
I'm just saying,
mischaracterization of our position. Our position is actually the exact opposite. The Democrats and the liberals in the Senate and in Congress tried to pass a bill. The
well, there's 2 bills,
Republicans
right?
said no. The Republicans said no. We're
No,
not
there's
going to
2
pass
bills,
it.
though, Jay.
Yeah, there's HR 2, which was dead on arrival, right? It was never going to pass. And so because there was HR 2 and they weren't going to get enough votes to pass in the Senate, the Senate got together with a Republican, the second most conservative Republican, a Democrat, and a moderate, and they came up with the most conservative leaning border bill that we've ever seen. Lindsey Graham said, we will never get a deal as good as this. The Republicans played it perfectly. They used all of their leverage to get almost exactly what they wanted in that bill, and they would have signed it. But Donald Trump made a phone call, and he's like, no, I need to run on this, guys. Like, we
That's
can't
what I've
give
heard, but I
Biden,
don't
we
I don't
can't give
believe that.
Biden a win. You don't have to believe that, but Mike Johnson said, this is what Donald Trump told me. So I believe Mike Johnson, who worships Trump, when he says, Trump told me to do
bragged
this.
about it in his speech, in
Yeah,
one of
he's
his Trump
multiple
rallies, about
times.
killing them. He brags about it himself.
Well, there was.
So I just get
Yeah.
frustrated with the constant lectures from people who are supporting the party who will do nothing. You said you don't agree that we should round everybody up and deport them. That's the only thing your party is actually saying they want to do.
Hold
So
on,
if
let
this
me
is your
see.
number one issue and you don't agree with that, and your party's doing nothing, how do you defend that?
Guys, at 300,000 likes, we take the next opposition. Guys, chat. 300,000 likes overrides their.
Are you bumping me, Jeff?
No, at 300,000.
You got a while.
Long time, guys. You got a long time. You're good. 300,000 chat. It's up to you, chat. If you want them bumped, already gave them exclusions. They had their chance at 300. She's gone. Sorry. Go ahead, Rose.
Can I just ask the question again real quick so that we can get, if you don't agree that we should deport people, which is Donald Trump's entire strategy, and you recognize that Republicans won't pass a bill, how is this your number one issue and you're not a Democrat?
Because there.
You just got a phone call, maybe?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, my low battery. No, my thought was to the like you said, the bill that's on Chuck Schumer's desk right now in the Senate, the comprehensive bill, the one that has more construction of a border bill, a border wall. Let me see if I can.
HR, you mean HR 2? That doesn't
Yeah,
even
the
create
HR2.
that. But this is the thing: you have to actually read HR 2, and
I
most
have
of it.
read it, but it's
well,
been a while.
Okay, well, okay, I've read it, and it's very long. So,
Okay,
but like,
well, I mean,
here's the thing: most of what's in HR 2 is in the bipartisan border bill. The only thing that's and what isn't was not in HR2, which they were pointing out, like HR2 sucks. That was the general idea in the Senate. That's why it went nowhere. It didn't create any new detention beds. But you guys are talking about we have to detain everyone. Well, they don't even want to pay for new detention beds in HR2. At least the bipartisan border bill increased detention beds. Like they're everything and more. That's what kept happening for months. What was happening was Biden and the Democrats were begging for money for Ukraine. And what the excuse was fine, we're not going to help Ukraine secure their border until we secure our border. So they
Who
said
that? The Democrats. So the Democrats,
no,
obviously
Trump
you
said
just
that.
said it yourself.
Trump said it.
Yeah, you just said the Democrats care more about the Ukraine border than our border.
No,
You
this
just
is
said
what.
it.
Okay, let me finish, Rose. Let me
That's
just
not what
finish
she said.
saying what I'm saying. That's not what I said. What I said was that is what Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump. That was their excuse for refusing to fund the aid to Ukraine. They said, tie on the border to it. Negotiate with us on the border. You give us a Democratic senator, we'll give you our best guy on the border. You guys negotiate with us and add the border onto that, and we'll fund Ukraine. That was the deal that was made. For 3 months, Chris Murphy from Connecticut and a man who was endorsed by Donald Trump, a senator from Oklahoma, his name was James Langford, went in a room, and Kristen Sinema, she's an independent from Arizona, and went in a room and they negotiated this for 3 months. I kept checking in. Are you guys sure on this? Langford came out and said, we've got everything we want, not even a pathway to citizenship. Every single thing they wanted, they got. And Trump said, no, the border is what I'm running on. I don't want you to pass it.
That's a talking point, and I have not seen that anywhere where he's actually said that.
He did say it. He said it at a Trump rally.
Well, I can't take just because I said
He
so.
bragged. I've seen every Trump rally since the inception of them. He bragged about it. He said, see what I can do. You know Trump likes to brag. He bragged about killing the bill. And
Yeah,
it's true. Look at Donald Trump has no other issue but fear mongering about the border. Because the crime in this country is going down. That's a fact. You can try
The reporting of crime is going down. These are Democrat-led cities.
Listen,
crime is
let me
not
read
going
the
down.
let me read the Trump.
Tell me another lie.
Let me read the
can't
Trump.
gaslight me.
Let me read the. This
I'm
isn't
not gonna believe
gaslighting.
it.
Let me read you the exact Trump quote, and you can tell me. As the leader of our party, he's saying, as the leader, I'm in charge of the party. There is zero chance I will support this horrible open borders betrayal of America. I'll fight it all the way. A lot of senators are trying to say respectfully they're blaming it on me. I say that's okay. Please blame it on me. Please.
do you believe it now?
So
admit that no one was gaslighting you and that Donald Trump said it.
No, it was not. It was a pork bill that had funding for Ukraine, and it also had it still had 5,000 people.
No, you're not listening. They separated it. They separated out the Ukraine funding. They were just going to they were just going to vote on the border. It wasn't about Ukraine. Oh my God. They offered, okay, at first, then they said, add the border and we'll vote on it. Do you see the circular logic to say, we won't give you just Ukraine, but add the border and then it's fine. And then when they added the border, then they said, no, separate out Ukraine. Like, it was circular reasoning and logic the entire time. And whatever they agreed to do, okay, we'll just give Ukraine. Okay, how about just the border? And then they're like, fine, let's vote on the border. And then they're like, no. The point was to do nothing so Trump could run on the issue.
Guys, can you hit the share button? All you got to do is click the screen. You see a drop down. Invite every single person you see. Share the live right now. Go ahead. Go for it. 1,000 people right now. Share it. Go ahead, Rose.
No, I was just saying the way I looked at it was that it was still an open. The one that was bipartisan was still an open border. There was no wall being built, and
it wasn't an open border.
Well,
you don't even know what the bill said. It said at encounters, which everyone likes to lie and say 5,000 people a day can come in the country. No, that was not true. 5,000 encounters, which you can encounter the same person many times, and that still counts. When they see 5,000 people, of which 4 encounters can be one person, then the border closes, and it is closed until it goes back down to, I can't remember exactly. I want to say it's like 12. It was like 1,200 or 2,000 or
So why
1,200
did
or
the
something.
Democrats not
And
like
and
the
it had to be
HRT?
a
At
rolling. It had to
300,000
be a
likes, at
5-day average of
300,000
it staying
likes.
below. No, wait. I just
So
want
why
to say
don't
this
the
part, Rose.
Democrats like
Rose,
Rose,
you're not letting me
Rose,
finish.
Rose,
Let me
Rose.
finish. Let me land the plane. I'm
Okay.
almost done. 1,500. Thank you, whoever said that in the comments, because I do think that's right.
300,000 likes, guys. Next opposition. Get it.
And the way Langford, the guy that Trump endorsed as tough on the border, the way he explained it was, these numbers are based off, but if we pass this bill, the border would have been closed every day for the last year. That's how they did a calculation of the average encounters. It was to make sure that that the border would be closed until they could get the issues under control. That was the point of the calculations.
Well, my question is, why did the Democrats not want to pass the HR2?
It wasn't, by the way, it wasn't just Democrats. It didn't have Republican support in the Senate. And because, one, adding 900 miles of wall to our border would not change any of this stuff. These people that are coming across the border, they're not sneaking across. They're standing in line coming across. Like this, it makes no sense to add that border funding for the wall. Like that money is much better spent on border patrol. It's much better spent on judges, attorneys, detention centers, so that you don't. Detention centers.
Had no border patrol.
No, I'm saying that money is better spent on border patrol. Make sure you hear what I'm saying.
How much did the wall cost? How much would the wall have cost?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for this conversation.
There's been studies done that it's the least effective measure to stop people.
Could I finish my point real quick? Yeah, let me finish. Let me finish my point real quick. Let me finish my point real quick.
Rose.
We started this conversation by you saying that we supported an open border and that you wanted Trump policies and you thought Trump policies were better. You've already agreed that the rounding everybody up and sending them back, his plan, you don't agree with. And the only reason we aren't fixing what's happening you just got to wait real quick for somebody who criticizes you. Sure, interrupt a lot. And now we're looking at a border right now that we could fix. And the only reason we're not is because of Donald Trump. You can spin that however you want. You can try and make excuses for why the bill didn't pass. But if you know anything about the history of our country and how our government works, all bills are negotiated. All bills come with sacrifice. All bills come with give and take. Our government grinds to a halt if we don't cooperate. I got it. Wait till the end.
Okay.
If we don't cooperate with each other and negotiate with each other, then nothing ever gets done. So we did it. We finally got Congress to get together and come up with a bill that they all would have signed. And Donald Trump, last minute, fucked it all up. And you guys are so obsessed with him that you will find any way to not admit that that's what happened, even when he's saying, blame me. This is entirely my fault. Blame me. You're like, we won't blame you, Donald. We would never do that.
Our chat, are you not entertained? And when you're entertained, what are you going to do about that? Are you not going to share? Are you not going to gift? What are you going to do about that? Are we not going to have the next opposition? Who wants to see the next opposition? Spam.
That was a great point, Jay.
Great point, Jay. You were, I mean, and as Felice, your point was a little bit better, I do have to say.
Stop, Jay.
I feel like a heavenly angel when you're speaking, but when Jay's okay, you know what? And his golf swing's not that great, but you know what? And Jay, what happened with your AC today, by the way?
What did he say? I can't remember what he said. I meant when he told me, I was like, I got to remember this to tell Jeff.
Drain line, capacitor, fan motor.
Why didn't you let Jeff
Airflow.
fix your air conditioning is what he's really getting at.
Well, we talked about it. Jeff was giving me advice.
Wait, did you replace it or did you repair it?
No, I didn't have to replace it. He went up in there.
I know, he went into the attic and cleared the drain line.
Yeah, and he put in something. I can't remember what it was.
A float switch.
No. We did talk about the float switch, but he didn't do that.
Did.
Yeah.
Oh, Daddy, you didn't call me when you were. That's my.
I think it was the flux capacitor. I think
that's
somebody
right.
got
You're
that
like,
right.
sir, I'm gonna install this $2 flux capacitor, and your unit is gonna go into space. It's gonna cost you $3,000. You're like, Sold. It's way too fucking hot in here, guys.
Wait,
Here's
and
the
I need to
when it
say
gets too
something. Oh yeah,
when it gets
tap the
spicy, it gets a
screen.
little
So
bit
if you
dicey.
guys, everyone tap the screen, and Jeff will be quiet so I can say something. Because I just want to. Jay had a really good point. Like that's what when people are talking about building a wall, and people are just. It's Jay is absolutely right. People are standing in line to cross into our country because what Republicans don't understand is how the Constitution works. When somebody, the problem, and this is why we needed the bipartisan border bill. It
No.
changed. Please don't interrupt me. It changed. It changed the asylum laws because the problem is the minute these people's feet are on American soil, then that's it. They can claim asylum. There's nothing we can do. And that's why, if you understood what's been happening, no one has deported more people than Joe Biden. If you're a person who that's what we always talk to Jeef about, who was up here earlier. If you're like, I want these people out of here, well then you vote for Joe because he's deported the most people. The problem is that Joe Biden has tried to do a number of things to not just to deport people, because the problem is once their feet are on this land, they're allowed to seek asylum. But he was trying to get them to stop in another country first. Like, don't cross 9 countries without stopping and seeking asylum in that country. And he was struck down in the federal courts, the same way Trump was struck down over and over in the federal courts. That's why we have to use Congress in the form of the bipartisan border bill to change the asylum laws. The only way Republicans or Democrats will ever get around the federal courts is by changing the asylum laws. And that's why we have to pass meaningful bipartisan legislation.
Okay, guys, I heard someone in the chat say, I heard you. Even though I read your words, I still heard it. At 350, I shut up for 10 minutes? No. Okay, I'll compromise. At 400,000, I'll shut up for 8 minutes. What do you guys think? Actually, you know what? At 400,000, I'll shut up for 10 minutes. That's fair. 10 minutes, I will shut up at 400,000 likes. And then I'll let even the
people are
moderator-
tapping like they've
I'll
never
let the-
tapped before. Do you remember David? I used to tell David he should sell his silence online and that he could be like a millionaire if he would sell like 10 minutes of silence. And he's like, I couldn't do it.
400, no, it's 400. Okay, how about this? 400,000, 12 minutes, I'll shut up. How about that? I'm negotiating.
They're negotiating. I know. The chat is
Guys, if you're
literally
Republican, hop
negotiating
box,
with
link it.
Jeff for more minutes.
Guys, keep it. Guys, the likes are going up really fast. I don't know what are you trying to say right now? Chat, are you trying to trigger me right now? Like, what's the deal? It's like, I'm really a little upset about you, but I still love you because you guys hit that like button. So it's kind of, love-hate. Love you guys a little bit more than I hate you, but still love you a little bit more, even though you might love
Someone
me.
in the chat asked a good question, Jeff. They're asking if it's consecutive minutes or it's just random minutes you're going to choose.
No,
That's why.
consecutive. Look, 400,000, I'll shut up for 15 consecutive minutes. And this isn't executive, this is consecutive. And listen, this is consensual as well. The thing the Republicans know nothing about. Consecutive, consensual. What do you guys think? A lot of C's. The triple C, if you would like to say. Guys, wow. Really? Already almost at 400,000? You guys want me to shut up that bad? You guys are really... If you're Republican, hop in the box. Hop in the box. Wait, before you do, guys, before you keep tapping, 1,000 shares right now. Right now. It's really easy. Click the screen. You'll see a drop down. Invite every single one of your friends. We'll take the
So
next...
far,
opposition
Roses
box.
is the best guest we've had. Well, except for that
I gotta
one kid
talk-
who he was probably too smart to be on the internet. He needs to
I really
go
want to
somewhere
talk as
else.
much as I can from here on out because they're gonna shut me. You
Yeah,
guys,
remember when you used to put your phone in the freezer, Jeff?
actually, I still do that because you guys overheat the shit. Honestly though, my phone has cooled off a lot since it's become a Democratic phone. To be fair, and I've been spelling my words a lot better too. I think that even when I Google things, they're a little bit more correct. Right? I don't know what these Republicans are saying. Guys, if you're Republican, up the butt. Oh, we have opposition. Maida.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you gonna hook up to the Wi-Fi because your signal's not looking so great? And when it comes to a signal,
I am on the Wi-Fi.
okay. Oh, wow, your Wi-Fi must be. Never mind. I won't even go there.
I'm in the garage.
Look at this. They're about to. Yeah, I bet you are. Are you in the basement or the garage? I'm just kidding, guys. Look at that. They're about to get me to 400.
The garage.
Nina, are you? Before I have to shut up for 15 minutes straight, guys. 15 minutes on TikTok is like 2 hours in the real world. To be fair.
Okay, let's make it 2 hours then. Let's just do 2
No.
hours.
Or no, you would love that, wouldn't you?
I wouldn't.
Nina,
I
are
wouldn't.
you Republican or Democrat?
I'm neither. I've actually voted and switched from Republican to Democrat to vote for the individual.
Are you going to vote for
that
Trump
I
or
like.
Biden? Ma'am, I don't have much time. Oh my God. I don't, literally, I have like 1 minute left. Are you going to, guys, let me take this debate from here on out until 300,000. Or 400,000. Maida, are you going to vote for Trump or Biden? My God. Dude, stop. You guys stop hitting that. Oh my God. Okay.
Bye, Jeff. Maida, are you planning on voting for Donald
Really?
Trump or Joe Biden?
Really, I mean, if I seriously had to choose, it would have to be Biden. Even though I really wouldn't vote for Biden, I personally think it's because, you know, he is old. He does need to retire, is what I do think. But then there are things about Biden that I don't like. For example, is the fact that I'm Catholic and he goes against the Catholic views.
Of what?
Well, as far as same-sex marriages.
Is he
also,
same-sex? Wait, is he same-sex married?
No, but he supports it.
What do you mean? Well, yeah, you can. Do you think that you can't support marriages from things outside of your faith? Like, do you support when Muslims get married?
I do, but
What
I do
about
believe
atheists?
the fact that, well, yes, but what I do for myself,
Well,
I do
why?
believe
Wait,
as
hold
a
on. Why?
Catholic,
Why do you
I
support?
believe that a marriage is
Ma'am, I
between a man
understand
and a
what,
woman.
ma'am, I understand what you believe. I understand that. I'm a former Christian. I understand that. But why are you okay with people getting married that don't share your beliefs in other situations? But when it comes to sexuality, then you want the president to tell individual Americans, no, you can't get married because of my personal religious beliefs. What if the president was Muslim and the president said, all right, guys, we're doing Sharia law? I don't think you would agree with that.
No, so what I think is this: when it comes to the president, that's the government. That the government shouldn't dictate as far as the, as
Marriage?
far as the, marriage.
Yeah,
Should,
you're
the
asking
government
them to
should
started off,
discriminate against people based on sexual orientation and things like that,
Yeah,
right?
but it's not
you're
discrimination when
asking
it
them to.
actually originated more from God itself, and God within the
Well,
Bible
God,
actually
look,
states
nobody
it's the man
knows.
and the woman
Yeah, nobody knows who God is.
in the
And
Bible.
where in the Bible
In
does
the
it say,
Bible.
where in the Bible does it say man and women need to be married and that men and men can't be married?
Well,
It
I
doesn't,
really
right?
cannot actually go and quote. It
Because
actually does,
it
because
doesn't.
it does state that homosexuality is actually abomination.
Correct, but so is.
And as
But wait,
well as
hold on. Stay with me then. Is it?
bestiality,
Are
and
you?
so
Is
forth.
it a? Hold on. Is it a sin to lie?
Of course.
Can you marry somebody who has lied?
Can I say that again?
Can you
I just
marry
heard a
somebody
ring.
who? Can you marry somebody who lied?
You can, because we have free will.
You can, right? And do you think that the government should step in and say you can't get married if you lied because that's one of the rules? So if somebody's lied, you can't get married. Do you think that's the role of the government?
Mm, see, that's the thing, is like you're going into the realm of man law versus God's
Yeah,
law.
I am, and I'm asking you a very, very specific question that I feel like you're not answering. Do you think the government should be able to stop people from getting married when one or both of them have lied?
No.
Of course not, right? See how you have a different standard for different sins? You've decided some sins mean that you don't get the equal protection of the law because you find it icky, but other sins you're okay with.
Not okay. So you're going into
I mean,
you're going
sorry.
into
Let me
topics of
rephrase
other
that. Let me
parts of the
rephrase that.
Bible. What I'm just
Hold on.
going
Let me
into the
rephrase it.
going
Let me
into
rephrase
marriage
it.
solely.
Let me rephrase it.
Okay.
You're okay with certain sins being disqualifying from getting married and the government stepping in and saying you can't get married, but other sins you don't want the government involved.
No.
Yes.
No,
Okay, let's go
because
back.
why
Okay,
is
let's
it
try
that
this
so
again.
why
Let's
is
try
it
let's try it
that so
again
why
then.
is it
Do you
that
think
why
if
is
somebody lies, that the government should tell them they can't get married?
the government doesn't, but the church does?
I didn't ask. I said, do you think the government should be able to
But
do that?
that's where the marriage comes in play. It has to do with religion and faith.
I know, but we're talking about the government right now because you believe that the government should be able to like tell gay people they can't get married.
I don't think that the president should have even said anything. I don't think
I
that
don't
he
care
should
what
have even said.
you think he should have said.
But that's
He
where I'm
represents
saying
wait,
is
he
that
represents all of us. He doesn't represent the Catholic Church. His job is to represent and protect all of us no matter what we believe.
correct.
Yeah, so
Correct.
but you're upset with him because he didn't choose to
No,
only
I wouldn't
talk
say
about your
upset.
beliefs.
No, I
Well,
wouldn't say upset.
well then why do
I'm
you
not upset with
well then why
him.
do you care that he
It's just
supports
because of
people who love each other getting married?
because of the fact I think it's wrong. I
I,
personally think it's wrong.
Well, you personally are a little bit of a bigot, but that still doesn't change.
No,
Yes, no, that is.
no,
No, ma'am,
that's
that's
not being a
bigotry.
bigot.
That's
That's
the
What
not
is it
actual
being a
then?
bigot.
definition.
Do you know
It's
the
not being a
definition? What's the
bigot.
definition of bigotry? Do you know?
I do know what the
Okay,
definition
what
of
is
being
it?
a bigot, but it's not being a bigot when you're actually saying that originally, a marriage, which is being having a contract between a man and a woman.
Who cares?
Even in the
A
Roman
person
times,
who is
there
obstinately
wasn't.
or unreasonably attached to a belief, opinion, or faction, especially one who is prejudiced against or antagonistic toward a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group. It's the literal definition.
Okay, but I am not antagonizing. No, I mean my thing is this: is that if
No,
the same
obstinately
sex
or unreasonably attached to a belief, opinion, or
but it's
or
not
faction.
unreasonably.
It is
It is.
It's not
absolutely unreasonable.
unreasonable.
No, it
What is
is because
the purpose? What is the actual
So
purpose
you're up here telling me I shouldn't
of
be able to
someone
get
being
married to a woman, and you want me to tell you it's not unreasonable that I, as an American citizen, shouldn't enjoy the same rights as you do? And you're
I am
actually
not saying
asking
that.
me,
I am
yes,
actually
you are
initially
up here
saying
telling
that
me,
Biden made that
that I
comment.
can't get married to
As a
somebody I
Catholic,
love.
what I'm telling
We are
you is
not, this
as
is
a
ma'am,
not a
Catholic
Catholic
and
country.
Biden being a Catholic, he goes against the Catholic faith. That
well,
is what I'm saying.
and I would say who the fuck
That's
cares
all I'm
after what you
saying.
guys did to children?
So
How dare you come up here and talk about your faith and
I didn't
gay
do
marriage
nothing.
when
I didn't do nothing.
your church abused children all around the
No.
What
world,
about
and
the
then they just
kids?
kept moving pastors all around like, oh, we got caught here, I'll ship them over here. The audacity that you would have to come up here and be like, hey, if you love each other and you're not a man and a woman, you can't get married. But I'm going to
Disgusting.
stick with the church that historically has raped women, historically has trafficked children, historically has abused children. If you go into the Vatican, you used to have tunnels in the Vatican between where the priests and the nuns stayed, and they could move back and forth. And when those were uncovered about a decade ago, you know what we found? Thousands of bodies, infant
True.
bodies, bones.
Right.
That means the
heard of that.
Catholic Church was doing, they were giving birth,
Yes,
leaving the children
separated from
down there,
church
and
and state.
you're going to and you want us to stand by your beliefs. You want your president to be like, hey, we got to stand up for this real great organization over here and make sure that gay people who love each other can't get married. That's
No.
crazy.
They won't protect the kids. They will protect priests who are assaulting children with their lives,
So that's the
but
thing.
I
That's the
can't
thing
get
for
married.
her.
But it's not okay for me to love another woman and get married. Get out of here.
No. See, and
Yes.
that's the thing. So why is it that, let's say uh, 10, 15 years ago that homosexuals, or that it was it was considered as a mental disease,
Because
and
there
now
were
all of a
more,
sudden
because
it's
there were
normal.
more, wait, because two things. One, there were more bigots like yourself back then. People are abandoning
Not a bigot.
churches. People are yeah, you absolutely are a
I
bigot. I'm
am
sorry
not
to
a
tell you, fit
bigot.
the
Oh, you
definition.
are the
No,
biggest
But
bigot that has
yeah,
come
I'm
up here
not.
today, and
yes.
that's
I'm
saying
not.
something.
I'm
But
not. That's just
but
because of
no,
the fact that
ma'am,
you're
You
saying I'm
said
a
you
ma'am,
bigot
said that
because of the
me
fact
loving
that
another
you
woman is a
don't want to
disease.
ask.
You said that I
Here,
have a
I did
disease
no.
right
I
now.
said
You said
15
that I have
years
a
ago.
disease, is
That's
what I
what it
heard
was
you say.
considered. I
You
yeah.
did
said that
not
I have a
say that.
disease. Someone up here
I
has a
said,
disease.
why is it that 15 years ago it was considered? I did not say. I choose my words wisely.
You're
You
I
mixing,
did
said,
not
ma'am.
say I
What,
thought
ma'am,
that.
what you're mixing up right now, which like you can't even get your bigotry straight. What you're mixing up now is trans people were being misdiagnosed. Gay people 10 to 15 years ago weren't being diagnosed with mental disorders. What the fuck country
They
do you think?
were.
Like, what? No, they weren't. That's
They were.
nonsense. You're mixing
Yes,
up
they
one of your
were.
other bigotries. Like you're
it's
mixing these
true.
No.
two up.
Yeah, explain it. Listen,
No.
listen.
Yeah.
No, here, yeah,
No.
you are a bigot,
No.
and you also
No.
are low on
No.
information. So here's what it is.
No.
Here's what it
No.
is.
See, that's the thing.
Homosexuality.
You
Listen,
guys, what you
homosexuality
want to
has to
hear
do with
someone's
sexual
opinion. Instead, you just
orientation.
go
It's
and
who you
attack,
are
and then you
attracted to.
put words
The
in
trans
someone's
community
mouth
has to do
instead of
with how
actually
you
hearing what the
personally
person says.
identify, what
How is
gender
that? You
you
want to listen to what?
identify as. Those are two different things, and you definitely did mix them up.
I have to say one thing, moderators. While I'm silent, you have to moderate. Okay, I'm not going to moderate for you while I'm silent.
Maida, you're
I just
muted,
say one
so
thing. So once she's unmuted, I'm not going to mute her again unless the moderators mute her.
And just so we can, if we want to talk about the DSM and what used to be diagnosed, women were diagnosed, it was called hysteria, which is like Greek for our uterus, right? And women were being raped and essayed, and then they would say that they were hysterical about it. Like, though that was also a diagnosis, but science changes. You asked why 15 years went by and things are
Where did
different
you
now
go?
because science changes. Science takes it
Where did
through
you go?
data and quantitative and qualitative study. Science moves forward. You have not. You have not moved anywhere in 15 years, we can see, but science has.
See, that's the interesting about it, is the fact that when I mention about why is it 15, 20 years ago, X, Y, and Z was how it was, then all of a sudden you
Oh,
guys
that
just
was
automatically
incorrect.
put it. Hey,
So,
wait, look,
no, you were
I've had to be
incorrect with your
muted for
information.
you,
It was
and
not
it's okay
15
for
to
you to
20 years
interrupt.
ago a diagnosis of a disease. That's not correct. That's
That
disinformation.
that's
you
awesome that you
you
like to
feel it
interrupt.
was you're like, God, I wish we could go back 15, 20 years when these people were ashamed of who they were and had to hide. But no, 15 to 20 years ago, homosexuality was not a disease. It never was. It's called the DSM. That's where psychological illnesses and disorders are diagnosed. You can look in it. That's not true. You are lying right now, period.
No, I'm not,
You
but
you
I
need to say,
appreciate that you
I
interrupt.
feel like people were ashamed and would be quiet about who they were 15 to 20 years ago, and I liked it better back then.
No, I don't need to say that. I do not need to say that, but I appreciate that all you do is actually interrupt people, and you did the same thing with that other person that was on here too. That's great.
that's
As
a
a
really good
pansexual, I'm
answer.
not going to let you lie. I'm not going to let you spread misinformation and disinformation about the LGBTQ community during Pride Month. Like, yeah, I'm not going to. I'm sorry.
It's interesting that like when it was finally your opportunity to respond, you just were like, you guys are mean. But could I ask you again why you think, like, do you have a source for why you think homosexuality was labeled a mental disease 10 to 15 years ago? Do you have a source on that? Because I think you're mixing it up
Well,
with trans people.
no, because
Okay, what's the
15,
source
20
then?
years ago, okay, are you going to let me talk?
Only if you're giving. I asked for a source. I'm not asking for an explanation. So I'm asking for a source.
Don't say the
The
Catholic
doctors and
Church.
pediatricians used to say that.
Who did?
The doctors and the pediatricians used to
Which
say
doctors and pediatricians?
that. The doctors here in this state that
Which
I
ones?
live in.
Which ones?
New Mexico.
New Mexico. So, okay, what was that doctor's name? We'll look him up. We'll look him up.
It what maybe in the 60s and 70s.
That doctor I don't remember, but
in
I
the
do
60s
remember
and
that
70s.
It was a cousin of mine.
We all used to institutionalize
Come
people
on now,
for it.
Come on. My cousin of mine was actually a lesbian, and they said the same thing. I also had one.
They always know one. They
used to
always
call
know
him
one.
They used to call him. No. See, there you go. Come on.
You're just saying You're just saying what you guys used to call each other.
So
Again, I'm asking for a source, and you don't have a because what seems to have happened.
Called each other.
I don't
That's
care.
what the doctors
Yes, it
used to
is.
say.
What doctors?
That's what the doctors used to say.
They would say it was a mental
As I said,
disease.
the
Okay, well, your doctor. Well, I got bad news for you then. Your
Not
doctors.
my doctor. Not
her doctors.
My doctor.
Okay, her doctors, the doctors that you know, they were fucking wrong. Nobody believed that. There was no science to back that up. But again, what we've pointed out here, what we have pointed out here is that for certain sins, like abusing children, that for you, like that's forgivable. Lying, that's forgivable.
She loves the Catholic Church. Praise the Lord.
Well, look, because if you abuse, wait, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Hold on, my friend. If you abuse a child in this country, can you get married?
Yeah.
Okay, but if you're gay, you don't think people should be able to get married? Got it. Yeah, no surprise.
She thinks that people that assault children, that's fine for them to get married, but not the LGBTQ community. That's great. Happy Pride Month, everyone. Happy Pride Month.
Oh, whatever. You're confusing abuse.
Ma'am,
We're
we
not
live in
talking about
I'm not
abuse.
confusing the two. I think the abuse is worse. I don't think there's anything wrong with being gay. And I'm just pointing out that you don't think the government should allow.
And I'm not saying being gay is the. I'm not saying being gay is
listen.
abusive.
You don't think gay people should be able to get married in a country where if you abuse children, you can get married. That's what I'm telling you, that your views are stupid and they're outdated. And the Catholic Church has backed completely off of that. They almost never talk about it anymore.
The Pope
because
blessed
it's been so
homosexual
damning
couples
to them.
at the Vatican less than a year ago.
So you got a problem with the Pope too?
Yeah, they do. They think he's way too progressive. They can't. A lot of them can't stand him.
Which is crazy because he talks to God according to your doctrine. So did God mislead the Pope? Is that what happened?
Guys, at 500,000 likes, we take the next opposition. 500,000 likes, we take the next opposition. Thank you. You guys are doing such a great job. Chat, you guys are so impressive. Did you miss me? I mean, yeah, I've been here the whole
all
time.
the rainbows.
500,000 likes, you guys. We take the next opposition. What a great chat.
Imagine being homophobic in 2024. Like, that's crazy. Like, you have to go out of your way in 2024 to be like, I don't think gay people should be allowed to get married. Like, what we now know, like, gay marriage has been legalized for a long time. What do we know? It didn't hurt anybody. That's what we know. We know it didn't hurt anybody.
Okay,
guys, 500,000 likes and next opposition. 500,000. How fast can we get?
Okay, so I'm gonna so before I get off, because I do need to go and feed my daughter. But what I want to say is this: you mentioned, because I was muted when you guys mentioned about the Pope and all that. And yes, I will tell you all the stuff that has been happening within the Catholic Church, and not just the Catholic Church, but around the world, of all the abuse. And it's not just the children; it's also the abuse that priests have actually done to take advantage of women. And I will tell you this: I know firsthand about that because that happened to my mother and a priest. So my thing is this: there's a lot of things.
Thank God for liberals. Thank God for liberals who stood up for you. Thank God for progressives inside of your church that changed it from within, so that victims like yourself could be heard. Because victims like yourself weren't heard for a long time in the Catholic Church until the liberals and the progressives started speaking up.
Oh, but it still didn't. I'm telling you.
I
I'm
know.
50 years old, and it still did not.
Well, great.
Okay?
Good. It's
Well,
good
you
that you
shouldn't
stick-
go on the internet and claim
But
the
I will
Catholic
tell
Church.
you this.
You claimed
But
the
I
Catholic
do.
Church and said, I
I
don't like
do, and
Biden
I
because
will.
he supports the LGBTQIA be able to marry. Like,
But we
in what
support the-
world?
But we support the Catholic Church that allowed you to be abused, has allowed millions of children
Her mother,
to be abused.
not her mother.
Oh, sorry.
No.
I thought you said you. Yeah, your
Yeah,
mother.
no,
sorry.
no.
Yeah, so
No,
you'll
not
support
me.
that. You'll support that church. This is what's crazy. You still
No,
support
I
that
support
church
the-
despite all of the abuse, but you're mad at Joe Biden for not supporting that church's view on same-sex marriage.
No,
With
I
all due
support
respect,
the
like I think
religion.
you're
support the faith.
yeah, with all due respect, I
There's
think
a
your
difference.
views
Not
are
the
really
institution.
are really fucking gross. And I think you should travel. And I feel bad for the member of your family who's a member of the LGBTQ community. Hopefully she's found support outside of her family. But you're an adult. Grow up. You know what came long before the Bible? Human beings. Long before the Bible ever existed, they were human beings. And you know what they did most of the time? They all, like, for hundreds of thousands of years, thousands of years, let's call it thousands of years, they wandered around in packs together, and they all just had sex with each other. Man on man, woman on woman, woman on man, 3 men on a woman, 3 women on a man. That's what they did. And they all raised their children collectively. And then all of a sudden a religion came around, and they're like, we have to change this. And then you guys invented marriage. But if you want to talk about the history of how things are supposed to be, you don't get to use the Bible, because all of this stuff came long before the Bible.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you,
That was
guys.
the middle of my
500,
sentence,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
Hello?
500,000 likes.
Can you hear
We'll
me?
take the next opposition.
Oh, she's doing
Her
that.
phone.
Can you hear
Get
me?
there.
and
Can
run
we
it.
hear me?
get there?
She's doing the can you hear me so she
You
can
can hear me, right? You keep pausing.
No, well, her connection was really bad. Naturally. Guys, 500,000 likes. Next opposition, thoughts?
Yeah, sorry. Like, I think that it's silly of you to think that we all have to believe, like, that
Can you hear
that
me?
we should respect your
Can you hear
book
me?
enough for you to just
Okay,
like
there you are.
not yeah. I think it's silly for you to think that any of us should give a damn about your beliefs when it comes to other people getting married. Like, if you don't want to be gay
No,
married,
that's
don't
just
be gay
mine.
married. And like, no, you shouldn't open your mouth about whether or not people should be able to get married based on their sexuality. That's gross. It's really, really gross. It's 2024. You're way behind. We
Republicans
left
are always
that.
trying to control other people's genitals and where they put them. It's weird. Just mind your
You know,
own
I would
business.
like
The
to
key
tell-
is mind your own business.
I would like to tell both of you guys and everyone else on the chat, but I haven't really been reading anyone's because I've been focusing on talking with y'all. But I do want to say that I do appreciate everyone's opinion,
Thank
and
you.
just as people should appreciate
Appreciate you.
and just listen to
Thank
my
you.
opinion. It doesn't mean
No.
that you agree.
No,
with
I
what
don't- I
just
don't
say.
care
Yes, the
if you're-
chat has spoken.
Yeah,
Sorry.
if you're a bigot, I don't care. Like,
Okay.
sorry. Like, do we have to let schmozzies give their opinion? Do we need to let people who abuse children give their opinion? No. If your opinion is gross, we're going to criticize it. Nobody should have to listen to you talk about why other people can get married or whether or not they can just because they choose to love differently than you. It's moronic.
Yeah, and this is the big key. That whenever the progressives bring forth a bill that says everyone has to get gay married, now you have a issue that now you're cooking with gas. Then come see us and we'll talk to you. When
We'll
you
agree
are
with you.
forced to being married to get married to someone you don't want to, but here's the key: you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. That's always the issue that conservatives have. They want to legislate other people, but the key is it doesn't affect you. It's the same thing with abortion. If you don't want to get an abortion, surprise, I have great news: you don't have to.
Wait, Jasmine, are you okay? Yeah, she didn't mean to hop in the box. Yeah, a lot going on there. Guys, keep hitting that like button. If we get to 600,000 likes, I will shut up for...
You're just gonna sell your silence now.
15
Just
minutes
always
was way
remember
too
I
long.
gave
That
you
was-
that idea,
that was
Jasmine. When
way
you're
too
rich,
long. I couldn't...
remember that I
couldn't-
gave you that idea.
Okay, guys, I'll shut up for 10 minutes at 600,000 likes. This 15 minutes was way too long. That was insane. Okay, I'll shut up for 15 minutes at 600,000 likes, okay? The chat is so greedy. Holy shit. The chat is so, and I get it, chat. Like, I have a lot
We're
of work
asking
to
for a
do.
lot of likes. I think maybe the chat and you are greedy. I think.
That's fair. Chat is very triggered, and listen, you guys have a right to be. The chat is very skeptical of HVAC. They kind of like HVAC, but they're not sure what to expect. They know RTP and Felice are so true and so correct, but they're just waiting in the whims for me to make a mistake. So chat, let me know if I do. And if you need me to shut up, get me to 600,000. Really, it's simple. Red, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
Fantastic. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. And a lot better than you because I'm voting for the man with a plan. Why are you not doing as well as me by not voting for a man without a plan?
How do you do? How do you know that I'm not doing as well as you?
Well, turn the camera and let's see. Well, and I was just saying, it doesn't really have to do with who's doing better than the other person. Rather, what administration is going to help more people, right? It ain't going to be Trump. It ain't going to be a felon sitting in prison, right? And by the way, I don't have a problem with felons, but just I agree with a felon like Trump, a rich, spoon-fed little baby.
Okay.
Yeah. So are you
What
going
do
to
you?
vote for
What,
Trump or Biden?
I want to know what you're trying to say. Out of
Yeah,
all
you
that.
know exactly
Like,
what I'm trying to say.
I don't know.
He
I don't
does
know
not
either.
land the plane. He does
Ask me
not
an
I
land
also
the
don't
plane.
know.
honest question, and we'll debate.
Well, that's true, guys. What do you think about my shirt? To be fair, chat, what do you think, guys? I'll shut up. Go ahead. Well, I'm not going to shut up, but RTP and Felice. Well, actually, hang on. Red, are you going to vote for Trump or Biden? Holy shit, Trump.
I'm gonna
What's the
vote.
number one reason you're going to
Probably.
vote for Trump? Got it. Thank you. What's the number one reason you're going to vote for Trump?
Oh, did you give me any time to actually
What's
answer
the
that
number?
question?
No, you're speaking like what are you, a snail? Like just speak a little bit faster. What's the number one reason you vote for Trump? Just
I don't have to speak any faster. I can speak as fast as I want.
That's actually a good tempo right there. What's the number one reason you vote for Trump?
Who said I
Number
was voting for
one
Trump?
reason. Okay, are you not going to vote for Trump? Wait, are you? Okay, wait. If you're not, then I'm sorry. I'm getting. I do apologize. That's if you're a Democrat. I love you, appreciate you. Do you want to hop down?
Let me try. Are you voting? Do you plan on voting for Trump or Biden?
See, now I want you to watch what happens here.
So Trump, got it. What's your number one reason for voting for Trump?
Because I don't know, the last time it made everything better.
What got better? Do you think?
Everything.
Could you name something like specific?
Everything.
So no, you can't name something specific. Do you think
gas prices?
Do you think if you went to, like, let's say you let's just pretend you don't know anything about cars, which you probably do. I don't, but if you went down to the dealership, you took your car in there because it was making a sound, and they came out, and you're like, "What's wrong with it?" And they were like, "Everything." And you're like, "Well, like specifically, what's wrong?" And they just said everything. Would you continue that relationship with that person, or would you be like, "This is maybe not a serious person to talk to"?
No, sure. I would continue my entire relationship with them,
All right.
and
Well,
jump in there and kind of help them out a little bit.
no, that wasn't that. You don't get to add to the story.
Oh,
The point.
I don't get to. I don't. What? Huh?
You doing all right, sir?
Yeah, I'm doing just fine.
You seem like
I'm
you're doing.
gonna
Seems
see-
like you're
I'm
doing
gonna
well.
see
But
because
what it
Don't
would be
forget,
like
at
your number?
600,000 likes, I shut up for
listen,
15
listen.
minutes.
What
I
would
wanna
be your
fucking
number one
talk.
reason? I'm trying to, but you
600,000
won't.
likes, I shut up for 15 minutes. Go
I'm trying
ahead.
to ask you questions so you do talk. What would be like a specific thing that you thought got better?
What are you talking about at this point?
You said
Yeah, like,
everything got better under Trump. I'm just asking, like, what things specifically do you think got better?
Did he change your tires? Did he change your oil? Like, what happened? What was the deal? Did he
I
cut your
don't know, but
taxes?
it was cheaper to get tires. It was also cheaper to get gas. It was cheaper to get your oil changed. It was cheap. A lot of things were cheaper.
Bullshit.
What you guys are putting
you don't know about a
out there,
shocker.
you
Hold
don't
on,
even
hold
know
on.
about.
Well, let me ask you a question, Red. Were prices cheaper under Obama than Trump?
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Well, I'll explain it because
Sir,
your reasoning for voting for Trump is that prices were lower years ago. That's almost always the case. Virtually every president can look back and say who the person who preceded me, the person who came before me had lower prices. I don't like that's just how it works. So that's why I asked you for something specific, cuz just saying something was cheaper doesn't mean that he made it cheaper. Doesn't mean that his policies did. It just means that it was 4 years ago, so of course it was cheaper. That's how
Okay.
economics work. When have things in this country
all right,
gotten
fine,
yeah,
fine,
okay.
good
So
deal.
what's something specific?
Good deal. So gas prices. I'm gonna go ahead and say gas prices again because Mr. fucking Mr. Guy that keeps getting up there and doing the signal, he can kiss my ass. But I'm gonna say gas prices were lower. I don't know. Food cost
Brother,
was a lot
brother,
lower.
no.
I don't know.
We just did
the
this.
entire. Hey, listen.
Hey,
to me
no,
for a
not
second.
hey. We just
You
said
listen
like
to RTP. You listen to him when he tells you the
something
same
being
point twice.
cheaper. Like you said everything was cheaper, and then I'm like, yeah, but you have to explain what he did to make it cheaper. And now you're just listing things that were cheaper. Like we're having
Well,
we
how
haven't
did your
yet.
president?
Well,
let me
Red,
ask you
Red, I have
this.
a question
How
for
did,
Red.
how did
Red,
your
this isn't all about you, Red. Okay,
president?
here's
No,
some mute skis for you. Here's some mute skis for you. RTP had a question for you. Fuck, I actually forgot what the question was. To be honest, Red, you can unmute. RTP, you know what? I actually still forgot it. Red, you can unmute if you want.
Yeah, like I just want to move past this point. We both agree that the previous president, everything's always cheaper. So Red listing off things that were cheaper is the same argument I thought we already moved past. It kind of feels like a little bit Red, and you send him an invitation to unmute because that might.
All right, yeah. RTP, thank you. That was actually my
Yeah.
point. Thank you.
Yeah.
RTP, tell everybody that was my point, please.
Hey,
That was his
hey, I
point.
want to ask y'all a question. I want to ask y'all a question.
So the
Hey,
question.
I want to
so-
ask y'all a question.
Go ahead.
When somebody is getting to a point, when somebody that opposes your point that is getting to a point, why do you guys always mute it?
Sir,
Why?
you haven't been even close to a point. Like I asked you a question, you answered it. I said okay, but like that always happens. You agreed, and then I asked you again the same question, and you gave me the same answer. But you just listed more specific things. If we're like, it seems like you don't know.
I listed more specific things.
Yes.
That's unbelievable that I would do that.
That is because your argument was things were cheaper. And I said, aren't they always cheaper under the previous president?
That's
and you
not
said
what I
yes.
said
And
at
then, okay, well, do you disagree with that then? Do you think things aren't usually less expensive with the previous president? Is that your claim?
Yeah, usually. What do you mean usually?
So were prices cheaper under Obama than Trump?
Oh, is
Obama
Obama our president now?
I'm
What?
trying to help.
Guys,
I'm doing my best.
before we
I'm doing
go,
my best.
RTP,
Did
before
you see how that worked?
Guys, at 600,000 likes, I'll give you a win-win. I'll shut up for 15 minutes, and then I'll kick this guy, and we'll take the next opposition. What do you guys think? A double whammy? Thoughts?
Why do you have so much confidence without knowing
Let's do
anything
that.
specific?
Let's do that. Get this guy up to whatever he asked for, just so he can kick me out of the live.
Why do you have so much confidence, but you can't explain anything? How are you so confident that you're right, but you can't explain why?
And because I've already explained why, I've already started to explain why, but as soon as I started to explain why, you guys mute me.
Okay, so you
And
just
that
don't know.
happens on every one of your guys' channels.
Cry about it some more.
So if you want to hear,
Now you're
if you
running
want
out
to
of
hear,
time.
Yeah, I do want to hear.
If you would like
once,
to
that's it.
hear,
I do want to hear. I would like to hear specifically what Donald Trump did to make prices lower. That's what I've been asking you a specific question this whole time.
no, you have not.
Okay, well there it is again. What specifically did Donald Trump do to lower prices?
He did a lot.
Like what?
As a matter of fact, you know what? Check it out. So,
No, could you give me a specific?
He made deals. He made deals.
Could you be specific, please?
No,
He
I
made
can't
deals with
because
who?
You can't. So you don't. That's why I asked the question. Why are you so confident if you don't know any specifics? It
No,
seems like
I'm
you just like.
confident, but
Okay, well then give me specifics. What did he
Shut the
specifically do to
fuck
lower
up.
prices? No, thank you.
There you
Shut
go.
up,
Thank you.
RTP. Damn
No,
it,
thank
damn
you.
you and your facts.
No, thank you, sweetheart. I'm going to keep asking the same question. Specifically, what did he do to lower prices?
Are you done?
It's your turn to answer. Do I need to ask it again? Specifically,
Holy
what did he
fucking
do
shit, it
to lower
is.
prices?
Buddy,
My
he gave
turn
you
to
a
answer?
chance to answer. Just answer.
That's fucking crazy.
Oh my
Brother,
God.
how many natty lights are we deep
Everybody,
tonight?
hang on. Everybody be quiet and let him answer. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So the gas prices went lower because of the way we were actually consuming oil.
How were we
In-
consuming oil?
How were we?
We weren't. I mean, you're right if you're talking about the pandemic. That is why gas prices were lower.
So you think we should just go back, like have another?
Should we have another
and
pandemic? Because
shut
that
everything
went
down?
so well.
It was right in the middle of the pandemic. So
Yeah.
I understand what you guys are getting at, but it wasn't. It actually wasn't. The gas prices were
When
far
was it
before
then?
then.
When was
The
it?
gas prices were lower far before then.
Lower than
because
what?
there was drilling in our country.
Wait, lower than what?
particularly
They
in
were lower than
Texas.
what? Wait, they were lower than what?
What does it fucking matter?
It matters because you can't say something's lower if you don't know the thing you're comparing it against.
There's got to be context.
Okay,
Context
it was
matters.
lower. It was lower than Obama's.
It wasn't
fucking-
lower than Obama.
Obama's was lower.
Are you
but
sure?
that was- you were
Yes, I'm
close.
sure.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. You want to
Wait,
ask it again?
Wait, RTP, are you sure?
Yeah, I'm
Chat,
sure.
Is RTP sure? Guys, chat, is RTP sure? What do you guys think? Because he's going to ask the same
Look it up. Look it
At
up.
600,000
Robot
likes,
Man, or
I shut
whatever
up,
your
guys.
name is.
What?
Are you done now? Are you?
No, I'm just getting started, sir. I'm just getting started. But are you done?
I certainly hope so because.
So when Trump
I hope so,
took
too.
when Trump took office, the last full month before Trump took office, gas prices were $2.30 a gallon. When Trump
that last term 2 months.
when no, it had been lower than that actually previously.
Oh,
Obama
my
yeah,
goodness. Wow.
wait, my friend, while Obama was I'm talking about the Obama presidency. So this isn't helping you. The Obama presidency
right.
hit a low of
Oh,
$1.87,
misspoke,
$1.87 it hit in 2016.
Let me rewind the chat.
The lowest Trump ever got was in 2020, and it was $1.93. He never, even with the pandemic and the whole world shutting down, he still didn't go lower than Obama, which proves my point that prices with presidents go
now
up.
What is it?
Perfect. Red, wait.
And
before you go,
now it's
remember, guys,
357.
at 600,000 likes, I shut up for 15 minutes, and we take the next opposition. It's
Together we can silence Jeff.
It's a double
Together we
whammy.
can silence Jeff.
Nobody is actually talking to you right now. So
600,000.
shush.
Wait, are you talking to me or wait? Were you talking to me?
You're
or
just doing a little misogyny.
No, I'm
Like
talking to
when
the
he's
host.
speaking.
So if you wanna keep
And
talking.
am I the
keep
hostess
talking.
with the mostest, guys? Okay, buddy. Okay, wow. Well, they're okay.
You gotta
does
be
anybody
quiet.
want to
Jeff,
ask
Jeff
Red
it's
one last-
600,000. You gotta be
Holy
quiet.
cow.
Those
guys,
are the rules.
All right, okay, guys. Here are the rules. I'm gonna shut up for 15 minutes. So my I'm not gonna say anything. So if the moderators have to moderate, I'm not gonna moderate either. That's not fair. If I have to shut up, I'm also not gonna moderate. Okay.
Jeff is talking so fast. He is calling me Phyllis because he's saying my name so fast. That is true. Someone said that in the chat.
Please.
You talk so fast you don't even say my name.
And listen, I talk so fast because there's not a lot of time to tell the truth, and I gotta get it out as fast.
They paid you to be
I
quiet,
promise
and
you.
you're continuing to talk.
Okay, chat. You know the rules. I'm gonna set the timer right now. Even you guys have to invite the guests. I won't do it. Are there mods that can invite?
No, I don't put this responsibility on me.
No, I will. I'm talking about. Okay, I will invite the guests. I'm shutting up.
Okay, Jay, about what you're saying. Yeah, if that guy is still listening, yeah, the reason prices are always like lower under the last guy is because the consumer price index year over year goes up an average of 3.3%. Like the prices, they're always going to go up. That's why it's fair to say prices were lower under Trump, because just because of the year-over-year increase, average increase I'm talking about, of the consumer price index, that will always be true. That's all Jay was trying that entire time to get him to understand in simple terms. And Jay, I don't think you accomplished it, but you gave it your
My
all.
best.
You did.
Who's first? Is it vote for D or Scowie?
My name is Vote for the Felon.
Okay.
All right. I just want to simply say, underneath Trump, racism was so much greater. I can't take it. Y'all progressive people.
What happened?
Jeff happened. I don't have mod control. Jeff is
I think
Jeff
somebody-
is still finding a way to make his voice heard even in the silence.
That was weird. All right, Skio-Y. Hello? Skio-Y. I see that his thing's moving. Like, it looks like he's talking, but I don't hear anything. Do you guys hear anything?
Oh, I can't see. Yeah, no, he's not.
That was weird. The bubble was going, but... Hey, MT Clark.
What? No! I don't want to be live. I didn't even try.
Jeff will take care of it. Sorry. No!
Jeff gets that reaction to women a lot.
Oh, that's hurtful.
Yes, but he can't say anything. He can't refute it. So I guess it will just be the case. If only Jeff could defend himself in any way right now.
What's up, Walker?
Hey.
I loved you on Texas Ranger.
Thank you. I've been watching this from the sidelines, and honestly, this is just chaotic. I don't.
That's fair.
It's just chaotic, really. I don't see a good reason to split up on and take sides too seriously. There's pros and cons to both. He's holding up his timer, dadgummit. Honestly,
Yeah,
that
but-
voice is killing me.
But it's our job. Like, that's always the case, right? It's our job to figure out what the best choice is. There's always going to be, like, there's no such thing as a perfect candidate. I think everybody agrees with that.
Yeah. Well, can we agree on some issues with Joe Biden?
Maybe.
And manageable. I mean, as far as managing, I mean, like, does he seem put together on, in speeches and in stage
Yeah.
to you?
Yeah. I mean, he seems like an old man, but yeah. I think the only time he doesn't look like he's got it together is when you only see him in, like, short clips. If you watch a whole event, yeah, he's there.
Because honestly, in my opinion, it's not even fair to have him for president. It's not fair to him. Imagine the stress that guy's going through at his age, trying to keep it together.
Yeah, but he is keeping it together, so he's doing great.
Like his statement, I'm just gonna go to bed now. Like,
what's wrong with that? I say that every night around 8:30.
he didn't even want to be there. He didn't even want to be there. But
Brother,
are you talking about
watched...
in France? He brought that.
Yeah.
Where are you talking about? In France?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not true.
Yeah.
I actually watched that whole, he spoke 2 different times and pretty much brought the house down. That was one of his top 2 best speeches ever. The other one being when he was in Poland. Like, so that's what you hear on far right media. And I watch far right media and both sides. So I know exactly why you said that and what you were talking about. But that's just not the case. Watch the speech.
I think, Walker,
Yeah.
if I read you a transcript from a Trump rally, I don't think you could tell me what he was talking about. If I read you a transcript from a Biden speech, you would know exactly what he was talking about. What you're seeing is like some break in speech, sometimes some stuttering, which we know he had a stutter. He's also older. The mind becomes a little less agile. Sometimes it's harder to find the right word. But if I just gave you transcripts of their speech and you weren't allowed to hear their voice, you would have no clue what Donald Trump was talking about. Honest to God, no clue. I could read you one if you want. Like, it's in
Go right ahead.
Yeah, what he
But
says.
it's gonna have to be factual.
Okay, let me.
You know what I mean? I'm not saying that in any disrespectful facet. I'm just saying.
Well, let me ask you this: do you think that, like, I'm capable right now of pulling a transcript from his speech that isn't a real transcript? Do you think I can just, like, make that up on the spot?
Yeah.
Okay, well that's
I
silly.
mean,
But
you
let me
can
ask you
say
this.
just about
So,
anything you want.
well, let me just ask. Yeah, okay. So let's do this. We'll read it. You can go back and fact check it. But let's just start with the idea that I'm reading real transcripts. And if you disagree with what he said, if you don't think that's true, we can probably find the clip. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. And hello, Philadelphia. I went to school in Philadelphia. I like it. And we won it twice, actually, I think they misspelled that. That's not true. One, you can't win Philadelphia. And two, he didn't win Pennsylvania twice. So to start off, Donald Trump is saying, I won Pennsylvania twice. And we won it in all the times in the primaries. We had great success here. We're going to have the biggest year we ever had. This is going to be a big one. And hello also to this great place. I love this place. I've gone to a couple of games. You used to have good teams. Do you still have good teams here? I don't know. A little bit. A little bit. You had a great coach, actually. Hello, Pennsylvania. It's good to be with you. Good to be with you. I'm thrilled to be back in the birthplace of American freedom with thousands and thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, which is what you are. With your help, 5 months from now, we're going to win this Commonwealth. We're going to evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we are going to make America great again. Is that pretty sensible?
Yeah. I mean,
It
if you
was.
understand psychology, he repeats himself on certain words
What did he
to
say?
recuperate his thoughts.
Okay, what about the time when he repeated that he won twice in Pennsylvania, which he didn't do?
He's talking about votes there, I'd say. I don't know. I didn't hear the whole thing, but
Yeah, no,
I guess he's talking about.
No, the problem is this is a man with by virtually every doctor probably that I've seen agrees he has severe ADHD and he's struggling with cognitive decline. But we can keep going. Less than 4 years ago, our border was secure, which is inflation was nowhere to be seen. The world was at peace. They respected your country, and America was strong like never before, all because you finally had a president who put America first. I put America first. Now, under crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, the world is in flames. Our borders overrun. Inflation is raging. Crime is out of control. Europe is in chaos. The Middle East is exploding. Iran is emboldened. China is on the march. What are we talking about here?
Would you disagree with all that?
Almost all of it. Yeah, it's crazy.
So the border's
one
not,
year.
the border
Well, if we
wasn't
start with
overran?
crooked Joe Biden, you guys, there are $0 and 0 cents that have ever been tied back to him of corruption. He's never been convicted of a crime. Republicans won't even try and impeach him because they don't have anything. The border is overrun. I agree with that. Inflation is not raging. Inflation has been precipitously declining for over a year now, 18 months, I think. So that's not true. Crime is out of control. Crime rates are dropping all around the country. So that's not true. Europe is in chaos. Yeah, that's we can go with that. Middle East exploding. Sure. Iran is emboldened. Yeah, when Trump pulled out of a nuclear deal with them, and China's on the march. Like he's like half and half with his facts, but he's not saying anything specific.
So, all right. So let's just hone in on one specific point. The borders. I mean, how can you not see the issue there? So, I mean, that argument has been going on for quite a while. You know that it's racism to say close up the borders.
No, our party's doing something about the border. Yours isn't. This is it. You can't. How dare you say we don't care about the border? We tried to pass legislation. We even did it in a bipartisan way. We worked with Republicans to write a bill to get passed, and you guys said no. Donald Trump specifically said no. And by the way, Donald Trump says we should blame the problem at the border right now on him. Those are his words. Blame me. Because he wants to campaign on this. You guys got to stop my problem with MAGA is that you guys hear what Trump says.
You're saying that Biden didn't open up the border.
No.
Is that what you're saying?
It wasn't closed.
So you're saying Biden suggested to build a wall.
I don't think you understand how okay, let me help you understand this maybe. The people that are coming in right now, are they coming in legally or illegally?
I mean, there's some of both.
But mostly.
Well, Texas, obviously, the whole world knows about it, but Texas closed down the border themselves.
So the question I asked, though, is
legally. The answer is legally.
Wait,
I'm answering
hold
it.
on.
I'm also here legally.
Walker, the question I asked was, are most of the people coming across the border coming here legally or illegally?
You're saying are most of the people coming here legally or illegally?
Yeah,
Right at this very moment, it would be legally.
legally, right?
Now, a while
Almost.
back, when it was
Yeah.
completely open and they were coming through by the hundreds, by the thousands, swimming across rivers and
Uh-huh.
walking through, that was mostly illegal.
No, it
No,
wasn't.
no, that was
No.
legal. You
Hold
don't
on.
even understand
No.
how
Hold on.
immigration
Wait.
works.
Hold on. Wait. Did those people, when they came across the river, did they claim asylum? Mostly.
What do you mean?
Did they claim asylum? I don't know how to. Do you know? Like, so if you want asylum, the first people that you come across, like the first border patrol agents you come across, you say you're seeking asylum, and then that starts a legal process. Most of them were doing that, right?
No.
Incorrect.
That was the
Most
point
of
of
them
it.
no, you're incorrect. Most of them were. And so in order to fix this problem, building a wall wouldn't do a goddamn thing. What we have to do is process these people quicker. They're already waiting in line. Some of them wait in line for like more than 24 hours. There's videos of people at the wall. There's like a golf course down right there, and there's like people waiting in line cheering for the golfers as they golf because they're waiting in line for a legal process. And Republicans and Democrats in the Senate were like, hey, we've got to speed this up. Like, this is a real problem. We don't have the resources down there to handle this many people. And so they came up with a solution. They put it together in a bill. Everybody was ready to sign it. The Republicans were bragging about how well they had negotiated. And then last minute, Trump called Mike Johnson and said, no, I want to campaign on this. Shut it down. And they shut the border down. And ever since that moment, every single problem at the border is now on your hands because you guys aren't doing anything about it.
I'll have you know, I don't claim to be a Republican or anything.
I don't
All right.
really care.
So,
I know, but I don't care about
you
that.
keep saying me and my people. That's
You said you're voting for Trump.
I never said that. No,
That's what we started with here. Okay, you're not voting for Trump?
I'm not voting for anybody.
Well, then why are you here
This
to
point.
talk about this? You're just going to do
But
nothing? You want to have
I
low
never said that
information
either.
and well, what do you want to do then?
All that is. I don't know. You can. The facts are there. I don't
I mean,
know.
you called me Dole. You called me Dole in the chat like 20 times.
You seen that?
And you're
That
going
was
to come
cute,
up
wasn't
and
it?
you're just going to come up here and have like no answer for anything?
Well, I was speaking on something other than the whole presidential thing.
Well, listen,
Almost,
now you're boring everybody because I
You
asked you
brought the
what you would
border up.
want. Yeah, I asked you what you would want to do about the border, and you're like, oh.
No, I never said. I don't know.
You want it? No. You did
Obviously,
bring the border.
obviously, it's fine to come in as long as it's legal, and to even say that the majority of the people, of this immigration is legal is.
No,
Brother.
well, I think we do agree though. Like, and I think you're misunderstanding there. Like, what we have to do, and what that bipartisan border bill did, we have to change laws around asylum, and it has to do with international treaties. And right now, if anyone's feet, that's why would so many thousands upon thousands of people risk it? Everything they have, leave everything they have, everything they know with no money, and risk it to get here, face sex trafficking, violence, all sorts of things. It's because if their feet touch the U.S. soil, they can claim asylum. Those are the rules, and we all agree because Biden and Trump, in case after case, are struck down in federal court because of immigration law. If you want to change it and we want to deter people, we have to change actual asylum law. The only people that can do that are Congress. That's it. So that's why we're saying we came to the table with the toughest negotiator on the border the Republicans have, that Trump endorsed in 2022 as tough on the border, and negotiated, pretty much gave up everything. I don't even agree with that. I don't think it's it's actually gonna, for many reasons, I think it's too conservative. But the Republicans, conservatives, got what they wanted and still didn't do it, and that's the point. And now Biden's trying again. He put out an executive order to try to shut down the border, and immediately, like that, is being sued by the ACLU. And it takes time for it to wind through the courts, but it will wind through the courts, and they'll put it in front of the right federal judge, because we can judge shop in this country, and it will be struck down just like all the rest. The only way to stop it is changing the laws in Congress.
Yeah, no, my opinion's not swayed one bit on that. There is a lot of illegal immigrants, and yeah, it's obviously coming through legally is perfectly fine, but the process of that becoming legal is to weed out the ones that aren't fit for the country. So
Yeah,
I mean, all
we're
this
doing that.
squatting that's going on,
Wait, but
you know,
we're
all the
doing that.
them coming over and then squatting on on
Hold
properties and claiming the land.
Hold on, we're
It,
doing that though. Joe Biden's deporting at a high, not only more people than Donald Trump, but at a higher rate. We're also like asylum seekers. I don't know what the current number is, but it was something like 5 or 6% of them are actually granted asylum. The problem we have here is not that everybody at the border is going to be allowed to be a citizen. The problem we have at the border is that we don't have enough resources to sift through that process. And so we have hundreds of thousands, millions of people. I realized hundreds of thousands way too low, but we have millions of people here in the country just waiting on a process that's going to take years, and we could speed that up, and we could already have sped it up if the Republicans, specifically Donald Trump, didn't say, I want to campaign on this. And I just frankly, fuck anybody who says I don't want good things for the country if I can't if it'll make it harder for me to get elected. Literally, fuck that person every single time. Nobody should support somebody who did that. Donald Trump did, and he didn't lose any support. And I don't think you say you're not going to vote, but like you're obviously somebody that's on that side of the aisle. I don't think you guys care about fixing the problem. I think you like being able to complain about it.
Guys, at
no,
650,000 likes, we take the next opposition. Did you guys miss me? Thoughts, feelings, concerns? I've missed you. Guys, can we focus on some shares right now? Can we get to at least 1.2 thousand shares? That would be nice. And sharing is actually caring. And if you care, what are you going to do about it? Do something about it right now. Click the screen. You'll see a drop down. Invite every single person you see. It's not for me. It's for you. I promise you. And listen, when it comes to debates, he's going to get 650,000. We'll take the next opposition because I know the chat is they're very thirsty. They're ready for knowledge, and they're ready for bombs being dropped. By the way, maybe thoughts on 1 million likes tonight. What do you guys think? Thoughts, feelings, concerns, chat? Let's get to 650, and we take the next opposition. We'll talk about it after. Guys, keep sharing that live. Keep gifting the host. Even guys, if you want to gift the opposition, that's fine. Do it at your own risk, right? It's a little bit risky. A little bit of risky business there. Keep going. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, shit. Sorry. Walker, I fucked up. I kept talking. They got me to 650 likes. I got to kick you. I do apologize. That's my bad. I fucked up there.
See you, dude.
That is my bad. That is my fault. Guys, chat is... what chat wants, chat gets, to be fair. You guys, I have the greatest chat on TikTok. Guys, what do you think about my shirt? Thoughts, feelings, concerns? Guys, keep hitting that like button. Let's get to 700,000 likes.
What do you think your heart rate is right now, if you had to guess?
Super
128.
Well, I mean, I was quiet for 50... With 1,000... yeah, it's high.
No, I was thinking the quiet, like it would just be building and building and building. That's what I was worried about.
Now listen, I'm building a building, but I'm building it on a solid foundation. I promise you. It was on quicksand before. It was sinking quickly. And I decided to get off that sinking ship. What do you think, chat? Thoughts, feelings, concerns? Guys, follow Felice and RTP. They host a live every single morning from 9:30 to 12:30 Pacific Standard Time. And listen, they maybe go over if you have a really good debate. I'm just saying.
Yeah, we go till 1 every day.
Well,
it's fine.
And sometimes too, if you're really
sometimes.
good.
It's true.
And listen, you only go overtime if you're putting in the work, right? If you're putting in the business, you don't ever want to stop. You could go for hours. You know what I'm saying? Guys, let's get us to 700,000 likes. We'll take the next, only taking Republican opposition at this time. Oh, guys, that was, I sniffed. That must be the booger sugar. I think Hunter paid me a visit. Fucking Republicans. I already know what they're going to say, chat. You know it. If I did that shit, you guys would know. Trust me. I promise. It wouldn't be a good look.
Tell them about your shirt, Jeff.
Well, I took a sweater, and it was, guys, I'm sleeve-ophobic, and I hate sleeves, so I cut those sleeves off, and then I took the hoodie, and I cut the hood off. You know the band that ties the hoodie together? I took the bands, and I tied it together like this, so you can see the cannonball delts, because I want to show you what I've worked for. Republicans, top of the box, only taking opposition at this time. Listen, it's not the muscles, it's the biggest muscle in the mind. And some would say, oh, you can bench press 345. Yeah. No, I'm saying I can mentally bench press 600.
You look like a gatherer from like 3,000 years ago.
You kind of look like a 12-year-old volleyball player who has their sleeves like this.
Oh, that's how the Mormon girls, when they got away from their parents,
Yeah.
that's how they rebelled. They'd roll the sleeves up, show off those porn shoulders.
Showing that shoulder.
All right, guys, what's the next goalpost for the chat? Guys, 700,000. You want me to shut up for another 15 minutes? 700,000.
No, I don't want you to shut up. I wanted to talk to you for a second. Just for a second.
700,000.
This rarely happens to Jeff, so.
Yes. Are you a Republican or a Democrat?
I'm going to say I am a Republican.
And I feel sorry for you.
Well, no, that's okay. Because you were.
Oh, I love you, though.
You were once one too, so you.
I know. I was once blind, but now I see.
Okay. But I just wanted to come up here and tell you that, you know what? I don't care who you are. Politically. I just enjoy you. I think you're amazing. And I was wondering, are you going for the Elvis look or the Johnny Cash situation?
I'm just going for the look that the chat loves, and they love the look that I put forth, and I think that's the thing. I was gonna cut some trust me, guys. The next shirt you'll see will be really nice. You guys will really like it. It's gonna expose a little bit, but not enough. It'll leave you guessing, watching for more.
Show some nipple. Show the nipple.
Show the cleavage.
No, that's okay. I mean, we don't need to
Republican
get
Hopper
that
Bucks. Wait,
but-
Kristen, I'm pretty sure chat was like requesting you though.
Oh.
Are you afraid to
You
debate
do
RTP
your
or
thing.
Felice?
This is your live. You do your thing.
No, Kristen, are you? So you're Republican, correct?
I am.
You were chirping in the chat a little bit.
I was.
And
Not really.
It might have been a different
Not
Kristen.
really.
Well, oh, my bad. I'm sorry. It could have been a different Kristen. My bad. Guys, if you're Republican Hopper Box only taking opposition at this time, so Kristen, thank you so much for coming.
No.
What? Oh no! Wait. Okay, come back. Oh, I fucked up. She said no. I do apologize, guys. You're Republican Hopper Box only taking.
She genuinely wanted to talk to you, and you refused to speak to her and just talk to yourself.
I'm talking to her. Here, I'll bring her back up. Because I want opposition.
You're so quick.
They're gonna mute me.
Yeah, listen. Get used to that. Get used to that.
Okay.
At 700.
So you guys,
700.
okay, go ahead, Jeff. Just say your piece.
At 700,000, I don't get to talk. So I gotta get it out. So.
Okay.
Okay. So why are you voting for Trump?
Because just like everybody else says, there hasn't been a lot of good.
So you're just going off of what everybody else says.
No, I'm not going off.
Why would that be a good argument?
No. I'm saying
a little bit better. Go ahead.
It's what I have seen and what's been going on in the world. Like, okay,
so if you see a car accident,
hold on. You're not hearing me out. Okay, so I live in Oregon, right? And you know that Oregon is a Democratic state, right?
Yeah, no state tax. It sounds great.
What?
Yeah, no sales tax.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. It's really great. Okay, but you know that there is unalivings here on a daily.
Yes, just like there is everywhere else. And point.
Oh, really? But from
literally
what I
everywhere else,
hear
there's
from-
unalivings on a daily. You didn't know that?
No.
Wait, you thought that only happened where you're from? Wait, what?
No, but listen, the crime rate from everybody that's in your chat and in your guest boxes are saying that crime rate is on down.
Wait, let me say something to Kristen real quick, because I actually do know about this.
I have a lot of criminals in my chat too. Yeah, I know. I love you guys.
Okay, let me just say something about the crime rate real quick, because I was actually reading. This is just informational, and I don't think I talked about it on our show, but it would probably maybe I'll bring it up on or not tomorrow, but Friday. It's a very interesting study. One of my favorite Washington Post editors did. His name's Philip Bump, and because crime, it's just an actual analysis of how crime is reported, because it's reported right on state levels, it's reported by the FBI, it's a combination of both, and then there are reporting issues. And so it's a whole, but it's a data analysis of crime. And I think the closest answer you're looking for, because like the Republican rebuttal is, well, crime's not being reported, but it is being reported, and it's largely being reported the same way it was when Trump was president. But it is being reported, like there are some places where it is true it's being reported less because, like certain police departments and stuff. So the answer is probably at the end of this data analysis, after you read through all the sightings and everything, it's basically the answer is about crime is going down, but it's probably slightly going down slightly less than it is being reported.
Guys, at 700,000 likes, I stopped talking. Keep hitting that like button. Let's get.
Well, I am just going by what I watch on the news every morning.
Your anecdotal experience, yeah.
There is like not a morning that I don't get up and get ready for work that I don't hear that somebody is being unalived on a daily. Like, I mean, it's every morning.
I'm looking at like obviously. Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, that's okay. I'm done. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was looking just while you were pulling this up. I went to the crime in Portland or in Oregon. Obviously, Portland's like the big spot, but crime in Oregon and in Portland specifically, we saw record highs in 2022. We saw so there were in 2022 there were 95 homicides. In 2023, it was 73. And we're on pace. They're on pace to have much lower numbers this year. Like crime is actually falling in the state that you live in. One thing that was really surprising to me when I stopped being a conservative is that I realized just how much of the message was just that. It was fear mongering. It's always stories. You'll notice that. Like next time you watch a Republican politician, just think like, is he giving me data or is he giving me stories? It's almost always stories. Just like you said, like to you, it feels like crime is getting worse, but statistically, crime isn't getting worse. And statistically, crime goes up when people are struggling financially, which, of course, we would have seen an increase in crime during COVID. Everybody was struggling. So we saw an uptick during COVID, and those numbers across the country are coming down. I mean, that's pretty normal. But it's wild to blame that on Biden. Like, oh, the crime is Biden's fault, but these decreases, though, like he didn't have anything to do with that. You can't have it both ways, right?
Right. And I never once said that it was Biden's fault. I don't think that came out of my mouth.
You said that's why you wanted to vote for Trump because crime had gotten worse.
No, I'm saying I don't really see any difference. I mean, maybe I'm noticing it more now that Biden is in office, but
why do you think that is?
You know what? Probably because of all the chaos going on.
There's a more simple answer. Why do you think you're seeing more of it now?
I've been noticing it more ever since around the end of 2019.
Why do you? And my question is, why do you think?
Because of COVID.
Okay, but why do you? No. My question is, why do you think you're seeing more of it? Because there's less crime right now. There's less crime than there was 2 years ago. So my question is, if you feel like it's increasing, do you think it's possible that's by design, and that what you're hearing? Like, think back of everything you know about crime in Oregon. What do you know? Do you know the data, or do you know a bunch of stories?
Okay, guys, just to let you know what. Wait, I have to say one thing. Because I'm gonna mute myself at 700,000 likes. Also, I will not moderate. It's up to the moderators to invite people into the chat. It's up to you. I'm gonna mute after 700,000 likes for 15 minutes. Just to let you know. And by the way, guys, keep hitting that like button till we get to 1 million. Thoughts, feelings, concerns. And by the way, while I'm muted for 15 minutes, it's up to RTP or Felice to at least rizz up the live. For at least one time.
Everyone's going to be ecstatic about your silence. They'll tap the screen.
I know.
I just want to cite my source real quick. I found the data analysis. If anyone's interested please don't talk.
15 minutes.
It's over. You must be quiet now. It's almost up. Yep, and we're talking. If anyone's interested in the data analysis on crime I was talking about, that it debunks kind of like the myth that crime isn't going down, but it explains like the problems with the reporting and does analysis on that. It's called Violent Crime Continues to Drop, but it's not clear how much. and it's a Washington Post article by Philip Bump.
Okay. So back to, I don't know, what is your name? RTP?
Yeah, my name's Jay.
Uh,
It's fine. Yeah.
Jay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, that's easier.
So when I started noticing it is when my eyes were wide open and I was really like paying attention
To what? What were you paying attention to?
well, when I was really paying attention to all of the violence and all of the, all of the crazy that was going on was when
What does that mean? When you say paying attention, what does that mean? Does that mean like you're searching for it?
Well, no.
You're just noticing it more
When
on
I
like
was
on your
really paying
timeline, or
when I was really watching the news and really like paying attention. Well, because with I don't know, are we restricted to, can we say COVID on here?
yeah, you can say that.
Oh, you can say that. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that's when I really started paying attention, was when COVID hit. And that's when my eyes were like really wide open to, some scary shit that was going on in the world. And
Can I
oh, go
suggest?
ahead.
Can I
Yeah.
suggest something? Like,
Go ahead.
this is a phrase. Like, I'm pretty sure I know the stuff that you saw, but like this idea of having my eyes open. I'm gonna ask you the same question.
I'm
Were
going to be
your-
honest. I really
Yeah.
didn't really care all that much except for my pocketbook.
I get
before.
that, but my question is, when your eyes were opened, was it because of data or was it because of stories?
Stories. I'm going to be
Okay.
honest.
So-
And
So let me explain real
saw
quick.
on the
Like,
news.
so I grew up in a cult, right? And what they teach you, what you learn in a cult, like I was a missionary and we were taught to speak in specific ways. We always needed a story. We always had to illustrate our point with a story. Why? Because it's impactful to the person that you're telling it to. They can feel that. Everybody agrees. Like when there's a specifically like with children, which I'm guessing some of the stuff you're talking about is like trafficking children, right? That's a lot of the stuff that opened your eyes.
I'd never mentioned child trafficking.
I'm just wondering if that was one of I know you didn't mention it. I'm just wondering if that was one of the things.
Well, even if I was to mention that, are you saying that it doesn't exist?
No. But this is a good example of what I'm talking about. So we can use that one.
Okay,
Did you see the
but-
movie Sound of Freedom?
No, but hold
Okay.
on. Hold
Wait,
on. Listen for a second.
I haven't made my point yet, ma'am.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah. So when we talk about these issues, when you talk about crime, again, you've been fed stories. You don't know what the data is. I'm giving you data that says crime is dropping, and you're saying I don't believe it because of what I'm seeing on the news or on my news feed. But isn't it possible that they're just showing you that because it gets your attention and you watch it? They don't care, right? Nobody's going to watch somebody scroll data across a news feed. Nobody's going to read that Facebook post. What are you going to watch? You're going to watch a video. You're going to see something that scares you. You're going to watch something that makes you feel sick inside. And that cycle is addicting, and it keeps you from, when you say your eyes have been opened, I disagree. As somebody who was come out of a cult, your eyes have been closed. You just are only relying on your feelings now, and you've left, like, you're not doing data.
Okay, so what you're saying basically is what we see on TV is not true.
No, what you're seeing on TV is true, but the conclusions of people saying, look, here's violence on TV, therefore things are more violent now. Well, if you compared violence on TV now versus like just stuff you're seeing on the news now versus things you saw in 1992, you would think as an outsider that we were far more violent now than 92, but our violent crime rates have dropped massively since the early 90s. We had a real problem in the early 90s, and it's significantly better now. But if you compared news coverage from 92 and news coverage now, of course you would think things are worse, because it's everything sensationalized. You have 24-hour access to it. You have access to social media whenever you want, and your algorithm, once it figures out what you like, oh, she likes a story about violence, whether it makes you sick or not, you clicked on it, you stayed on it, and now your algorithm says, I've got to feed more of this. I've got to feed more of this. And it's just a self-fulfilling prophecy, but the data doesn't back it up.
Okay, so You say you were in a cult? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
And what cult was that?
I was
exactly?
Mormon.
Let's focus.
I
Oh
was
no,
Mormon.
I'm just. He's saying he's in a cult. I'm gonna ask him what cult he
That's
was
fine.
in.
I was Mormon.
Oh, Mormons are cults?
Yep. Any sort of high demand religion that requires you to like all listen to one person who talks to God for you. Yeah, like that's a cult always.
Okay. All right. Well, that's basically an opinion.
It's not an opinion, ma'am. With all due respect, I know my I know my former faith backwards and forwards. I did years of therapy to get out of it, unconditioning myself. With all due respect, and I do mean this, like it's 100% a cult, and nobody outside of the Mormon Church who knows anything about cults would disagree with that. It's 100% a cult.
It is. I know it has all the, it's a high control group. It has all the markers of a high control group. I just want to cite another source. So this is another data analysis. It's called Crime is Down, though Fox News viewers might not be aware. And it talks about how since the pandemic, even though crime is decreasing, Fox News's mentions of crime is increasing, specifically in urban blue cities. And this is the actual data analysis laid out of how Fox News continues to proliferate a lie that crime is increasing in blue cities. It's fascinating. So if anyone wants that resource for debate, this is easily debunked.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, just like Scientology. Yeah, I hear you. Scientology is way cultist. Yeah. Oh, I was reading in the comments. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying if you find yourself in a scenario where all of your beliefs are based on stories and not data, like it's operating like a cult. When we say MAGA is a cult, it's not necessarily like in the same religious connotation.
So
It's
what are
hold on.
your
Whoa, could I finish?
that you get your your info from?
Well, yeah, that's easy. So like earlier today, or earlier when I was pulling up Portland's number, I went to the Portland Police Bureau. Right, so it's their data of exactly what their hard numbers were. So they're reporting their numbers, and I'm going to pull it from that. If I read an article about something and they don't have a link that I can click on to verify what they're saying is true, I don't take that article seriously. But like the worst possible source is a video that makes you feel something. It's manipulative. I mean, people that are manipulative, they want you to feel something. That's why at church you sing. That's why they like changed from old hymns to rock music. That's why like good preachers are people who are dynamic and can get people to feel things. So if you find yourself in a situation where your beliefs are basically exclusively because of stuff that you've seen and felt, you may be wrong. I mean, you can still be right, but you may be wrong, and you should probably check the data. And in this case, I'm just telling you, the data says the opposite of what you're saying.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just going by what I watch on my local news channel every morning.
Are you in the middle of the state?
Probably Sinclair Broadcasting.
You're somewhere in the middle of the state?
No, definitely not. I am in between. Well, actually, I am just right outside of Salem, so I'm about an hour 20 from Portland.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, again, do you think a lot of people would watch that same news program if they just came out every day and they were like, here's the current police data and let's dig into these numbers? Do you think anybody would watch that?
I don't know.
I mean, would you?
They probably do.
Would you watch that?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, you know, there's shows like that, right? That you could find. Why don't you watch those?
Oh, who said that?
No, stay with me. Stay with me. No, stay with me.
No, this person said actress in Dallas area.
Yeah, but just stay with me.
Oh, like, where is that at?
Just stay with me here. Stay with me here. Again, when we explained all this to you, that like you're just taking your feelings over data, and then your conclusion was, I'm just going to keep doing feelings. I'm just going to keep going off what my local news says. Why do you just trust your local news?
Well, because I don't really have a lot of time to be, like you guys do, to be going through all your data and,
If you have time to watch the news, you have time to read data.
Well, I do that while I'm getting ready in the morning to go to work.
Well, what about listening to like podcasts or books that they rely more heavily on data?
Well, and what do you recommend?
Well, it depends on what you want to learn about. What would you like to learn about?
I want to know more about what's going on for real in the state that I live in.
Okay, who's your senators?
Oh God, you're gonna ask me that. Oh Lord.
So I would say I'm not saying I think most people don't know their senators. I don't think that's really like a shock. But I would say that a lot of people have a lot of opinions about politics, but very few people know anything about it. You can go to your senators' websites. You can sign up for emails that'll talk about at least the projects that they had that came to your area. Find your local congressperson. They'll tell you what stuff's coming to your area. And then I would just I would rely only on news sources where you can fact check it. If you can't fact check a news source,
if that means
there you go. But if you can't if you can't fact check a news source, then what's the point of listening to that news source?
Right. Yeah. So yeah, you're right.
And I'll say one more thing, and this isn't disrespectful. I know it may sound that way. You were the target. This type of propaganda that came out, the stuff about child trafficking that also turned it, like, it all went the same way. It was child trafficking first, then it was anti-COVID vaccine, then it was the election was stolen, then it was now that we've got Biden, crimes out of control, trans people are taking over the world, the borders out of control. You were the target of all of this, and they know that people who historically haven't been involved in politics but may not live in like a super tough area, they're going to be predisposed to seeing things that look violent and being afraid that that's going to come to their neighborhood. And so you were a mark. They wanted you. You're exactly who they wanted. Somebody who doesn't fact check but like, you have good intentions. You don't want bad things to happen to bad people. So they just show you to good people. So they just show you bad things and you're like, "Oh, the world must be falling apart."
Right.
I would just say don't get played like that. Like, you can't possibly agree. Like, you can't possibly agree with everything that these people are feeding you, and just find something. The next time you find something, you're like, that seems iffy. Like, I don't know if that's true. You can just Google, like, let's say it was like a theft and it didn't make sense. You can just Google the city, the theft, every detail, just put that into a Google search, hit enter, and you're probably going to be able to fact check that stuff.
So we trust Google. Google is going to...
Yeah, because the way Google works is Google takes the most searched data. So like if I want crime rates from Portland and I go on Google, I'm going to search crime rates for Portland, and Google is going to, like, it's an algorithm, but they're going to send me the source that's most likely to give me an accurate number. And again, I don't have to trust Google. If it showed me a source and it's like, crime is up 400% in Portland, look at these 3 videos. Well, that wouldn't be proof, right? I would be like, okay, well, that's just 3 videos of crime that happened.
Yeah.
Right? So even you don't have to trust anybody. Just see if you can verify their story. And if you can't verify the story, don't let that affect you. Don't let that become part of your belief system.
Right. I got you. Got you. So how much do you think we're paying for gas over here?
I don't know. Do you guys have a gas tax over there? Do you still have to, can you pump your own gas in Oregon yet? Or do you still?
You know what? They just started. So it's, they either have self-serve or full service. So you have basically a choice whether you want to pump your own gas or not. But
They still the average price is for regular is $4 and $4.08, and for premium it's $4.54.
Wow. Well, what is it here?
Yeah, it's $4 here where I am.
Well,
and it
sorry
seems
about
as though somebody in your chat knows exactly where I am, which is really kind of creeps me out. And I don't know how they even found that out, but that is really fucking creepy.
It's pretty easy. I would just go through like your social media profiles. A lot of times there's like clues on where you live or where you've gone to school, like LinkedIn or Facebook or Instagram. Other sites will kind of know, and people like to do that to intimidate people.
I live in one of the smallest towns in Oregon. Like, I'm just like totally creeped out. Like,
Yeah, ma'am. I live in a small town in Oregon as well. Live in Klamath Falls. Guys, thank you for letting me talk. And I was muted for so long. Kristen, thank you for coming. I really appreciate you guys. How about this?
Jeff, you tried to drop her. That was our
thank you
best
so much, you guys,
conversation yet.
for being nice and just having a
fantastic. Kristen, I
a
really
civil conversation, because I appreciate that.
Thank you. It was I
Kristen,
enjoyed it.
You were so nice and so kind. I usually say a gentleman and a scholar, but can I say a gentlewoman and a scholar? And I use those terms loosely. By the way, thank you for coming, guys. Keep hitting that like button. How about this?
Yeah.
At 1 million likes.
You guys have a good night.
You too.
Nice to meet you, Kristen.
Thank you. Nice to meet you guys too.
Kristen, drop them a follow because they go live every day.
We already follow each other. I just checked.
Well,
do we?
I think so. Well, I follow you actually. Maybe you're not following me.
I followed you.
Okay, well, I'm following both of you right now. Hold on. Let me make sure. Oh wait, where did Felice go?
She's still there. It's a
Went
glitch.
into your heart.
There she is.
Into your soul. And here's the thing.
I found you.
That's what she does. And she gets to your heart and she tugs at the heartstrings.
Jay.
Yeah,
Jay, someone said I'm having a very positive influence on you.
It doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. We can all get along,
But only one side could be right. And Kristen,
well, that's okay.
Get to the right side. I love you. Appreciate you. Well, I mean, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Kristen, love you. Appreciate you. Guys, if you're Republican, hop in the box. Wow. 15 minutes. That is like with 1,000. Whoo! That's very triggering for me, you guys, because you guys know I don't like to be the center of attention.
Unbelievable.
I don't, guys. I don't. Wait, guys, listen. We listen to the chat here, and this is what we do. Is the chat is very triggered. It's not me, okay? I promise, guys. If anything I do, it's because of the chat. Look at them. They're triggered. Watch how fast they're texting. Right? Like, it's insane. Watch. Let's read the chat. We're going to take up one opposition from the chat. Guys, at 1 million likes, I will mute myself permanently, and I will let the moderators take over the live until RTP and Felice are their bellies are full, and they've eaten their fair share. At 1 million likes, how fast? There's 1,000 people here, which means it's 10% of 1 million. If you guys each tap for at least 1 minute, power tap, we would get to 1 million in probably less than 5 minutes. Less than what it takes to Trump to fruition, right? Think about it, right? It's really simple because what we do is we work together so well. Chat, what do you think? Thoughts, feelings, concerns? Guys, at 1 million likes, I shut up permanently. I shut up permanently. You're Republican, hop in the box.
Unbelievable.
Look at this, guys. You see, I even interrupt RTP, and you guys know how I am. I talk a little bit too much, but maybe not enough. Someone said, "Quiet, Jeff. Better make some coffee." Let's see. Guys, hang on. Stop texting so fast. Hang on. Permanent today. Don't get it. Get him to shut up. Yes, guys, get us to 1 million thoughts.
No, they're asking if you're going to permanently shut up or if you're just saying for today. They're asking how long will this last.
If you get me to 1 million likes, you triggered little chatskis. I call them triggered chatskis. I mean, they're like young, they're like children sometimes. But I appreciate you guys, and you guys, you know what? You do the heavy lifting. To be fair, okay, this guy's flexing.
Someone asked 2 million, and will you delete your account?
Oh, devastating.
That's mean.
I'd like to do a little promotional plug. Yesterday I discovered this. This is a yogurt covered pretzel, but it's cinnamon flavored. And it tastes like the milk.
I've had them. Yeah, so
it's
good.
like the milk after you drink.
Yeah, it's like cinnamon toast crunch cereal. Yeah, it's like cereal.
Unbelievable. I just shout out cinnamon yogurt covered pretzels.
Yes, and cinnamon covered Democratic policy is so much easier to swallow. It's true, and tastes a little bit better. To be fair, if you're gonna taste the Trump Freedom Caucus, then It's just gonna be just what it is. Mitch, how are you? Guys, 1,000,000 likes, I shut up the rest of the live. At 1,000,000, I shut up. Gone, done. Perma mute for HVAC at 1,000,000 for the whole live. Hello, Mitch. Fine, Mitch, fine. Mitch McConnell, maybe, who knows? Guys, if you're Republican, hop in the box. Only taking opposition at this time. 1,000,000 likes, I shut up. To be fair.
And you know what's cool? Like Jeff has now said, not only does he swallow, he also savors and makes sure to understand the flavors.
Well, you don't gargle for nothing. To be fair.
That's true. Yeah, I
Good
think
point.
that's true. Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna let a bunch.
Now
of
I'm
people
hungry. I have to get a snack.
Republican.
Sorry.
We'll find one Republican and I drop the rest down. At 1,000,000, you guys, I shut up, guys, because I know you like hearing me talk. So get us to 1,000,000. If you do, wait. So Lauren, are you Republican? Are you Republican or Democrat?
So I will say that I
All
am
right,
Republican.
Felice, hang on. Felice and RTP, let me eat here. Let me snack before 1,000,000. Guys, I'm gonna have a little snack. At 1,000,000, I zip it. Lauren, and by the way, this is my first debate of the night, probably. Lauren, are you Republican or Democrat? Oh, you're Republican. What's the number one reason you vote for Trump?
All right. So actually, I do want to say for the chat that I was born and raised conservative, always voted Republican, voted for Trump twice. This year.
Oh, so you're brainwashed.
No.
Okay.
No,
Guys,
no,
at
no,
1,000,000,
no.
I'm quiet
Hold
for the whole live. At 1,000,000, I'm quiet for the whole live. Lauren, so you're brainwashed, right? That's what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is I was brainwashed, but I watched a lot of RTP
Wait,
talk.
so now you're Democratic. Wait,
No,
so
let
you're
her
not
finish.
opposition.
Please just
Yeah,
let her
please.
finish. There's
Yeah,
one statement.
yeah,
just
let me
one
finish it.
statement.
Well, guys, you know, at
Yes.
1,000,000,
So
there's
anyways,
nothing. At 1,000,000, I let everybody finish. To be fair, but nobody's ever accused me of not letting somebody finish. Thoughts?
I think
Lauren,
we're
go
all
ahead.
accusing you right now of not letting someone. Literally,
Chat, stop.
everybody here is accusing you of not letting someone
Yeah.
finish.
No, chat is triggered. Dude, guys, do not listen to the chat. They are triggered. I promise. They are triggered. They don't believe the chat, you guys. They don't know. So Lauren, what's the number one reason you're gonna vote for Trump?
actually, if you would have just listened to me, what
What's
I
the
said was
number
that
one reason you're gonna vote for Trump?
No, Jeff, she has something to say that will make a difference. Just let her say something really quick, please.
Guys, chat, do I let people talk?
Anyway, so
Chat, do
what I said.
Jeff, hush. Chat, really? Really? Is that the way? Shush? Really? Chat. Guys, the chat is showing me Jeff, she's not. Okay, sorry, chat. I do apologize. Go ahead. Chat is telling me to calm down. Sorry about that, Lauren. Go ahead, Lauren. Chat, thank you for. Jeff, shut it. Good idea. Good idea. Go ahead, Lauren. Jeff, shut it.
Anyways, I voted for Trump twice, and what I'm saying
Lauren,
is
what do you think about? Okay.
Bro,
Yeah.
let her go.
Okay.
Every time she tries
I'm
to
sorry.
start.
That is
Like,
my bad,
fuck,
guys.
you
1,000,000
sit there and tell
likes.
me to
I
like
shut
talk,
it.
and then you're
1,000,000
just like,
likes.
all right, go ahead, Lauren. And
I
then you're just
mute
like,
for the
oh.
rest of the live at 1,000,000. Go ahead, Lauren.
Jesus, dude, I gave you like at least 300 likes the whole live while I was waiting to come up. Can you just let me finish?
Say less.
Anyways, so raised Republican, raised conservative. I'm in South Carolina. All right, got it. Voted for Trump twice. And what I was trying to say is that this year, absolutely fucking not. And by the way, shout out to RTP Talks. You know, I watched a lot of your lives, and it really opened up a lot of things for me. And I actually had to do my own research because I was being completely consumed by the political propaganda from different like major news networks and stuff like that. So yeah, that's what I was trying to say this whole time. So
Well, actually, you made a really good point, guys. At 1,000,000, I'm just quiet. But thank you so much.
Thank you for
Lauren,
saying that. That was really. First
Good
of all,
point.
that's cool that you did it on your own and you went out and did your research. But also, thank you for saying that. That's very kind.
no, it wasn't on my own. Like I had to listen to various like different people. Like my roommate, you know, he's completely like totally far left. And I used to debate him, and I had no talking points, absolutely none. Like I couldn't name anything. I just went off of like, oh, well, what was America like during this time when Trump was president? You know what I mean? Like that was like my whole freaking
It's a good
thing.
MAGA
I was like,
impression.
That was good. Sound just like
no, I mean that's the facts. That's
I
the
love it.
facts. That's all it is now. And now I argue with those people, and I'm like, damn, did I really fucking sound like that?
Are you a gamecock?
Oh, absolutely not. Alabama actually.
Oh
So
my
my
Guys,
parents
God,
are from
how did
Alabama.
that
So
happen?
Guys, there's opposition.
my parents are from Alabama, and they
All
moved
right,
to South
Great.
Carolina, and then that's where I was born and
Lauren,
raised. So
hang on, Lauren.
fair enough.
I only have about
okay,
5 more minutes because the chat's getting me into a million. I want to debate at least one more person. Guys, one more Republican hop in the box before they get me to a million. I have to zip it for the night, okay? I have to zip it at 1 million likes. Guys, think about that. HVAC zipping on his own live at 1 million. How triggered would that make most people? Think about that. Thoughts, feelings, concerns. I'll take one last Republican debater, and then it's up to everybody else. If you want to debate,
can I say one more thing before you drop me?
yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Felice. By the way, you've been on RTP Talks for I want to say like a couple of months now.
6. Yeah.
Originally, I was just watching RTP Talks, but I really do appreciate everything you guys are doing. I really like that your information is out there and you guys provide sources. Now, whether or not these people want to do the work, I know that I've done the work, and I really appreciate you guys not putting out misinformation. Y'all are awesome. So
Thank you.
Thank
That's
you
really
so much.
nice.
It's hard
Thank
for
you.
us to accept compliments.
Yeah,
Guys, drop
thanks,
Lauren
Lauren.
a follow. By the
Thank
way.
you.
Drop her
We
a follow.
appreciate it.
Gift her up. Thank you, Lauren.
have
By
a
the way,
great
I
night.
do apologize. I thought you were
Too.
opposition. I got a little bit triggered there. I do apologize because chat.
Well,
chat
actually,
was trying to cut
in a
me off.
way, sense or form, I think it was good for the chat to understand that somebody that was originally opposition, who actually came into the light and actually did fact check and do stuff like that and see for what it really is. I think it's good for the people to hear that too. So I want to thank you guys for
I
giving me
actually
the
see why they were
platform
trying to
actually
get me
say
to shut
that.
up. That actually makes sense.
Lauren, shoot me a DM and I'll get. If you're not in the Discord, you should come hang out.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
All right. Thank you guys.
Lauren,
Have a good night, please.
Lauren,
And
thank you so much. I appreciate you.
RTP. Y'all have a good one.
Lauren, at 300 likes though, is that the best you can do? Seriously, I was expecting at least 1,000. Can you do a little bit better?
I'm in the process of moving. I've been waiting a little bit, but now I actually got to get some work done. But I mean, I'll send you about maybe 100 more, and then I'm out for the night.
You know
Y'all
what?
have a good one.
Don't even
See
do
you,
that
Lauren.
because you
Look
did.
at her setting healthy boundaries with
Love
Jeff.
You did a
That's
lot
right.
more than Lauren. Your words were a lot more than your likes, and your likes are a lot. To be fair, your words are about triple that. And thank you so much for coming, guys. At 1 million, I shut up for the rest of the live, and when they're ready to shut it down, they can. At 1 million, I will mute myself. Imagine that. A creator at 1 million mutes themselves. User, how are you doing?
I'm good. You?
Good. Are you Republican or Democrat? Thank you for asking.
Well, I have a whole family that's
Matt,
Republican.
why are you trying to get to? Why are you trying to get to 1 million so fast? Like, what the fuck? Like, chat, seriously?
I have a question for.
Oh, you have a family? That's so much different than my family. Okay, go ahead. This is.
Listen, I need you guys to tell me when Ukraine became NATO because my son-in-law said it's not true.
Ukraine is not a part of NATO. What did your son-in-law say?
He's not. They're not. They're not.
Agreed. So who
They're
cares?
not.
What's the point? Whoa, hang
Why?
on. Guys, the chat, look how fast they're getting. Guys, let me just take this last one for me at 1 million. I have to shut up for the rest of the live, okay?
Well, just let
Didn't they
her
give up
finish
their
her
new-
sentences. Just let her finish her sentences.
Guys,
Then
there's nobody that's. I don't.
No
I
one
don't-
should ever accuse me or Jay of interrupting ever again. I hope everyone can now see what interruptions are.
That's okay.
Yes,
Listen.
user, can you stop interrupting, please? Because they're trying to
No, I
make.
can't stop.
Have-
You stop for 1 minute so I can talk to those two.
So user,
Because I
wait,
listen to
no,
them a lot.
I'm the one that's getting
Listen.
muted at 1 million. I'm getting muted at 1 million. Like, you can't talk to me.
Well,
Chat.
I was trying to get you muted. I keep on hitting it.
I know. Well, it's not 1
You
million
keep
yet.
on
Okay.
talking.
Hang on, I'm gonna kick you. I'm gonna take up one. I
Don't
need
kick.
actual opposition. No, I need one more opposition for myself. Because look at this. I got like 1 more minute. Hang on. 1 more minute for me. Please bring up an actual. If you're not Republican, I'm gonna kick you. I need one last opposition till you guys get me to 1 million. Holy shit. At least one for me. Jim, how are you?
I'm great. I was
Great.
just hoping that I could take over interruptions and goofy shit when you get muted.
Okay, great. Are you Republican or Democrat?
Oh, I'm a Democrat, but I just want to take over all the interruptions that aren't
Dude,
going to.
stop it. Just stop. Just stop. Love you. Appreciate you. Guys, the Republican Hop in the Box only taking opposition at this time. Chat, can you slow down, please? Just a bit. Okay, here we go. Trumpless. No, this guy actually might not be opposition. Sorry, guys. I do apologize. Hello. Hello. One last Republican for the night, guys. Only taking opposition at this time. If you're Republican, hop in the box. If you're not, keep hitting that like button. At 1 million likes, I perma-mute for the night. I perma-mute for the night. Think about that. Thoughts, feelings, concerns. Have you ever heard me say less unless I'm saying more? Think about it.
Your opposition.
Okay, perfect. Why are you voting for Trump? Or what? Yeah, why are you going to vote for Trump?
Well, because he's not Biden.
Okay, fine. Who cares? What's your point?
You asked me a question. I gave you the answer.
I know. What's your point? He's not Biden. What a great point. What a terrible argument. Biden has done so much more for the American people. Bipartisan legislation, bringing back a sense of sensibility.
Sense of sensibility?
Holy shit. Okay.
I think 9% inflation wasn't sensible.
There we go. I think Jeff's muted now. All right. Should we start? We'll start over with a more appropriate tone. You
Cool.
like Trump, and you said.
Hold on. I didn't say that I liked anybody. He asked
Are you going to vote for him?
voting for
Sorry.
it.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. And you said because of inflation. That's right. Did I get that right?
Thing. He was talking about sensibility, and I don't think that putting $4.8 trillion in spending bills in Biden's first 2 years, driving up inflation, was sensible. Neither did Larry Summers.
Now, yeah. So now is inflation going up or down right now?
The rate of inflation has lowered. Inflation's still going up.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Come on, I'm sure you're a little econ guy here. You know what I'm talking about.
No, if the rate of inflation is going down, then inflation wouldn't go up.
No, inflation has not gone down. It's not below zero, which would be how inflation goes down. The rate of inflation
No, that would be
still going up.
That's deflation.
You're right, and that's what causes inflation to go down versus the true vernacular that inflation is still up.
Brother, inflation can only be up. You can't have negative inflation. That's deflation.
That's what Trump
No,
said
that's
the other
deflation. Inflation is something like, can you, if you let the air out of a balloon, are you inflating it or deflating it?
When you're deflating, is it empty?
Well,
No,
no.
there's a period of time when you are deflating and there's still air in the balloon. You can get a negative, and you'll call it deflation, right? Because I like to be clear in our terminology, right? Okay. But as deflation sets in, if the deflation is 1.4 from a 3.2, you still have inflation. That's when inflation lowers. The rate of inflation we currently have now is 3.4, 3.5. At the peak, it was a 9%, and the cause of that is where I hopefully you'd like to have that conversation. Most people don't understand how it got to 9%.
Well, I'd like to have this conversation, but like
Cool.
we do have to be able to agree on terms, and that's the only reason I was bringing up deflation. If it's a negative percent, it's deflation, but inflation is lower than it was when it peaked at 9%, right?
The rate of inflation has lowered, yes. But
Right, and so how did that happen?
Well, that's it certainly wasn't from the Inflation Reduction Act that had nothing.
I know, but how did it happen?
The interest rates were risen by the Fed, which slowed demand.
And is that the only reason that we had inflation dropping?
Absolutely not.
No, but that's your primary course, because people also don't have the same amount of money they had as people were sending out checks from the government to people just spend nefariously on things that were also choked up in the supply chain, which caused that to rise. There's a number of reasons why it went up. However, when Trump put $3.5 trillion in COVID spending, that was not spent when Biden hit office. They added another $4.5 to $5 trillion in spending, which just ignited the forest fire.
Terrific. Okay, so deflation or inflation is lower than it was at 9%, and you're saying that that was mostly due to the Fed's dropping rates.
No, they didn't drop rates.
Or, I mean, increasing rates. Sorry, increasing.
No,
rates,
we're good. I think you have an idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. So you think that's what happened?
I think that was one of the reasons that we started to see the inflation slow down its rate of rise. Now, there are a couple of other things that we have. Now, once you get to that point where you hit that 9%, it enacted a lot of different things by increasing you look at the mortgages, right? You now have home sales at a 30-year low, right? It
Why?
affects other
Why?
value and venue.
Why are they at a 30-year low?
Why are they at a 30-year low? You know what it's like to go get, say you have a $200,000 home on a 30-year amortized loan. It's going to be different than if you have a 3% loan or a 7.5% loan.
Right. No, I'm asking why did we get to this point? I understand that like attractive rates make people buy more homes. Why do we have higher rates? How did we get to this point?
We just talked about that, right? With 9% inflation, the feds have to come in and raise the interest rate so that we slow down demand.
No. So
yeah.
No.
Okay.
The reason that most of the only reason house sales are down is because people can't afford them. And that has to do with the interest rate, but it also has a lot more to do with the amount that the cost of housing has risen in the last 4 or 5 years. And we can directly tie that to economic decisions by the Trump administration when they allowed corporations to directly compete with the regular everyday consumer. And corporations are able to take a loss. Corporations were able to outbid. I live in Arizona. 30% of 30% of home purchases were by corporations. That inflates the cost of houses. That inflates it to a point where only corporations and wealthy people can buy houses. And now the corporations that were buying the houses, now they're a little bit cautious. They're like, wait a minute, like we're not sure what the market's going to do here. So they're being a bit more cautious. But the reason homes aren't being purchased is because nobody but rich people and corporations can afford them.
Well, I think that if you're familiar with who or what can purchase a home, and I purchased many homes under an LLC, which is a corporation.
So have I. I owned a Homevestor franchise. I purchased literally hundreds of homes.
That didn't start under Trump.
I didn't say it started under Trump. I said he changed the rules that allowed corporations. So there used to be you would buy houses through your LLC?
Absolutely.
How long did you have to wait when a house was on the market before you could purchase it? Before you could make a bid?
Okay, so this is going to be a little bit different than most because I owned a mortgage company. In fact, if you look at the naming rights on the stadium that you'll find in Miami, I started Loan Depot in Southern California in 2003, sold the naming rights to that large conglomerate in 2008 after the mortgage crisis. So I'm not a noob on this.
Great.
Now, as for what I could purchase, I did not have to wait when I went and purchased a non-owner occ or a home. Actually, I did all of my single.
Were there any homes you did have to wait on?
No.
Were there homes that consumers could get access to before you could?
No, there was not a competing.
That's wrong.
No,
that's
incorrect.
No, there was absolutely. Brother, if we're gonna have this conversation, you can't just talk and then when I say no and try and explain it, you talk over me. Are you aware of I off the top of my head, I have to look at it, 60 or 90 day waiting period that the Trump administration changed? Are you aware of that at all?
Okay, so first of all, I didn't purchase homes under Trump. I purchased them 2000.
I didn't ask you that, dude. I'm not asking about your personal experience. I'm talking about the state of the housing market now and how we got there. I don't care about Home Depot or Loan Depot. I don't really care about what you did previous to that. We're talking about why there are problems now. And I'm asking you, if you, a person who bought homes like I did, I had to wait. There were certain homes I couldn't buy.
Okay, well, so I'm not sure what your problems were where you were at.
That was the law.
Southern California. No, it was not a law.
It was. Donald Trump changed the. Okay, I'll pull up the law for you. I think that you were in the mortgage industry and you're overselling how much you know about the housing
you don't
industry
actually.
right now.
And while you're looking that up,
First of all, you're talking about two different years and eras of when I bought and Trump being.
No. You keep thinking that I care about when you bought. I'm asking if you know about the rules now. I literally don't give a flying fuck about a single thing that you've ever done. We're talking about how we got. Why do you keep interrupting? We're talking about what's happening now and what caused it. So your personal experience is irrelevant.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah, that's how this works.
To go to your talking point, you can go pull up Trump's executive order right? Establishing a White House council
Wasn't in-
creating barriers for
wasn't one of the
affordable
executive
housing development. Go find it, and we can
Okay,
talk
he's
about.
going to, and while he's doing that, I need to say something. Okay, because I think that you know the mortgage industry, and
Oh,
you've
I
all.
do.
Listen, I completely agree with what Jay's saying, and I just want to provide a source. There's a great article. It just came out like a week and a half ago. It's called Fed's higher interest rates do not get all the credit for inflation. And specifically what I want to cite, because this article is fascinating. And if you understand the world economy and how we've actually corrected, it doesn't have to do with the Fed's interest rates at all. Listen, let me just read this quote. So the central bank's interest rate hike helped cool parts of the $28 trillion U.S. economy. Sales of single-family homes fell by a third in 5 months as the Fed's initial move sent 30-year mortgage rates shooting up from 4 to 6%. But through March, and this is Republican stuff, this is supply side economics. Through March, improved supply chain performance by itself or in connection with the greater availability, and this is the fascinating part, of dock workers and truck drivers accounted for 86% of the reduction of inflation since 2022. 86% of the reduction in inflation has nothing to do with the Fed's interest rates. It just has to do with labor and smoothing out the supply chain. And that's a fact. You don't understand economics at all, or how inflation like you just know mortgages and you're drilled in on that.
No.
86% of the inflation that came down has to do with just labor and supply chain issues being ironed out. Period.
So
and that way, let me
listened-
cite my source. That was
Sure.
from the White House Council of Economic Advisors. And again, this article is called Fed's higher interest rates do not get all the credit for lower inflation, and it's fascinating.
Right. So you two are on the same talking point memorandum, because you did not listen to what I said when I talked about Trump spent $3.5 trillion in
Never
COVID
spoken
spending.
to anyone about that article ever before, so I'm
I
not on
spoke
any
to
talking point
you for
memorandum.
this.
That's
I spoke
incorrect.
to
I
you.
just was fascinated when I read that
Words
article.
came out of my mouth, I'm trying to tell you, and you two do not listen to anybody else. So I'm going to say it again. Trump spent $3.5 trillion in COVID. Then Biden came in and put another $4.5 trillion in spending. During that time, we had a chokehold on supply and the way that the chains were working. We had Long Beach Harbor stuffed to the gills with ships that were not coming
You
in.
never said any of that, though, is the problem. You
Yeah,
never said any of that until you heard what
I have
I
to
said,
draw
and
this
now
out
you're
for you?
pivoting to a new point.
What does this
That's
have to
what
do
you're
with
doing.
housing
I have to draw
prices?
this out because you're so
Wait,
generic.
Yeah, now
What?
he's making my
We're
point
talking
for
about
me. Thank
housing.
you, though.
What are you talking about right now, dude?
Oh, no,
We're
we'll
talking
go
about
back to
housing,
the
and now you're
housing.
at the
Let's
you're
go
at
back
the
to the
port.
housing.
He's making my point about dock workers and supply chain issue, but
I
you
hope
never
this is-
spoke
I
about
hope
that
this is
before. You were
recorded.
whining
You go
about
back and
interest
listen to
rates.
my original comment.
Yeah, and then we moved on from your original comment, and we started
Right.
talking about housing. So
Right.
I don't
So
know why
when
you're
did I
going
buy
back to
my
that.
housing? When did I buy my
I
housing?
don't care. We're trying to
I know
figure
you
out
don't
why.
care because you're a talking point guru.
Brother, listen. Does knowing when you bought your house tell us anything about
Yes.
Why
Yes,
housing
because you
prices
asked
are?
me if I
Do you
had
want
to
me to?
wait.
Would you mind me finishing the question before you
Sure.
answered it?
Finish your
Yeah,
question.
you telling me when you bought houses, will that give me any data that's going to help me understand why housing prices are so high now?
You asked me a specific question. If I had to have a waiting period
I
when
just
I
asked
purchased
you
it,
another
all
specific
week.
question and you won't fucking answer it. So I'll
I did
ask
answer
it again. Will you telling me when you bought your houses tell me anything about why houses are expensive now?
Well, yeah, if you want to go ahead and go down this road, you're going to assume that Trump did something that allowed corporations to come in and purchase homes, driving up the
question that I asked was, will you telling me when you purchase your houses help me understand why prices are so expensive now? The answer is obviously fucking no. Just
No.
say no, we'll move on. Yeah, that's why I keep
Just
cutting
move
you
on
off when
because
you want to
you
tell
don't
me
even
stories.
remember what you asked me. So move on.
I just asked you 3 times the same exact question.
Your
and you didn't
original
answer it.
question to me was, did I have a waiting
Talking
period?
about my original question. This is how conversations work. You talk
They
about
don't work.
different
You don't
things.
listen.
And I asked you a question and you refused to answer, but the answer is no. So let's get back to
Yep,
talking
so
about
move
why
on.
prices are so high now. Why are they so high now?
Demand. That's what makes prices higher.
Supply and demand, right?
Right.
Okay,
'cause
so
I
if
don't count as that.
corporations who have deeper pockets are buying up, I think it's 23% nationwide. If corporations enter the pool and they start buying houses at a higher rate and they can outbid the everyday American, would that cause the prices to go up or down?
I just told you, demand drives prices up.
Wait,
However,
hang on, Chris. Wait, guys,
so
I have
then-
to say one thing. Wait, I have to say one thing. Guys,
They paid you to be
I
quiet.
cannot, by the way, but no, I
Wait.
know, chat, by the way, chat, there are moderators. I cannot kick anybody. I'm going to remain silent. You got me to 1 million views. So it's up to the moderators or Hugh right now to either kick and invite
It's fine.
people.
Everything's fine.
I'm not doing it. Love you guys. Sorry. Just wanna do that.
Yeah, so can you then help me understand how we have record numbers of corporations buying houses, and you're telling me that that doesn't raise the price of houses?
so do you know what brought the commercial ability to purchase
Do you
homes?
think you could answer a question before you asked? And why don't you just answer questions and then ask your question? Why do you refuse to answer any question? One more time. Do you think a bunch of corporations entering the marketplace and buying houses at a faster rate than ever before, do you think that would cause the prices of houses to go up or down?
If all your questions are rhetorical, just answer yes.
That's not rhetorical.
It
That's
is.
oh no, it's not.
The answer
Okay, so
is
yes.
the form of your question.
Great. Well, then I think I just won this debate because that's what I said happened.
Yeah, if you are saying if people come into the market that have the ability to overprice a home, is it going to sell? Is it going to raise prices? Well, of course it does, right? It's a rhetorical question.
It's not I don't think you know what rhetorical means.
Sure it does. You put the answer into the form of a question. But anyway,
Oh, that's not what
move
it
on.
means.
Go
Rhetorical
ahead.
wait, let me just tell you. Rhetorical
my
is
God.
if I asked you a question, it's not meant to be answered. That's rhetorical.
Okay, so anyway, so
Yeah, you just said begging the question. Shit.
hey, look who's back. Like
That was
this
a good
guy
one,
gets,
Chris.
he gets all his likes and he still can't be silent. That's awesome.
It's tough, man. It's tough.
Still tough. I mean, he's a fired up guy.
So I think like that was my claim that you said I was wrong about, and now we both agree on it. So
No. Supply and demand is something that goes back long before you and I started arguing over the semantics of what our positions were over different supply and demand theories.
we weren't talking about different supply and demand theories. I said that corporations entering the marketplace raised the prices of housing in a way that, like, had they not entered the marketplace, it wouldn't have happened. That was my only point. I don't like. It's weird. We agree on this.
Right? I'm not new at this game. I know who they are. I know that they do damage to the market. I know that they overbid for currently they want to get into a bunch of rental properties because it's more difficult now for people to own an SFR because of the interest rates. And they can go, put a rental market in Arizona, and you've seen that. A lot of my friends from Southern California went out to Arizona and they bought the McMansions. I went through that in 2004, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Right? I'm not unfamiliar with this.
Nobody's saying that you're unfamiliar with, like, it seems like your answers have nothing to do with what I'm saying. Like, that's why, that is a big driving factor for why houses are too expensive. I support people who will at least try to do something to limit corporations. You're supporting a guy who doesn't want to limit. In fact, he wants to cut taxes and regulations on the very people who want to buy up all the houses.
Well,
So that's why I would never vote for Donald Trump. I'm not interested in having a bunch of like 8 to 10 oligarchs owning all the houses in America. And that's the trajectory that we're on. Just like if this keeps going, nobody's going to own houses. We're going to be Russia.
You're talking about tax policy, which I enjoy because I'm guessing that you did not like Trump's tax policies.
It was stupid. It was it was moronic. He cut revenues while increasing spending. In no world is that fiscally responsible.
Well, can you tell me which administration has ever not added to the national debt?
Well, hold on. Let's be clear on what I said.
Sure.
He increased spending while cutting taxes. If you are going to increase spending, is it more fiscally responsible to decrease or increase taxes?
Well, I can tell you two things that aren't true here. Executive branch does not increase taxes or increase spending.
I said under his administration. He signs the bill. Nobody said he wrote the bill. So let me try this again. If you have two different options, if you have increasing spending while cutting taxes, or increasing spending while increasing taxes? Which one is fiscally more responsible?
Well, you don't cut taxes.
Goddamn, dude. Are you ever going to answer a question?
Yes.
Yeah,
You do
okay, so
not cut-
answer it.
But that was
Which one is
pre-COVID.
more fiscally responsible?
Seriously, you're asking me if I have less money, do I spend more money? Like I'm
No, I'm asking you if the government increases taxes along with increasing spending versus increasing spending and decreases taxes, which one is more fiscally responsible?
Oh my goodness gracious. More rhetorical.
Yeah. Which one?
The fiscally responsible one is going to be the one that balances the budget. I'm sure
Which
you
one is more? No. I didn't say what is your ideal scenario. I said which one of those two options is more fiscally responsible. If you're not going to answer questions, we got to go to the next guess. Like, you are an unbelievable coward. You are such a coward. You know the answer. The answer is increased spending while increasing taxes is more fiscally responsible. And the reason you don't want to answer is because you know that Republicans cut taxes and increase spending. They are not fiscally more responsible. So while I have a problem with Democrats spending too much, at the very least they try and offset some of it. Republicans do the exact opposite. They don't want to offset any of that spending.
Republicans like to let people keep more of what they earn. That's not a bad thing.
While they increase spending.
I don't agree with that portion.
I don't care. That's what they do. So why do you believe them when they say that they're going to be fiscally responsible? They never are.
Okay, so the current band, the band of conservatives, so-called, I'll put those in air quotes, are not the same type of conservative that I am, where I like a balanced budget. I was happy having Newt and Clinton together partnering to bring down deficits to almost zero.
Well,
right?
Then you shouldn't have elected Bush. You shouldn't have elected Trump, because neither one of those guys are interested in balancing a budget. So maybe you've already seen that Trump isn't going to balance a budget. He's going to explode it. And you're like, fuck it, let's go for round 2. And this time he said he's going to cut taxes even more. Round 2 with this guy? Don't tell me that you're fiscally responsible. By the way, fiscally conservative means what the conservatives do fiscally, which is big spend, low taxes. There's fiscal conservatism is lots of spending, low taxes. Fiscal responsibility is something different. You're not you're not voting for fiscal responsibility, and you haven't had the opportunity to. Well, if you don't vote Biden, you can't say you're fiscally responsible. If you vote Trump over Biden, you're voting for the lesser of the two when it comes to fiscal responsibility.
Where's Biden at in his deficit spending per year?
There you go. You're just gonna not respond to anything.
I'm gonna pivot. You do pivot every single time. You never answer a question. That is
your questions are storybook. You don't even come to a point. You just
then it should be pretty fucking easy to answer them, which you can't do. It should be really easy. I'm literally walking you to the correct answer.
I know
and the problem that you have is pride. The crazy thing is, you actually know all these answers. You're not dumb. You just don't want to say it because you know it's not good for your argument. You're just playing dumb right now, and I don't know why. Are you afraid to find out that you're wrong? Like, what if you're wrong, dude?
What if
How would you ever know? How would you ever know? You won't even go there.
I learn a lot more from listening than I do from speaking, so I'll keep listening.
Well, I would. Okay, cool. So I think we covered it. The Democrats are more fiscally responsible. You're still going to vote for Trump. You say you care about fiscal responsibility. That's a lie.
I still don't see how your argument of Democrats are more fiscally responsible because they raise taxes on people and take more of what they earn. They redistribute what people send to Washington, D.C. that makes nothing, manufactures nothing. They're like parasites.
Cool.
That's the
but it's still fiscally more responsible than what Republicans do. And that's my point. You can't say you care about fiscal responsibility and then vote for the party that is less fiscally responsible. It makes no sense.
I just disagree with that. Biden's been in office
how
for
do you
50-something
disagree
years,
with that?
and we've added almost $30 trillion worth of debt while Biden has been in office.
Okay, so this is nonsense, and you know that this is nonsense.
It is nonsense.
It's nonsense. It's gobbledygook. We'll go to we can go to the next one.
Go to the next one. Tell somebody else what to think. Then
you did really well, Chris. You were really convincing.
I'm not trying to be convincing.
Well, then mission accomplished.
I know you just up here to simp for capitalism. Like that's where you're also talking about the interest rates when that's not even the issue within like.
The interest rates are what bring down inflation. So
No, I just went over it with
Yeah.
86% of inflation coming down since 2022. It has nothing to do with the interest rates.
Who
It
told
has
you
to
that?
do
The
with
White House?
dock work, has to do with labor, and it has to do with supply chain issues being figured out, Christopher.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, we talked about that. So stop saying that over and over again. It's not true.
Well, maybe then you'll go ask the feds as to why they're raising interest rates. Maybe you'll ask why they haven't lowered them. If we've brought down from 9% to 3.4, why are the feds not lowering interest rates then?
Because it would be
We have a hot
deflationary.
labor
Because it would
market.
be deflationary.
It's because we have a hot labor market.
Because it would be
Still creating
deflationary.
jobs.
I just read it yesterday. That's
read it?
why. Yeah,
You
they're
read it.
going to slowly bring rates down. We're seeing a stabilization of the housing market right now, and you're going to slowly lower rates in a sensible way, right? If you slashed the rates now, what would happen?
Did you read that in the FOMC?
What would happen? Shut up. What would happen to the rates if
Man,
you
are you
slashed
like
them
in
right
third
now?
grade?
What would happen if you slashed the rates right now? Let's say you slash the rates to
People would
2.5%. What would happen to the
spend
housing
money.
market?
They'd spend
What would
money.
happen? What would happen
They
to the
would spend
housing
money.
market? What would happen to the housing market?
Housing market would increase values on everybody's home because money would be easier to get. The demand would go up.
And that would be inflationary.
It would be inflationary, which is why they raised the interest rates to begin with. So
Yeah,
why
so that we didn't have inflation. God damn! Are you listening? Are you We don't want housing prices to go up more.
Have a brain between you
we
two?
don't want housing prices to go up more. They're too high. So, and you're like, well, this would raise the price of houses.
That's right, it would.
That's
When you-
not what we want. We can't afford houses.
You don't want the demand, so let's keep the interest rates high.
God damn.
Right? We don't want affordable housing, but that's all we talk about is we want affordable
Congratulations.
housing.
I bet you were one of the best janitors that Loan Depot ever had, but I'm done.
I'm sorry, what?
I bet you were one of the best janitors that Loan Depot ever had. You have
know what's
no
funny
idea
is
what you're
my
talking about. You
son
didn't play a
actually-
critical role there.
Simping for capitalism.
The-
Man, imagine being a slave to a fucking lie. I think, you know what I mean?
There's nothing middle-aged conservatives hate more than answering a question. They just hate it. That was dumb. I'm not even an expert on this. Like, if this guy claims he's an expert, he doesn't know anything. Like, I shouldn't know more than you. If you were in that industry, I shouldn't know more than you about it. I really shouldn't. What's up, Tango?
Guys, by the way, if you don't
What's
know
up
why
there,
I'm talking, it's because the chat got
Yeah,
me to
this
a
is-
million. I promised I wouldn't talk after a million.
Oh yeah, this is what?
Yeah, we hear
yeah.
you.
What's up, Thor?
Hello, Felice. Haven't seen you in a while.
Been by design, I think.
I noticed that you were you're a left you're a Democrat, but then all of a sudden you became a capitalist, buying all these homes in Arizona.
I bought yeah.
Gotcha.
So no, you didn't. I owned that business when I was a Republican. And actually, the reason I sold the business is because I didn't feel good about doing it. I thought it was.
You felt
I thought what
guilty?
we were doing morally was wrong, and so I sold my ownership in it. But thanks. We sure got me there, didn't you, Thor? Got me.
You're so silly, dude.
Nah, dude, that
Anyway,
was a-
I don't.
You
I
know
don't-
you know I was a Republican. You know I was.
I don't understand why you guys, RTP and Felice, are on here on the bottom chat while Jeff's over here.
Jeff is
mimicking,
flailing around. Yeah.
I just don't understand
Fair.
that.
He just needs some attention. Let him be. Let him flex. He's flirting.
I love you, Jeff, but good grief. Anyway, I just thought I'd say hello. I'm still voting for Trump, and nothing's gonna change my mind.
Just three
God bless you all.
Arizonans. This is what it's like for us. Thor represents the other people in Arizona.
I represent the common sense part of Arizona.
Thor, do you
I think
recognize?
that,
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I just wonder
No, I
if you
just represent-
recognize how dumb it is to say, this is what I think and nobody could ever change my mind. What a stupid way to live life with anything. Nobody should ever utter those words. That's so stupid.
I've seen the lies, the deception by the Democrat Party for years, even before you and probably even born.
Nobody, yeah,
RTP.
but what I said
I'm like-
is, though, is you said I'm voting for Trump and nothing could change my mind. That's crazy. There's a lot of things that he
Yes.
could do that should change your mind, but you're saying no matter what, I'm not changing mine. I just think I respect that you have that opinion. I think it's just a stupid opinion.
there's a lot of, I mean, you could say the same thing. There's a lot of things that Biden's done, and
But I'm not
and
talking about
Biden
Trump. I'm
supporters
talking
won't
about
change their
you.
mind as well.
No, I'm talking about you. You could
Yeah.
change my mind on Biden. You could. There's
No, I don't
things
think it
Biden could
could.
do that would make me not vote for him. Just policy wise, there's things that would make me not
I
vote
mean,
for Biden.
Wasn't he the elderly old man that should not been prosecuted for
No,
having illegal documents? Wasn't he?
Thor, no,
Now
that's not what happened.
he should be the free. He should
No,
be the
Thor.
president of the free world. Come
No,
on,
Thor,
now.
that's not what. See, this is
And
the
he's a
problem. No, be
liar.
quiet. Thor, hold on 1 second. That's not what happened. The conclusion of the Hur report was that there was no evidence of a crime, and then for a reason, the reason that we all know, because he just wanted to kiss Trump's ass. At the end of that, for no reason whatsoever that had anything to do with the case, he said, there's no evidence of a crime. I don't have anything that I can charge him with. Besides, even if I did, the jury would just take pity on him. First of all, he doesn't know that. He doesn't know what a jury will do. But second of all, why do you skip the part where he said there's no evidence of a crime and only focus on that? It's because you're in a cult and nothing anybody says could change your mind. So the information that's inconvenient for your argument, it just gets left out. And the reason it got left out is not because you read it and chose to leave it out. It's because somebody else told you this and you're just repeating it.
That's not true. Do you know that? No, let me ask you a question. Has Biden lied? Has Biden been deceptive? Has Biden been a racist? Has Biden been a plagiarist? Has Biden been doing?
You said a question. That was like 5 questions.
I think yes to I would say yes. I would say yes to all of that. Yeah. What's your point?
So then, why would you vote for that man? Why?
Because he's a better president.
No, why aren't you propping Kamala? Why aren't you propping that?
She's not running for president.
Well, maybe she should run for president.
Well, she's not, so I can't. Sorry, I can't vote for her because she's not running for president.
That's the Democrat
Why don't you
problem.
guys vote for people who aren't running?
No, that's the Democrat problem. You have popular.
Don't tell me about the Democrat problem. You guys have got your ass kicked
Democratic
since 2016.
problem.
This same guy already beat you.
Let me finish.
No.
Bernie
Don't tell me.
Sanders
You say it's our problem. We're winning. We don't have the
Bernie
problem.
Sanders
You guys
was
do. We picked
popular.
Biden and he won.
Bernie Sanders was popular. Then the Democrats said no, we don't want him, and then you propped up Hillary. Then it's the same thing with with Biden.
Biden
is incapable of being
won.
a
He
president.
won. He won.
He is incapable. He's old. He doesn't know what he's doing. He is not leading this country.
Thor,
And you
physically
guys-
and mentally, he would run circles around you. I don't think you have any leg to stand
I
on
don't
talking
think so.
about somebody else's
I've
mental
seen-
acuity. Like, no,
I have
he's
seen a
so-
lot of elderly guys in the VA, and they do not.
I
run
bet you
circles around
have.
me.
I bet you have seen elderly guys, but like the stuff
And when
Biden
you guys-
says you
hey,
can't
when are
even
you guys gonna come
Thor,
visit me
shut
at
up.
the
Hold
VA?
on, Thor. If you understood anything, we would take you seriously. But you're just like you're worse than the last guy because the last guy knew the right answers. You don't even know the right answers, and you're this confident.
Yeah,
It's
that guy was
silly.
really
Like, bro,
confident.
you're
I
a
do
person who should be a listener. You're more of a listener. You should
No.
talk significantly less and listen
I
significantly
like
more.
Felice smiles. Anyway, I just thought I'd come and say hi. It's been a while since I've seen Felice.
Yeah,
It's a fresh of breath air. I hope you guys get what you need. Hey, what about the governor, Katie?
Let's
Katie
just
Hobbs?
kick. Let's just
The
kick him.
investigation. Oh yeah, investigation of bribery. What about that?
What are the details of it, Thor?
Oh, she pay to play. Kate Hobbs is under.
Who'd she pay? Who'd she pay?
I don't remember.
Yeah, you don't fucking know. Exactly. That's exactly what I thought. Pay to play. What do you mean? I don't know. Yeah, Thor. That's what I meant. Talk less, listen more. Like, you just know the headlines. You know what you've been told, but you have no idea.
Oh, did he leave already?
I think one of the mods got him. I like that he pretends like we just haven't seen each other for a while. Not like we banned him from our live for being racist and a misogynist. He's just like, oh, we haven't run into each other for a while. Is there anybody in the box? I forgot that Jeff can't talk.
No, I do think like Katie Hobbs being investigated. Like my answer to that is great. Let's investigate her. It's a Democratic attorney general that's investigating her. Another woman in Arizona who was democratically elected and is part of the Democratic Party, and who is running an investigation. So that's really funny because if it's weaponized, she's the governor of our state. So if she had a weaponized DOJ, why would the Democratic Attorney General open an investigation against her? Like that's what authority needs to ask him. So I think it's how things are supposed to work. I think let's just let it play out.
And yeah, it was something about like they got a better rate after they donated to her, right? That's what it was. I'm trying to remember. Sunshine Residential, an operator of group homes for foster kids, was approved for nearly a 60% increase in taxpayer funds via the Arizona Department of Child Safety after previously being denied. So there's a campaign contribution, and they got a raise. Yeah, if that's true, if that's what she did, she should be removed from office.
Well, no, like what it is, and I just want to say this, and if you know anything, I mean, Arizona is the Wild West. Like our state legislature they're out of their minds. Like these quacks are praying on the floor for pioneer abortion bans. Like we have, like the Republicans control our legislature, and they are like, if they can do something to discredit Katie Hobbs, our governor, they will, because this is a swing state, and they want Trump. They want to make the Democratic Party look as bad as possible. And one of the crazies in the state Senate, I believe, sent a letter to Chris Mays' office, the Attorney General, was like look into this. And I think she was like, yeah, like I'm the Attorney General of Arizona. If there's an accusation, like I'm gonna look into it. Like I think it's that simple.
Yeah. What's up, CJ? CJ?
And Katie Hobbs is a former social worker. So, like, am I surprised that she's increasing funding to, like, places that need more social workplaces that need more money? No, I'm not. Like,
S.
Yeah.
What's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm of legal age.
What year were you born?
2005.
All right. What's up?
Hello. I just wanted to come on here to talk because I feel like this conversation is really controversial because it's based on what you believe in and what you really see to be as truthful. And
What are you? I'm not sure what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
yeah, and both parties, like whoever you pick for, no one is going to be perfect.
Yeah, nobody's ever made that claim.
Yeah. No, but I'm making it. I'm saying it.
I know everybody agrees with that. Nobody thinks that anybody's.
Yeah,
perfect.
so that's the basic, like, that's something basically everybody agrees with. And I like to go for the public opinion of the people, right? So if we all agree that no one is going to be perfect, all we could really do is weigh the pros and cons to what really we're looking for.
Right.
And first and foremost, I just want to say that I've been thinking about it. Hey, I've been a Democrat for whatever, but I'm starting to like
for a year. You're 19. You're 19. Yes, like you've only been anything for
I'm
like
starting
a year.
to like think maybe I should change. Like maybe I should like try something new.
Why?
Because I feel like there is no benefit like either way, but I want to see what the other side has.
Do you think would you
the people?
Do you think
because
you should,
let's just look
hold
at
on, ma'am, with all due respect, ma'am,
like let's look
ma'am,
at basic
ma'am,
things
ma'am,
that could
ma'am,
lead to
ma'am,
inflation.
Ma'am, this is not your opportunity to just soapbox. Can I ask you a question, please? Is she still here? Is she gone? What?
I don't know what's happening. I need to go to
still
sleep soon.
Yeah.
I'm kind of tired.
I can't see anybody, so I don't know if that was weird. Michael, what's up? Nice beard.
Nice beard.
Hi, Michael. Oh, he's asleep.
Hush, little Michael, don't say a word. Liberals gonna buy you a mockingbird.
That's kind of cute. Oh no. Oof. We may want to get a mouth guard or a C or what do you
He
call
needs
this?
CPAP. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
we
see,
might.
that's he's not
Michael,
breathing
call
in
your
his sleep.
doctor. Call your doctor in the morning. Somebody DM Michael and say you got to call your doctor. Is this? Wait, why does it show Jeff in the box now? This is all screwed up for me. Is Jeff in the box?
Oh my god, that's me. Like I just.
Oh my god. Well, I'm going. Okay, on that note, I am going to sleep. Everyone else, bye, Jeff. What's Jeff request himself?
No, I was. They were like that. This guy, that has to be opposition. Felice, thank you so much.
Bye, guys. See you tomorrow.
Felice, wait,
what?
Felice, can you give it like a nice closing statement?
No, actually, this was not as bad as I thought.
It was pretty fun.
It was. No, it was. It was a good time. Thanks for having me. I'll see you guys tomorrow's the debate. See you guys tomorrow.
See you guys. Well, actually, I'm still here. Jeff, did you need me? Did you want to keep going? I can do it. I could go till 9, but that's as late as I can go.
No, it's up to you. I said 1 million. I shut up. It's up to you.
If there's people in the box, let's go. We can go till 9.
Moderators, there's a lot of people in the box.
All right.
Moderators, I'm not moderating, so you have to pay attention. But the chat is really hyphy, so they want opposition. I'll shut up.
Hello. I see maybe Live Strong. Not sure. Yeah, there
Hey,
we
what's
go.
up, bud?
Hey, what's up?
How are you?
How are you?
I'm good. So I'm listening to your housing crisis problem.
Okay.
So I think, honestly, I'm a developer, so I think things are going to get much worse in the United States.
What do you when you say worse? What do you mean by that? Like the housing market's going to get worse?
I think we're going to have a crash.
Yeah.
A serious crash, and different than 08, and the reason being because probably 80% of the people in the United States refied under Trump, somewhere in the range of 2.5 to 3%. So there's no reason for anybody to sell their homes at this point to go into a 775 or 765, whatever the rate is.
Yeah.
So there's going to be there's no buyers at this point. Just for the sole purpose. I know there's not a lot of developing going on. So we have a shortage of homes, but we also have crazy interest rates, but we have people that refied at 2.5 and 3. So it's a weird situation, but no one's going to get out of a 2.5 or 3 to go into a 7.75.
Yeah.
So the demand is completely going to come to a standstill, and that's happening in Florida as we speak.
Yeah.
So if you take just like Delray Beach, there were probably 80 homes for sale a year and a half to 2 years ago. Now there's 600 homes for sale. So the increase in, the product on the market with no buyers is crushing prices across the board. So, and this is only going to get worse unless the Fed starts to lower rates. And
but you have to do that. You have to do that like slowly, though, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But we need to get. I think if you can bring rates back down to 5.25, then people that are at 3 will make the upgrade to go to a bigger home or, to make the change. But they're not going to go from 3 to 7.75.
Yeah, I would just say like the commodification of homes and the way that we expanded that out to, like, no disrespect to you, but like developers, like I don't think developers are necessary. I think that they are inflationary in nature. But the way that we built our housing market, like we're going to have these crashes. This is how it works. Like every time we let private equity money get involved, they take and they take and they take and they push and they push and they push until they collapse the market, and then they're right back, and then we got to start over. And those people are they're still there. They make it through. They're not the ones that get hurt. It's the American people every time.
Yeah, because they have endless amounts of money.
Yeah.
So they bought they're buying homes at 3%, 2.5% with endless amounts of money. So for them,
we agree. I don't think anybody's happy that we agree right now. I think everybody wants a fight.
I know. Listen.
But yeah,
I'm a
I think we
Trump
agree.
supporter, but I also, look at the economic part of the country, and I know all you guys are talking about inflation and how inflation's at 3.4%. But if you actually study the CPI, and I know Felice was talking about this earlier,
Yeah.
if you actually go in and study the report, there were things removed from the report this time that haven't been removed forever. And the reason they were removed from the report is because the stuff that they removed.
What was removed?
Cocoa was removed from the last CPI report.
Okay.
So they removed it because cocoa trades at 2 times what it did 2 years ago.
Is that why? I mean, I don't know if that's why they removed it. That seems like a silly reason. Like, the CPI is there so that we have an understanding of inflation. I don't.
Absolutely, but you can't remove stuff to make the numbers look better. You know what I mean?
So everybody's saying that didn't happen. There's a lot. Do you have a source for that?
100% that happened. It was on CNBC. It was talked about by a million people. So everyone's going to say it never happened. It 100% was removed. So you're changing the numbers of really what's going on to make the American people think things are better. But when you still go to the grocery store,
was it cocoa or coffee? Was it cocoa or coffee?
The what?
Was it cocoa or coffee? I'm seeing both here.
I think it was cocoa, is what they said.
Okay, so what I'm reading here is it's not that it was removed; it's that cans of ground coffee and cocoa in that size range were removed, which was, I can find in the 13 to 20 ounce cans. That's what was removed.
There's a bunch of things.
So there's 3. So we have. I have it right here. So we have canned tomatoes, canned whole per pound. Shortening vegetable oil blends per pound, and then coffee 100% ground roast 13 to 20 ounce cans.
So why are they removing things there that are trading at double on the commodity exchange?
I have no idea.
To make the number look better. That's
you think that tomatoes, shortening, and coffee, removing those 3 things will significantly change our inflation rate?
If it changes inflation from 4.1% to 3.4%, it makes it a huge adjustment.
I can't imagine those 3 things changing inflation by 0.7%. There's no way.
How much coffee do you think is sold in the world over the course?
Yeah, but this is just specific cans of coffee. Who gets can? Do you get your coffee in a can?
No, I use a Keurig.
Yeah, who gets their coffee in a can? Who do you know that gets coffee in a 13 to 20 ounce can?
So the commodity trades as cocoa. You know what
I'm looking at it as coffee, but again, this is just 13 to 20 ounce cans. Like, there's no way this is significant. There's no way.
Let me ask you a question. Why did they remove it?
Well, I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know, and we could find that. I'm sure we could find that out. But you're saying that removing, like, you're using that as evidence, saying that that's what, like, the inflation rate would be much higher. Like a 0.7 change in the inflation rate for canned coffee between 13 and 20 ounces?
I don't know what the percentage is, but when you start removing things, listen, it's the same exact thing when they said that we're not in a recession. So what is the definition of a recession?
I'm sorry, I'm still reading this. Let's see. Okay, Bureau of Labor denies removing coffee. What did the Bureau of Labor say here?
You can pull up the CPI report right online.
I see it, and I'm looking for, and all it shows is what was removed, and I want to know why it was removed. Don't you think we should know why?
Well, CNBC said they removed it because the stuff that they removed is, on the commodities market is double of what it was a year ago.
Okay, so BLS is not removing coffee from Consumer Price Index because of changes in the way items are packaged. We sometimes discontinue specific package size categories. Indexes and average, yeah, exactly what I thought. Yeah, they just discontinued specific, and we've discussed that. Who do you know that's buying a 13 to 20 ounce can of coffee? No, almost nobody. Like, even in the coffee aisle, like, you don't have that. Right, that's not going to be significant enough to change inflation 0.7%.
Making all of these changes, and what they changed the definition of what a recession is. So
who did? Who changed the definition of what a recession was?
GDP.
Who changed the
on
definition?
back-to-back quarters.
Who changed the definition?
Go back to what Biden stated. We're not in a recession. We're not in a recession. We're not in a recession. But go
You
back
just said
and
they
look at
changed the definition. Now
yeah,
you're
but go
quoting
back and
Biden
look at the
say
data. There were 2 downturns of GDP. And
that's
they're
not
claiming we're
changing
not
the
in a
definition.
recession.
That's Biden saying something. You said they changed the definition.
Well, the
Brother, look,
definition of a GDP is 2 down. The definition of recession is 2 downturn quarters back to back of a lower GDP. That's what it's always been. So if you go back
yeah,
and
so
look at
wait, hold on. Let me pull up the definition here. And you said it's more than 2 quarters?
it's 2 quarters of a downturn of GDP.
Okay. So right. And when did we have the 2
Go
quarters
back
of
and look at the studies. I can tell you
I'm just wondering if you know off the top of your head.
I don't know the exact quarters, but go
All right, let me
go
look. Because I know that we've
Q-
had a positive GDP for like I want to say 12 quarters in a row.
really
But
because
I want to make sure.
2023 quarter 4 to 2000.
Well, if you know the stats, why are you telling me? What? I was asking you for that.
I
All
don't
right,
know
so
all of
quarter
the stats.
quarter
I'm just
quarter
telling
one
you
of
that
quarter
on
one
the
of this year we
downturn
had 1
side,
point
after 2 quarters.
The
we
only
weren't in a
2
recession all of a
Okay,
sudden.
listen, we had quarter 1 in 2022 minus 1.6. Then quarter 2 was minus 0.6. So sure, you could call it I guess a mini
You have
recession.
two
But
negative
wait,
quarters
but
of
wait,
GDP.
but wait. Then quarter 3 was 3.2.
Okay, but you have 2 quarters
Who
back to
cares?
back of
Okay, so what's
downturn.
your I get that, but what's your point?
My
You
point
said
is
they
that you
changed
can't
the
make
definition.
changes to rational definitions for 100 years and say we're not in a recession.
Why do you care?
Because you make the American people think that the world is in a better place than it really is.
Is the world in a better place right now than like why are you it's
No, we're not in
2024.
a better
It's
place.
wait,
We're in a
hold
really
on.
bad place.
Brother, I didn't finish the fucking question. There's no way you could have an answer for it. Because that's not if you listen to the question, that was you're talking about quarter 1 and 2 of 2022. So we're talking 2 goddamn, can you let me finish the question?
Yep.
So we're talking about 2 years ago. And you want me to be upset about Joe Biden apparently saying something during that time that we weren't in a recession. I'm supposed to care about that?
Yeah, but you can't give people false narratives and change what's going on
well,
in the
Trump,
world.
he keeps saying he won the election and he didn't. I don't want to hear a Trump person ever say that we can't do false narratives. His entire campaign is false narratives. If you care about false narratives, then you wouldn't be a Trump supporter. You wouldn't. That's nonsense. I just read a quote from him earlier today where he said like crime rates were skyrocketing as they're dropping. Inflation is rising as it's dropping. Everything that guy says is a lie. And you want me to care about Joe Biden saying that we weren't in a recession in quarter 1 and quarter 2 of 2022 when like barely like 0.6% negative GDP growth coming out of COVID? Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay not calling that a recession. It doesn't make a difference. Nobody on the street, you can go to ask anybody on the street, like, does it bother you that in 2022 Joe Biden incorrectly said that we weren't in a recession when technically we were, even though in quarter 3 the GDP went back up? Do you think any American, 1, knows that, and 2, cares, like the average American?
I can tell you this, that 2/3 of the country right now is living
What if
paycheck to
before
paycheck.
you
didn't let me
moved up?
finish my statement.
Because I want you to answer my question and then you can move on. I
What
want
was
you to
your
know,
question?
I asked if you think the average American cares or even knows about the negative GDP growth in quarter 1 and 2 of 2022.
The average American? No.
Do you think, okay, and so why should I care?
Why? Because they feel it in their pocket now.
No, why should I care?
You shouldn't care, but 2/3 of the country cares because they live
About
paycheck
what?
to paycheck.
No, you just said they didn't know about this.
They don't, because they feel it in their pocket because it's all lies.
What's all lies?
The economy is going to burn and bust if the housing market collapses.
Great. Now,
It
I
will
would
be over and done because
Well, probably
80% of
not.
people's wealth is in their homes.
Correct.
And once the housing market collapses, like in 2008, this country is toast.
Yeah, brother, that literally has nothing to do with quarter 1 and 2 being negative GDP. Like you're just saying a bunch of stuff together. Those aren't related, dude. Those aren't related. How the hell are you making this connection? Those aren't
Because you're
related at
lying
all.
to the American people how good things are.
Donald
when
Trump is
energy-
lying to the American people
Hold on,
about
hold
how
on.
bad things are.
Hold on.
You can't keep pretending that you care about like a lie that literally nobody cares about, and then
Energy
just be like, "But
prices-
I'm a Trump guy."
Can I finish? Energy prices, electric, insurance, interest rates,
Live Strong
inflation,
tells this lie in every
groceries, and
in
every
every
Hold on, hold on,
live
hold
you
on.
listen
Don't
to.
hey, hold
No,
on.
can
Don't
you
just
can you be
don't-
quiet there,
yeah,
Clown?
don't just jump in.
So all of the things that I just stated are 20 to 30% higher over the course of Biden being in office. And the American people are feeling this. That's why he is 36% approval rating.
Mm-hmm. What's
So-
Trump's approval rating?
So no, that's
What's Trump's?
Biden's approval
No,
rating.
what's Trump's?
I don't.
It's about the same.
My honest opinion.
It's about. No, I don't care about your goddamn opinion. Of
honest
course, I
opinion
don't
is
care.
November
No.
5th.
What is Trump's approval
Joe
rating?
Biden will be
What?
lucky if
Goddamn,
he
dude.
wins
No,
New York
no. This isn't like.
and California. At
I-
this point,
All right. Well, listen. Here's something that I don't know what you are an expert on, but you don't know a goddamn thing about politics. Donald Trump has lost every election cycle since 2016. It was not a good night. Most Trump endorsed candidates last night lost. Nikki Haley still getting 15 to 20% of the vote in a race that she dropped out of. You guys desperately need to pick up voters, and you've lost voters. And it's because the average American isn't fucking stupid. They understand that Donald Trump being president doesn't mean that suddenly all the prices will go back to where they were, because that never happens. The prices were lower under Obama than they were under Trump. Prices were lower under Bush than they were under Obama. This is a normal thing that happens. And the reason that this is a big talking point with Republicans is you don't have anything else to run on. You have absolutely nothing to run on. You have a Republican Congress who does nothing. You have a president who can't articulate a point. You have a president who has lost his goddamn mind and can't tell you any policy that he supports. All this guy can tell you is Joe Biden bad, and I'm the only one that can fix it. You're muted.
you muted me.
I don't have the ability to mute you.
Oh well, then.
The mods did probably, yeah.
Yeah. So listen, all I want is for the
No,
economy
I need you to respond to what I said. This is not a time. See, this is the problem that we have. I keep trying to have a conversation with you, and you just wait till I'm done talking, and then you change the subject.
All I can tell you is
Yeah,
that
no,
under
I want you to
Trump-
respond to what I said.
Under Trump, the numbers were much better.
Okay, that's
all I can
fucking
tell you.
stupid, because I just said they were they
Two-thirds of
lower
the
under
country-
Obama? Were prices
two-thirds of
lower
the
under
country
Obama
lives
than
paycheck
Trump?
to paycheck.
No,
Yeah.
are prices lower
That's it.
under Obama than Trump?
No.
Yes, they were.
Okay, so you're telling me that fuel was lower under Biden?
Yeah,
than
we
Trump.
already did this today, but yeah, it was actually.
And it
I
was
was
lower
actually
under
surprised.
Clinton?
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
know.
so
I had a Hummer back
let me
then,
give
and
you
I
the
think gas
number.
was at
Let me
$4
give you the
a gallon.
number. I'll give you the exact numbers here. The
You better
lowest,
really search
the
for that one.
lowest. Shut up. The lowest price gas got under Obama was $1.74. What's the lowest number it got to under Trump?
182.
Which one of those is higher?
Oh, by 4 cents. Where are we now?
First of all, I don't know how the fuck you do math, but 4 cents. It was $1.74, and under Trump,
And
the
what- and what
lowest.
did I say?
Be
One-
quiet, be quiet. And under Trump, the lowest we got was $1.96. That's not 4 cents. And by the way, the $1.96 happened when the whole world was shut down. So
I would
even with
love to
the
pay
entire world,
$1.96
even with
compared
the
to
entire
$4.
world shut down,
Now,
Obama still had lower prices. This is why your talking point of it was cheaper under Trump is lazy. It's
So
stupid
you're happy
and it's
paying
ineffective
$4
because
compared to
you can't
$1.96?
explain
That's just
explain what he
stupidity.
did differently. What did he do that caused those prices
so
to
we'll
be
pay
lower?
$2 more a gallon.
Yeah,
at
no,
22 million
alright.
barrels a day
Yeah, you
sold
don't
in
know.
the United States.
Yeah, you don't know. You're just
I don't know
now
what.
repeating. Yeah, you don't know. What did
So we're gonna pay
Donald
$2
Trump
more a
do?
gallon now
What,
than we did under
brother? I swear to God, like
Obama
we can't.
and Trump.
Brother, are you going to
And
answer
you think that's
questions,
good
or
for the
are you
country?
answering questions, or are you just going to keep rambling? What's your plan?
You're rambling shit. That's
I
the
keep
problem.
asking you questions and you won't answer them.
The question is energy prices for fuel are $2 more a gallon now under both Obama and Trump.
No, they're not.
And you
No, you're lying.
I pay $4 a gallon right now in New York.
Okay, well, we're talking about average gas prices, and when
Well, I don't
Trump,
give a shit about average.
well,
because California plays $5 a
well,
gallon.
then, yeah, this is what I'm saying. You're a low information voter. You just care about what's directly around you. I'm sorry. That's
I
fine.
don't,
Like,
but
if you
even
want
if you're
to,
paying
if you want to
$1
talk
more in
about
the
your fucking
Midwest-
feelings, go talk to your friends about what's going on around you. If you don't want to talk about actual data, then
Just because you live in the Midwest and
I don't live
you're-
in the Midwest, you dumb dick. I live in Arizona, which is until last month
okay,
was
I'm
the
sorry.
highest gas prices in the country. But to
Yeah,
give you
sure.
the numbers, you should
go to California and New
All
York
right,
and
I'm
people
done with
get
him.
prices
He can go. He can go. Thanks, Mods. So here's the numbers. When Trump left office, gas was $2.65. Now it is $3.57, so roughly 90 cents more. Not $2 to $3 more, like he said. 90 cents more, which isn't that, it really isn't that unusual.
Guys, I gotta say one thing. The dumb D word is very triggering to the algorithms. So
Sorry. It's getting late.
Oh. Keep going though, guys. RTP, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, we'll do 9. We'll do 9. That'll work.
Guys, moderators, you guys are doing so great. Only opposition, and feel free to do whatever you want. I'm not in control of this live, and I'm not talking because you guys got me to 1 million likes. You sexy little chatskis. Say less.
I don't see the name of who this is. Oh, Julia. Hey, Julia.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to come up.
Okay. Love you. Say go to 10? Oh, man. 10 o'clock would be a lot.
Hey, thanks for letting me up.
Yeah.
I'm not opposition, but I am an economist, and I'd like to correct some of the lies he told.
Terrific.
First off, cocoa was never dumped. You notice he never cited a source for that.
It was coffee, right? The cans?
Coffee. Coffee
Yeah, okay.
in cans in a size that are no longer purchased. The CPI is based on a basket of goods, and whale oil is no longer in the CPI. So
That's corrupt.
it wasn't dropped because it was up like the clown came. He does this in every single live. I've refuted these lies so many times with this clown. If the housing market were to collapse at any point in any administration, there would be economic repercussions. It's sort of like saying, if a comet hit the Earth, there would be problems. There's no indication that there is a looming housing crisis other than increasing prices because we're not making enough buildings. We're not constructing enough homes to keep up with household formation.
All right,
And
30
right
seconds.
now,
30 seconds.
even though rates are coming down, mortgage rates, the Federal Reserve says the average 30-year I'm sorry, are you stopping me? I'm trying to understand what you're doing.
No, don't pay attention to him. You gotta, it's a tough game. You gotta stay focused. He's distracting.
The Fed says the average 30-year fixed rate mortgage is 6.86%. It will continue to come down as inflation is coming down. So he lied. The last lie I'd like to refute is it's always been 2 back-to-back declining negative quarters means a recession. That has never been the case. There's an organization called the NBER. The NBER is the National Bureau of Economic Research. They have always been the official body that the government turns to as to whether or not there's a recession. And there are a lot more inputs than just negative GDP growth for 2 quarters in a row. They look at unemployment rates, they look at the value of the dollar, they look at a lot of other statistics. There have been multiple times when 2 negative back-to-back GDP quarters were not called a recession for a number of reasons. So that's sort of the civilian's thumbnail. Oh, look, 2 negative quarters, that's a recession. but officially it's always been the NBER, and there have been multiple times with negative quarters that they have not called it a recession. And I'm trying to think of the last lie that he told, because he tells them all the time.
Thank you for this information, by the way. This is helpful.
Housing crash would hurt any economy anywhere on the planet. We have the strongest economy of the world's major economies, with the lowest inflation, the lowest unemployment, and the highest GDP. Global inflation hit everybody on the globe. The dollar is almost at 25-year highs in strengths against other currencies. If you've ever wanted to go to Europe or the Far East or the UK, go now, because the dollar is buying more for you than it's done in the last 25 years. And thanks for letting me up.
No, thank you. That was really good information. I appreciate it. I saved all those links. I appreciate it.
Sure thing. Take care, everybody.
You too. Jeff, Jen tells me that the box is empty on her side. Do you see people in the box? Sometimes that happens. Like if somebody's a private account, she can't see it.
Oh yeah.
I can't seem to leave. If you could kick me, I'd appreciate it.
Roger Ritchie. Oh yeah, yeah. That is weird. I guess it's.
Hey, Roger. Hey, Roger. I think if that's my friend Chuck, hi Chuck. Maybe it was a friendly, but it's good to see you, Chuck. You're up late. Oh, you sent me. Oh, thanks for the Cash App too. Appreciate that, Chuck. Let's see if he said there. Random TikToker, maybe. I don't know. Welcome. S.
All right, I'm back. I don't know what happened, but
Oh, yeah, I think they.
somehow, somewhat happened.
Yeah, what happened is I was trying to get you to stop talking so we could have a conversation, and you just kept going. So I think they kicked you.
Oh.
Maybe again.
Hang on, you.
Red. It's
come
fine.
on.
No, that one's fine. I don't know if we need that one.
Guys, what do you think? Any more Republicans in the box? Or maybe in the chat? Chat? What do you think? Guys, I've been quiet for at least probably an hour. That was the longest. 1 million likes. I'm quiet for an hour. That's fair. That is fair, guys. The Republican hop of the box, only taking opposition at this time. Guys, thank you for 1 million likes. Thank you for all the chats. And listen, oh, hush, Jeff, really? Don't be triggered, chat. Don't be triggered.
Oh, no.
If we're dunking on some Republicans, you are entertained, are you not? Are you not entertained, little chatskis? Little chatskis, what do you think? Thoughts, feelings?
How painful was that to be quiet? Was that pretty difficult?
Oh, that was the hardest thing I've ever had. Probably.
I would have the same problem. That would be tough. It's tough.
But it was worth it, and it was because you know what? I do it for the chat. I do it for the people that support me and support you, and it's not just you; it's them. It's you and them, and I support.
Hey, Chris.
Guys, all together.
How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Yes, I'm a Republican.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Do you want to talk about anything we've talked about before? Or?
Guys, the last debate of the night. Raise it all up. Drop everything you got. This is the last debate of the night. Go ahead, shit. Fuck. Now it's connection.
He's all right. What makes you a Republican?
I believe in the values of the Republican.
Which value? Which ones? Like all of them, or do you have some specific that you really like?
Not all of them. I mean, but the majority of them.
What are some things, like, if somebody was going to ask you, like, they just weren't a voter and they're like, should I vote Republican or Democrat? And you'd say Republican. Why would you tell them to vote for a Republican?
Well, right now, all the prices on food has gone up. We have people coming across the border and a lot of people who aren't even vetted or nothing that are coming across the border.
So none of these sound like Republican principles.
The hair from World War III.
None of these sound like Republican principles. You said that it was because of the principles. These are all just like stuff that Fox News says. These are just stories, like, you know what I mean? Because if I was a voter, right, and I didn't know anything about politics, and I asked you why I'd vote Republican, and you just listed off a bunch of things that were happening, my next question would be, okay, so what are you guys going to do to fix it?
Well, I believe that Trump didn't start any new wars.
I didn't ask that. I asked what you guys would. I know, but I'm asking.
Biden has.
But remember, but Chris, please remember, the question that I asked you is, what are the Republicans planning to do to fix it?
Oh shit! What? Actually, I was. That was probably, yeah. He had no. I think he just left. He had no connection anyway. His connection was terrible. Cyber guy, how you doing?
Hey Jeff, good evening.
Good evening to you. Are you more left or right leaning?
So I am left. We've actually spoken quite a bit in the past, and I was hoping.
Okay, but I'm only taking opposition. We're taking one last debate for the
No,
night.
I understand. I really wanted to get some input from you. You used to come into my lives quite a bit, and I don't mean to throw off your vibe here. You used to come into my lives quite a bit when you were a Republican. So I've been watching you over the last week or so, and it seems like you have really switched parties. And I guess I'm extremely interested to know what the turning point was for you.
Well, listen, I'm going to talk about it all on Friday night. And listen, come one, come all. Friday evening, it's going to be juicy. And it's going to be something you're going to be able to sink your teeth into, you could say. Guys, if you're Republican, hop on the bikes. We'll take one last debate for the night. One last Republican. Please. Oh, Republicans. Okay, here we go. Put one out there. Apple?
Last guy's profile was interesting. It was like, maybe I'm misread. I swear it said like crypto, but then also like Free Palestine and BLM ally. It was just like,
oh yeah, I saw that too.
Usually you don't see crypto included in there. That was an interesting guy.
Here we go. We got one. Maybe.
Maybe. Kevin?
Maybe Cavone?
Howdy.
Is it Cavone?
Kayvon.
What's up, Kayvon?
Howdy.
What's up?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, what's up?
Nobody asked you how you were doing, but how are you? Thank you for telling us. We're doing really good as well. Are you more left or right leaning?
I'd say I lean towards the
right leaning. Got it. What's the number one reason you're going to vote for Trump?
I think he is a better public figure than Biden is. I think he'll represent the country better.
Like a figure, his statute, or like the way he looks, maybe like a figure, maybe he's got a nice figure. He's got a little bit of cake, and you can eat it too.
I mean, like, Trump is kind of caked up, but he's a better person.
How do you come to that conclusion?
He's just he's more out there publicly, and he's more open to
about
media.
What? Open about what?
Open about just everything, really. It's like he talks to me better.
Well, why does he keep getting caught lying then? If he's so open, he's now a convicted felon because of lying. He owes $500 million because of lying. He got sued for another $50 million by E. Jean Carroll because he was lying. He keeps lying about the election being stolen. He lies about crime. He lies about inflation. In fact, almost everything this man says is a lie.
Wait, why did we remove him? Bring him back. Don't. Now that I'm talking, you now no longer. I'm the moderator on the chat now, guys. The rooster has come home to roost or nest or something like that. Tommy, how are you?
Hello, brother.
Okay, guys, do not kick. Nobody kick. Tommy, are you more left or right leaning? It was Candy. Yeah, I saw who it was. Don't worry. Guys, every time someone kicks, I see exactly who it is. Go ahead, Tommy.
I'm more left leaning, or not? No, more right leaning. Sorry.
Yeah. What's the number one reason you're gonna vote for Trump?
Well, just honestly because of just what, at least during the 2016 and 2020, what he's done for the country. He got us at least on slightly good terms with the Kim Jong Un and the Putin.
No, that's incorrect. When he went to North Korea, he came up with an agreement with the North Koreans that they would stop. He came back. He's like, I convinced him not to do any more missile testing, and within a couple months, they were right back to it. When he went to Russia, he didn't get any real changes. Like, I think you're mixing up photo ops for actual work done. He didn't get anything out of Russia or North Korea.
I mean, you can't
In
really
fact, Dennis
trust
Rodman
North
got more out of
Korea
North
or
Korea.
Russia, honestly.
Well, yeah, but this was your point, not mine. Now you're saying, like, I know that, like, my point was that he was great with Russia and North Korea, and then I'm like, no, he wasn't. And you're like, yeah, well, nobody is. I think Biden's done better on both of them. I think Biden tries to hold both of them more accountable.
Well, I feel like he shouldn't be sending money over to the Ukraine.
Well, he's not. Well, he's not. He's not. Congress is. He's not. Congress is. And every year Donald Trump was in office, he sent money to Ukraine for defense. So Donald Trump always gave money to Ukraine and Israel. Joe Biden is also sending money to Ukraine and Israel. And Joe Biden just negotiated a deal with the G7 that basically would force Russia to pay for the Ukrainian defense by using seized assets to pay. So Biden's way tougher on Russia. He's more fiscally responsible. And both parties are going to send money to Ukraine. The only way aid got to Ukraine is by Democrats and Republicans both voting on that aid being sent to Ukraine. So it's kind of silly to blame Biden for that, right?
But he's the U.S. president,
I know, but so was Trump, and Trump sent money to Ukraine. Well, then why would you? But wait, why would you vote for Trump if you don't want money sent to Ukraine, and Trump sent money to Ukraine, and Biden sent money to Ukraine? How they're not different? They're the same. So it doesn't make sense to base your vote on that.
It's okay if Trump does it, but it's not if Biden does it. Because I just like Trump.
Yeah.
better.
Oh, okay.
I just prefer him as a president.
Well, I get that, but that's fucking so stupid. That is so dumb. You just said if Trump does something, it's fine. If Biden does it, it's not. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. I hope you don't find your way to a voting place.
Because whatever Trump does, I agree with.
Yeah, I know.
Like when the only movie I let my kids watch is The Little Rascals, and that's only because Trump appeared at the end of it.
What if? Cool. Hang on. What if Trump actually?
Why not Home Alone? Wait, was he in Little Rascals? Are you thinking of Home Alone?
At the very end.
I think you're thinking of Home.
At the very end.
Tommy, you're a little rascal.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Tommy's a troll. I don't think Tommy's.
You are the little rascal, sir. What if, like, let's say hypothetically, one of your daughters came home and said that Trump, like, inappropriately touched her?
She wouldn't be against it.
This guy's just fucking.
Hey guys, hey mods.
Well done, Tommy.
Good job, mods.
That was
mods,
good, Tommy.
now is the time, mods. If there was a time, it would be now.
Now it's time.
Go ahead, mods. Go ahead.
Here.
Holy shit. Okay, let me do it. Okay. Whoa. Woo. he was becoming unraveled so quickly, and it was like a ball of yarn being played by with and oh wowzer! Like I don't even know. You know what? Whoever had the sensibility to kick that guy in the first place, that was a good call. Actually, that was my bad. You guys, I do apologize. You guys have a good sense for things. I do have to say, that conversation was only not a waste of time because RTP was talking. The other half was unequivocally the biggest waste of time anybody has ever seen on TikTok, fully and wholly. Pablo Flores. Love that about you. Okay, Jen, I'm gonna let you up. Okay, here. Everybody can come up. Oh, no, not opposition though. No more opposition. Only people that want to ask RTP a question. You have 5 minutes, and then we're gonna shut the live down.
Jeffrey, you have
If you-
to pick a lane. Either you want mods to help you or you don't. You gotta pick a lane.
Well, I want you guys. Well, it's got to be. Well, I said I was gonna be quiet after a million.
Right.
It's up to you guys, so I can't control you. You guys, it has to be fluid. It has to. And you guys are great. We have to work together and just play it by ear. You know, play it by ear. I don't try to control things too much. I like to
Just
shoot
trying to tell
from the-
me how to mod.
And listen, I like to shoot
Probably
from the
find
hip.
out I muted you, Jeffrey.
So and well, I deserve to be muted too, guys. If only my mods could mute the host, that would be awesome. We
That
should
would
put
be
it on
ideal.
TikTok, to be fair, that would be like super mod powers, honestly.
Right.
And to be guys, when I was being quiet, I did notice the views were going way up. Did anybody just notice that? Did anybody just notice that? I don't know. Who knows? I don't know.
All right. Well, I was just I'm gonna give you a little grief out. You gotta let the mods mod. So.
Oh, I got you. Look, listen, what I do best is I don't micromanage, and I don't have a micro peen like Trump. And here's the thing, I was confident, and I let people. I don't care. I give people the reins to do what they want. You have the mod powers. It's only words from me, and if we understand it, we do, and if we don't, then it's a little bit more to come to that type of understanding. And wouldn't it be so nice, guys? Wouldn't it be nice? I'm serious. Joseph, this could be my brother, by the way. This could be my brother. Guys, anybody can talk 5 more minutes and we're shutting the live down. Guys, I know there's kind of a celebrity right now. He's only taking, he's not going to sign any pieces of, he's not going to sign anything yet, but maybe soon, I promise you. But if you have a question for RTP, go ahead and ask it right now. Guys, why is everybody muted right now? What is going on?
They're just being respectful, I think, Jeffrey.
Yeah. I always mute. I always mute when I first come into a live, just to not
That's
talk.
that is my bad. I do apologize.
Yeah. So I do have a statement and a question. First statement was, it is hilarious that guy was able to go on for as long as he did when he was actually trolling. And we really couldn't tell. We really couldn't tell because MAGA is actually that dumb.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Like he strung us for that long because there are actually MAGA on this app that are actually like that, and with that same ability to be ignorant.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't actually think he was. Wait, are you saying he's actually was like LARPing?
Yeah, he definitely was. That's why he did that whole shout at the end. Yeah, he definitely was.
I think he was playing a role.
Oh yeah, you're probably right. But I mean, you know what? You did make a good point. I actually did think that was true. So yeah, it's got me fooled 50-50.
Jeff, we only have 5 minutes. You're gonna have to stop talking and let everybody else speak. Or I can't stay much longer than that.
So RTP, on your best guess, what do you think Biden is gonna hit him with the hardest tomorrow night at debate? Do you think it'll be January 6th? Do you think it'll be his criminality, or do you think it will be just his lack of a plan altogether? Which do you think will do the most damage?
I don't know who's prepping him. If it was me, the things I would do is I would just continuously point out that Trump has no plan. And I would point out every time Trump said something that didn't make sense. Like when he was done, I would say like nobody understood what you just are talking about. Nobody knows what you're talking about right now. That's how I would do it. But I don't know. I think what Biden has to do tomorrow is just put together a performance that makes sense. And I think that
I think that Trump is in a real cognitive decline, and I think it's going to be really, really apparent tomorrow. Like, we've been watching his rallies. He's not doing well. It took like a 30-second just mute today on Newsmax. So I think he might have fallen asleep. Nobody knows.
I saw that.
Yeah, he's not doing well, and the stress from his trials are getting to him. I think if Biden just shows up and doesn't faceplant, it's probably a win for him.
The other thing, and I'll let somebody else jump in. The other thing that I think is going to really expose Donald Trump is there won't be a teleprompter to bail him out. You're gonna see those, those shark battery and,